Dive with us into the fascinating world of biographies, histories, and speeches as we learn from the words of the past. The Life of D.L. Moody, Chapter 33. Visit to the Holy Land. As early as January 1887, Mr. and Mrs. Peter Mackinnon of Scotland urged Mr. Moody to accompany them to Palestine. That the invitation touched a very sympathetic chord is evident from the response called forth. My dear Mrs. Mackinnon, yours of January 10th came today. I could hardly keep back the tears as I thought of going to Calvary, Gethsemane, and the Mount of Olives with you. My heart is with you, and I cannot tell you what a self-denial it is for me not to go. For years I have wanted to do so, and though I have never left my work for pleasure in my life, I think I should have gone this time if I had not been as I am. For 3 years they've been trying to get me to go to Chicago, and I told them that if they would do certain things, I would give them 3 months. They have done what I asked for them to do, and so I must stay here until April or May. I do long to take a trip, and would like to go with you and your husband more than with anyone else. But I must decline for another thing. Mrs. Holton is dying, and I would go to her if I could get away. She is in California, and the letter that came last night says that she will not last 30 days, and I cannot go to her. Poor Fanny, how sad it is for her to lie down her work and die. But I am glad she is ready, and not dreading death as she once was. The sting is all gone, but it is so hard to die away from her sisters. Remember me to all our old friends, and think of me and pray for me in the garden, and on Olivet, and at Calvary, and take one good look when in Bethany, and see if you can see the place where the Master was once seen, and ask him to come back again. Thanking you again for your great kindness, yours as ever, D.L. Moody. In February 1892, the generous and cordial invitation was repeated. Mr. Moody was then engaged in Scotland, and it was impossible for him to leave his work. This was his response. Paisley, Scotland, February 10th, 1892. My dear Mrs. Mackinnon, I would be glad to go to Palestine, but there are some reasons that will keep me. First, the work. It would be a pity to leave it now, and I am committed until the 1st of April. Second, in April, when it grows warmer, I come down with headache and suffer a good deal unless I keep where it is cool. Third, my wife says that Palestine is said to be unhealthy, and no one can go there in the spring. So I think, if ever I see the land of Abraham and his children, I shall have to see it when I go in another body, and it may be I will see it with Christ himself. I cannot tell you how glad I am your husband is better. Tell him I pray for him daily, and trust it will be the will of God to lift him up again. I did not know I loved him so much until I heard he was sick. Mr. Sankey has gone up to London to attend the funeral of Mr. Spurgeon. They wanted me to go, but I could not get away. The churches, halls, etc. were all engaged, and this kept me. I am thankful to tell you the work is good here, and I have much to encourage me. Yet I get homesick at times, and long to see my family. May the blessing of God rest on you and your dear husband, is the prayer of your friend, D.L. Moody. A man of such energetic spirit as Mr. Moody found very little opportunity for holidays. He scarcely tried to observe one day in 7 as a rest day, but otherwise he was almost constantly occupied, except when journeying. And even then people recognized him and sought his spiritual advice, and were not denied. Of later years, with the multiplication of his schools, conferences, and other organizations for promoting the cause of Christ, there was less and less opportunity for withdrawing for any length of time from active participation in their control. Still anxious to carry out their plans, Mr. and Mrs. Mackinnon deferred their trip until April, and finally prevailed on Mr. Moody to accompany them. Taking his wife and his son Paul, he went from Paris to Rome, where he was to join Mr. Mackinnon's party. His interest in everything about him was intense, and, as usual, it centered particularly in the people and their methods of life. The farming on the hillside especially attracted his attention. To see men living in their little houses, perched like crows in a nest on the edge of the snow incline, reclaiming patches of land, some of them hardly 20 feet square, excited his wonder. He would frequently say, "Look here, see that hillside farming? That beats all I ever saw. If I ever hear a Northfield man complain of his farm again, I'll fall on him." This reference to his size caused much merriment. On their arrival at Rome, Mr. and Mrs. Mackinnon joined the party, and after breakfast they made a tour of the city with a guide. Mr. Moody was unusually silent when going through the beautiful churches, speaking only occasionally. The Colosseum proved a great attraction. He sat on a huge column that was lying on the ground, and surveyed the amphitheater, calling up the various historical acts of the scenes of murder, cruelty, and martyrdom enacted there. A stalwart peasant passed by one of the corridors, and Mr. Moody stopped him. He said to Ortini, the guide. Ortini did so. The peasant beamed on all the party, and spoke rapidly in Italian. "What did he say?" asked Mr. Moody. "He said he was heavier, but he is losing flesh. He was too poor to drink wine. If he had wine, he would look sleek like you." "Tell him I am a teetotaler," said Mr. Moody. Ortini did so. The man smiled incredulously, as if such a thing was impossible. "Tell him it is true," said Mr. Moody. The man, still laughing, said, producing a loaf from beneath his coat, "You may be a teetotaler in drink, but you are no teetotaler in eating." The peasant said he only had 2 francs a day for his family of 7 children. Mr. Moody advised him to go to America, and then gave him a 2 francs piece. As the party passed on, the man called to the guide, and ran back, holding out the piece of money. "What is the matter?" said Mr. Moody. "He says it's the Pope's money, and is not good in Rome. Will you give him another piece?" Mr. Moody could hardly recognize that the Pope's silver was not good in Rome, but exchanged the piece of money for another. He was greatly impressed by the places of historical interest. Anything that had a touch of Paul's life in it moved him deeply. Every place that could be verified as being in any way connected with Mr. Moody's greatest Bible hero was carefully sought out. The Reverend J. Gordon Gray took him on the Appian Way, and when the original pavement was reached, Mr. Moody insisted on alighting from the carriage and going on foot over the stones which St. Paul had trodden as he entered Rome. The ruins of Nero's palace on the Palatine Hill had far more attraction for him than St. Peter's or any other spectacle of modern Rome. He seemed to take great delight in the many monuments which Rome had erected to Paul, saying that the emperors who tyrannized the earth were remembered only by ruins. When he visited St. Peter's, he spoke of the sad degradation of the communion service from the pure faith of the early church. In the evening, Mr. Moody preached in the Presbyterian church, of which Dr. Gray was pastor. About 130 people were present. The sermon delivered was the one he gave on the last night in Kansas City, on grace from the text, "The grace of God that bringeth salvation," etc. Friday, April 8th, the party started for Naples, and sailed from there for Port Said, which was reached 4 days later. Writing from Port Said, Mr. Moody said, "We are now near where the children of Israel passed when they went out of Egypt. The land is sandy and barren, but the canal is a wonder, and it seems strange to be in this land of the Pharaohs, of Moses, and Aaron, and Joseph." After coaling the steamer at Port Said, they sailed on the Suez Canal to Ismaili. Little sleep was taken that night. About midnight they passed the old Syrian road at Kandahar, where the ancient Jews and others traveled from Europe and Asia into Egypt, where, no doubt, Joseph was taken by the caravan. At Ismailia, a train was taken to Alexandria, the land of Goshen, full of interest to every Bible student. Mr. Moody's thirst for information was satisfied here, as elsewhere, by an early morning ride with the guide, before the rest of the party was up. At Alexandria, a boat was taken for Joppa. The Holy Land was sighted on Good Friday. The landing at Joppa was not made until late in the afternoon. The start was made for Jerusalem. Supper was eaten at Ramlah. Mr. Moody finished before the rest and said he would go out into the air. When the party was ready to start, he was nowhere to be seen, and calling failed to reach him. The carriages were entered, and after a while he was overtaken. He had informed the guide that he was going on before, but was now beginning to be frightened, as he had seen several dark-looking Arabs scowling as they passed and spitting at him, and he thought it wiser to take the carriage. The moon rose brightly over the mountains as the carriages drove on. About 1 o'clock a cup of coffee was served at Kolonaya. Active signs of life were seen along the road. Caravans with camels, heavily laden, passed many times. Jerusalem was reached at 3 o'clock Saturday morning, and after a few hours' rest a walk was taken about the city, out to the tomb of David, alongside of which was a little house, where, in an upper chamber, it is said that the Master ate the Last Supper. Mr. Moody was incredulous on all the traditional sites seen in Jerusalem, except the Temple and Calvary. He said that most of the localities were obscure, but the hills you cannot change nor remove. Dr. George D. Mackey of New York, who joined the party on the trip, says of his first day in the Holy City, "One walk around Zion Hill, finished at the Joppa Gate. Just before reaching it we saw a group of lepers. The sight was pitiful in the extreme. The thought of contamination was uppermost, and we hurried by, anxious to pass such misery. In the afternoon, Paul, Donald, Mr. Mack's son, got donkeys and rode to the top of the Mount of Olives. On the way we passed Calvary." Mr. Moody took his Bible early Easter morning and went to the Mount of Olives. In the afternoon he preached to a large audience on Calvary under the auspices of the English Church Missionary Society. At least 300 people were present, largely native and visiting Christians. Some Muslims and Jews came to listen, attracted by the crowd. Mr. Moody was in excellent spirits and preached with an emotion that he had rarely, if ever, equaled in any previous sermon. He hardly chose a text, beginning by saying that he had preached for 30 years, but had never felt the awe of God that he did at the moment. Point out the various spots in sight and link them with their stories in the Bible. Mizpah and Samuel, Moriah and Abraham, the distant hills of Moab and Ruth, all of it in Jesus. He likened the sacrifice of Isaac to the coming offering up of Jesus, and spoke of how Jesus must have felt as he passed this hill in boyhood. knowing that there he should offer up his life. He spoke of the feasts that Jesus had attended on yonder temple site, and how the burden of his preaching, each one, was a new birth in the power of the Spirit, and closed after saying that the greatest blessing of his life had been the birth in the Spirit, by an appeal to every Christian person to seek God, until the baptism of the Spirit should be as a fire in their hearts, like that called down by Elijah on the Mount of Carmel. The sermon was preached with a fervor beyond description, and left an impression on all who heard it. A collection was taken at the conclusion for the London Jews' Society School, where scholars, in number about 80 boys and girls, attended the meeting. The weekdays were spent in visiting places of interest in Jerusalem and the immediate vicinity. One day was devoted to Hebron. In Jerusalem, all the sacred spots, like the Holy Sepulchre, were too uncertain or too transformed to please him. On Monday, the party went to Bethlehem and Solomon's Pools. At Bethlehem they drank at the well so dearly loved by David, and photographed a group of Arabs at the curb. There they saw the hills where, no doubt, David tended his flocks and wrote many of the Psalms, and also the field of Boaz and the shepherd's field. Later they visited the Church of the Nativity. Mr. Moody's favorite place was the Mount of Olives, to which he repeatedly returned, and the little village of Bethany, over the brow of the hill. Here, at any rate, he knew he was in the midst of scenes where the Master had often walked. When he went to Bethany with Mrs. Moody and Mr. and Mrs. McKinnon and Miss Love, their arrival was celebrated as usual. A horde of children was sent, as a general reception committee, to extract from the visitors what bakish they could in way of silver, copper, lead, and zinc, which the coin of the Turkish realm furnished in such infinite and deceptive variety. Some pretended blindness or deafness to work on the visitors' pity. Others carried babies. Those little chubby hands were hardly big enough to clutch the coin they held them out for. They immediately surrounded Mr. Moody. He was always generous. On this occasion especially so, because of the unusual nature of the place and its beautiful tradition. He asked if any of them had the name of Mary or Martha, and was agreeably surprised to learn that a number of them had. This opened his pockets again. The news of his generosity rapidly spread through the village, and new faces and hands were immediately added to the crowd, all surging about him in frantic effort to get the lion's share of the spoils. He was besieged. They swarmed on every side. "Bakish! Gift money! Bakish!" they cried. It was difficult to move. The visit to Bethany was rapidly converting itself into a fight for existence. The case was getting desperate, so he called a truce. He told the dragoman to ask them to be quiet while he made an address. He did so. Then Mr. Moody talked, and the dragoman interpreted. He said in substance, "I have come 6,000 miles to see this little village of Bethany. It was a place my master loved to visit, and I have come to see it because he loved it. I am glad to meet you all, and I hope you will grow up to be good men and good women. Now I want to be alone. I have no more bakish, and I bid you all goodbye." A fine-looking boy, about 16 years old, said he wanted to reply to the address. He spoke fluently and with the grace of an orator. He said, "We are glad to see the gentleman and his friends who have come so far. But the gentleman must not think that his actions are equal to the importance of his visit. 6,000 miles is a long way to come, and the gentleman must have sacrificed much to make the visit. In consequence, it is natural for us to expect that he would be munificent in his gifts of bakish, which he has not been. We expect that he will now give a great deal more." Mr. Moody, who had regarded with surprise and delight the eloquence and grace of the boy, was so disgusted at the conclusion that he took flight. "I did think that boy had a soul above bakish," he said. Someone casually asked Mr. Moody whether he thought any of these children were named Mary or Martha. "Certainly. Why not?" "Nothing. Only they were all boys." Mr. Mackey thus describes the visit to the Mosque of Omar. "In the mosque we all wore felt slippers, which they tied on over our shoes. Mr. McKinnon carried a pair of slippers and put them on. This is necessary, as no heathen foot must touch the sacred floor. However, Paul Moody's slippers came off, and, to our consternation, he was discovered by one of the mosque officials to be tramping about with his infidel foot bared to the sole of his shoe. The scene that followed was enough to terrify him. The air was full of Arabic indignation. There was a rushing and a scolding and a wild excitement that was growing decidedly distressing. Paul stood holding his foot up so that he would not further contaminate the floor. His mother, pale, all nervous, was assisting him, and looked as if she would give anything to get him alive. Arabs began to assemble and jabber ferociously. Meanwhile, some wise attendant had got a new pair of slippers, and when Paul was reshod, we began to breathe freely, especially as we saw the Arabs were growing calmer and apparently were going to work no vengeance. My own shoe was peering through the wearing felt, and I began to feel squeamish myself when I thought about the exposure of one half of the sole of my shoe, which was visible every step I took, might repeat the scene we had just gone through. One morning at 5 o'clock, in company with Mr. Mackey, Mr. Moody went to the Mount of Olives. It rained, and as they ascended, a beautiful rainbow spanned the city. Its base rested on the temple court at one end, and just beyond the gate of Herod at the other. It looked like a rainbow of promise of the glory to come at Jerusalem. Mr. Moody was surprised when they reached the crest of the mountains, as he had not expected to see such a glorious view of the hills of Judea, the Dead Sea, and the Jordan Valley. He was greatly delighted. Their special quest was the Mount of Ascension, as neither was satisfied with the spot shown. On the Bethany spur of the mountain, the two travelers read again the story of Lazarus and the ascension of Jesus. Together they prayed, Mr. Moody pleading with the Lord to come again quickly, and to sanctify their visit to that spot by their growth in grace. He was deeply moved, and prayed most fervently. It was fully 11 o'clock when they returned, having been nearly 5 hours on the mountain. In the afternoon they went to the Jews' Wailing Wall and the Pool of Siloam. When it rained, Mr. Moody sent for 2 members of the London Jew Society, who called at the hotel, and for 2 hours he and the rest of the party, who wished to do so, plied them with questions about the interesting points in Jerusalem. Once, seeing some poppies on the east temple wall, he said, "Look here, drops of blood, a symbol of the blood shed for sin. It seems as though the ground itself is testifying of Christ against the unbelief of the city." The native children of Jerusalem amused him greatly. On his exit from the hotel, he would invariably be surrounded by a crowd of ragged little Arabs, and entertain himself by giving them bakish. The older natives interested him also, and he conversed with them constantly, questioning them as to their habits. But at the end of the week he was well informed as to the manner of the life of the people, the condition of agriculture, the system of government, and a dozen other things. On his second Sunday in Jerusalem, Mr. Moody was up at 4 o'clock to see the sun rise on the Mount of Olives. He wanted to see the sun come up beyond the hills of Moab. His visit was successful, and he joined his party at breakfast much pleased. He said that he had seen the sun rise, and that as he looked over this land of promise, in his imagination he saw Moses' face, surrounded by the sun as a halo. He was in ecstasies over the beautiful eastern view from the Mountain of Olives, the valley of the Jordan, the Dead Sea, the hills of Moab, all seemingly only 5 miles away, although more than 20. In the afternoon, Mr. Moody preached beneath Calvary on the west. There was a rumor that the government had forbidden any Turkish subject to attend the meeting at Calvary under pain of arrest, but there was no truth in it. The Mohammedans had criticized Mr. Moody's preaching from a tombstone in their cemetery the previous Sunday. Mr. Moody said, "I don't blame them. I wouldn't want any man to stand on my father's grave to preach a sermon." The truth was that the cemetery on Calvary was such a dilapidated affair that the visitors took it for a deserted cemetery, as indeed it was. Mr. Moody preached on the Good Samaritan to an audience about as large as that of Easter Day. At the close of the sermon he announced that on the previous Sunday the collection was £20, although he had only asked for 10. He now wanted £10 more for a blind boy to go into the Church Missionary Society's school for a year. The hat was passed, and again £20 was raised. On Monday morning, Mr. and Mrs. Moody and Paul went again to the Mount of Olives, and at noon they started for Joppa. "Thus ends my 3 weeks with Mr. Moody," wrote Mr. Mackey. "It has been a blessed experience for me." Mr. McKinnon's party then returned to Egypt. Several days were spent in Cairo visiting the pyramids and other points of interest, and in the first week of May the party started for Italy. May was spent in Naples and Florence, the Italian lakes and Switzerland, and by the end of the month Mr. Moody was again in England, having been absent for 2 months. Probably the largest vacation he had ever taken since he had entered business as a boy of 17. It was not an unbroken rest, however, for he had preached in Rome, Jerusalem, Cairo, Naples, and Paris, and sometimes twice a day, besides conducting numerous Bible readings, to gratify the importunities of English and American friends, who recognized him wherever he went. Moreover, he used to lead the most unlikely people on the most unlikely occasions into direct personal talk regarding their spiritual condition. "Mr. Moody," said a lady of rank, "no one ever talked to me like this before." Then it was quite time somebody did so, he replied, and they remained good friends thereafter. His visit to the Holy Land remained a vivid, living memory. He constantly referred to it in the private conversation and public discourse, regretting on the one hand that the present mean condition of Palestine, which, however, he believed was in accord with prophecy, and on the other, looking forward with joy to its restoration, when the feet of the Messiah shall once again stand on Olivet. D.L. Moody, Chapter 34. Capacity for Work. To those who knew Mr. Moody closely, it was not difficult to understand the secret of his capacity for hard work. The magnificent constitution with which he was endowed enabled him to undertake work that demanded continued exertion and special effort. But beyond this, he was able to throw off all burden of mind when he had done his utmost. "It's worry that kills," he would say, and after the most exacting work, he would be able to relieve his mind of all anxiety and rest as quietly as a child. He believed that God would carry on his own work, and after doing all in his power, he would cast his burden on the Lord. Thus it happened that he could sleep almost to order. A few minutes before going to address a large audience, he would lie down for a nap, asking someone to awaken him in 10 or 15 minutes. Added to this was his genius of generalship, by which he would delegate to others the work they could do, and thus spare himself the trouble of details. Mr. Moody's evangelistic zeal could never be contented with missions in Great Britain and America. Reports of the great opportunities among English-speaking people in other countries were always a great inducement to accept frequent invitations to visit the great centers of Eastern life. It had been a long-cherished plan of his to make a tour of the world, and in the fall of 1888, Mr. Moody left home with the purpose of going to Japan and China and thence to India. Arriving on the Pacific coast, he found it impossible to obtain release from a tentative acceptance of several invitations to conduct meetings. At this time, therefore, he was unable to take the journey, and during the winter he visited instead the cities of the Pacific coast, from Vancouver to San Diego. He continued to receive repeated invitations to visit India and China, and in the fall of 1891 he again contemplated the trip. But again it was abandoned, this time after arriving in London, when he was advised by medical men of the danger of such a climate to a man of his age and susceptibility to heat exhaustion. The fact that he suffered from seasickness made the voyages in tropical climates still more objectionable. This was a great disappointment, yet at this time he entered upon a work in Great Britain that for sheer physical endurance must have taxed his strength more than any other mission he had ever undertook, with the possible exception of the World's Fair campaign. A few months before his leaving home, at the time of the Christian Conference, the Reverend John Smith and Dr. Moxley of Edinburgh came to Northfield. At one session of the conference, Mr. Smith stepped to the front of the platform with a large bundle in his hand, which he proceeded to explain was a memorial to Mr. Moody from 50 towns and cities of Scotland, requesting him to make another evangelistic tour in that country. In presenting the petition to Mr. Moody in behalf of Dr. Moxley and himself, he said that it was the most remarkable memorial ever presented to a Christian worker, at least from Scotland. It was 150 feet long and contained 2,500 signatures on its roll, which was nearly a foot thick, including representatives from all the Scotch churches and schools of thought. Mr. Smith spoke briefly of the special need of Mr. Moody's work in Scotland, saying that the evangelist had the confidence of the churches as no other man had, and that he would bring to many evangelists a blessing which no other man could. Mr. Moody received the package without a word, put it into the speaker's desk in front of him, and asked the people to engage in silent prayer, that we might be directed in regard to this matter. But no further reference was made to the invitation in public. But a decision was given later, and the tour was undertaken that fall. Arriving in Scotland late in November, he began a series of meetings that continued to the end of March. An itinerary had been arranged by his old friend, Mr. Wayne Robertson of Carruber's Close Mission, Edinburgh, whom he had given carte blanche to make appointments for these months. Writing of this 4 months' work, Mr. Robertson said, "I had a list of the towns drawn out that Mr. Moody visited in Scotland on his last visit. There were 100 different places, and the meetings were held in them all. During this winter he averaged 3 meetings a day, often in crowded and poorly ventilated halls and chapels. Mr. Moody had many invitations to spend Christmas with Scotch friends. He preferred, however, to keep the day free in order to give another day to any special place in which there had been much blessing. The meetings in Wick had been especially fruitful, and as the holiday drew near, Mr. Moody resolved to return once more to this town for an evening meeting." Relating the experience of the day, a rather typical one as showing his faculty for making the most of time, Mr. Robertson says, "We started to drive across the Ord to Wick, a distance of 37 miles. The sun rose as we left Helmsdale. After a little we got to the gully, from which we never saw the sun rise. Still further, once we reached a spot where it was again appeared over the hills, Mr. Moody said it would be a memorable Christmas day for him, as he had seen the sunrise 3 times. As we passed Berrydale, the seat of the Duke of Port, we found some friends who, hearing that he was going to drive that way, had arranged for a short service. In 15 minutes 2 prayers were offered, a psalm sung, and Mr. Moody gave a brief Christmas address. At Lobster another halt was made, another crowded meeting addressed in Free Church. Wickers reached soon after 2, a Bible reading held at 3 o'clock, and a great mass meeting at night. Early the next morning, train was taken to Elgin. Surely this was a full day's work for a holiday. It is impossible to go over the work in detail in each place visited. The Scottish mission closed with final meetings in Edinburgh. It was a noticeable fact, at the last afternoon meeting, both the moderators-elect of the coming established and Free Church assemblies, Professor Charteris and Professor Blakey, were present, and in consequence of the crowded platform, had to share between them the president's chair. This fact was taken as a crowning illustration of the brotherly and thoroughly unsectarian spirit which marked the mission in almost every place where the meetings were held, throughout the length and breadth of Scotland. Later in the year, the writer had a personal experience of a similar nature in a 6 weeks' mission with Mr. Moody in Ireland. Concluding a short mission in Southampton, England, Sunday night, Mr. Moody started for Dublin, Ireland, on a train leaving after midnight, which carried no sleeping car. Arriving in London before daybreak, he had to drive from Victoria Station to Euston Station to catch the train for Holyhead, where 4 hours' passage across the English Channel completely prostrated him with seasickness. Dublin was reached by 6 o'clock in the afternoon, where, after a hasty supper, Mr. Moody addressed a large meeting. Here the audience had been waiting for some time, and the atmosphere was heavy. At the close of the meeting, numbers of old friends pressed forward for a handshake and words of welcome, and it was near midnight before Mr. Moody was able to retire. He was entertained by Peter Drummond, who lived some distance out of the city, and he had to take leave of his host early, drive into Dublin, and get the 7 o'clock train for Belfast Tuesday morning. It had been arranged that he should conduct a 2 weeks' mission in the large convention hall in Belfast a week later, and on his arrival the committee of ministers and laymen at whose invitation he had come met him for conference regarding plans and lunched with him at the Reverend Dr. Williamson's. In Londonderry he had time for only a hurried supper after his arrival, before going to a crowded meeting that had been awaiting him for over an hour. It was late that night before he had any opportunity to rest. The remaining days of the week would be equally taxing, as he visited 6 other towns during Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday, often speaking in crowded halls and twice in the open air. The very hospitality which is so characteristic of the Irish added to the demands upon his strengths, as in several places, when he felt the need for rest and relaxation, he was entertained at meals, where others were invited specially to meet him. Saturday, however, brought a much-needed rest at the home of James White, and on the following day he began his Belfast mission by addressing 10,000 people in the crowded convention hall. The last 3 weeks of his mission in Ireland were devoted to holding the meetings in the southern counties, where an equally trying itinerary was arranged. Frequently the meetings were conducted in draughty halls, or even in market-places, and the bigotry and superstition of the uneducated masses in some places threatened more than once to make trouble. Never were conditions more trying for him than during that season, and near the close of the mission he began to show the effects of the strain under which he had been working. In a few meetings that followed in England, a heavy cold that he had taken became more pronounced, and on arriving in London to conduct a 10-day mission in Spurgeon's Tabernacle, his voice almost entirely failed him. At this time he was accompanied by Mr. Stubbins and his son, and yielding to their urgent solicitation, consented to see a physician. It was then that Mr. Moody first learned of the heart difficulty to which he finally succumbed. Writing at this occasion, Mr. Stubbins said, "The third time that I went abroad to visit Mr. Moody was in the fall of 1892. He had engagements to visit several of the larger cities of England, and afterwards to hold an 8-day mission in Spurgeon's Tabernacle. He had been suffering somewhat for several days with a throat trouble which gave him considerable anxiety lest it should interfere with his work. So on our arrival in London, with his consent, I sent for Dr. Hebersham, a prominent young doctor, afterwards one of Mr. Gladstone's physicians, who made a careful examination of his throat and lungs, and incidentally the actions of his heart. Before leaving us, the doctor took me aside and told me that he had discovered an irregularity in the action of the heart, asking me if he should tell Mr. Moody. Certainly, I said, he would wish to know of any trouble of that kind. He informed Mr. Moody of his discovery, and after assuring him that there was no occasion for alarm, but simply a necessity of caution lest he should overexert himself, he expressed the wish that Mr. Moody would allow him to make an appointment for a consultation with Sir Andrew Clark, one of the most celebrated authorities on such diseases, as he did not wish his own judgment to be relied on wholly in the matter. Shortly before leaving London, Mr. Moody saw Sir Andrew Clark, driving immediately to the latter's office from a farewell breakfast given by Sir George Williams and a large number of other friends. After a thorough examination, the physician confirmed the opinion of his friend regarding Mr. Moody's condition. In reply to Mr. Moody's inquiry regarding what he had done to bring on the difficulty, and how he should avoid increased trouble in the future, the celebrated doctor inquired how many times a day Mr. Moody was in the habit of speaking. "Oh, I usually preach 3 times a day." "How many days in the week?" 5 days in the week, and on Sunday 4 or 5 times. "You're a fool, sir, you're a fool," was the brusque response. "You're killing yourself." "Well, doctor," said Mr. Moody, "I take Saturday to rest, but may I ask you how many hours a day you work?" "Oh, I work 16 or 17. "How many days a week?" "Every day, sir, every day." "Then, doctor, I think you're a bigger fool than I am, and you're killing yourself first." And with these pleasantries the two men parted, the celebrated physician to continue his wonderful ministry of healing for little more than a year, while Mr. Moody was permitted to work on for 7 years, although with the consciousness that his summons might come at any moment. The Life of D.L. Moody, Chapter 35. In Peril on the Deep. At the close of this unusually trying campaign, Mr. Moody passed through an experience that left a most solemn and lasting impression upon his mind. In November, after an absence of over 12 months, he secured passage for himself and his son on the North German Lloyd line from Southampton for New York. A small company gathered at the station in London to see him off, and in company with 2 friends and his son he started for Southampton. The journey found Mr. Moody in the best of spirits. To be again on his way home had been a long-anticipated pleasure, and was expected that a week later would find him back in America. The last goodbyes were said at Southampton, and the party went on board the Spree, at this time one of the fastest vessels of the line. When about 3 days on our voyage, I remember, says Mr. Moody, in describing this event, I was laying on my couch, and as I generally do at sea, congratulating myself on my good fortune, and feeling very thankful to God. I considered myself a very fortunate man, for in all my travels by land and sea, I had never been in any incident of a serious nature. While engaged with these grateful thoughts, I was startled by a terrible crash and shock, as if the vessel had been driven on a rock. I did not at first feel much anxiety. Perhaps I was too ill to think about it. My son jumped from his berth and rushed on deck. He was back again in a few moments, exclaiming that the shaft was broken and the vessel was sinking. I did not at first believe that it could be so bad, but concluded to dress and go on deck. The report was only too true. The ship's passengers were naturally aroused, but in answer to frightened inquiries they were assured that it was only a broken shaft. The serious nature of the accident soon became evident, however, as other passengers rushing on decks, declaring that their cabins were rapidly filling with water. Later it was found that the two fractured ends of the shaft in revolving had broken the stern tube, admitting water into the two aftermost compartments, which were immediately filled. The bulkheads between the compartments were closed at once and braced with beams to resist the pressure of the water. For 2 days the boat drifted in this helpless condition, in momentary peril from the tremendous force of the water in the flooded compartments, which beat with tremendous force as the ship rolled against the next compartment. But for the skill of Captain Willigrad and his efficient engineers, Messrs. Messel and Baum, the ship would have soon foundered. The officers and crews did all they could to save the ship, but it was soon found that the pumps were useless, for the water poured into the ship too rapidly to be controlled. There was nothing more in the power of man to do, and the ship was absolutely helpless, while the passengers could only stand still on the poor drifting, sinking ship and look into our own possible watery graves. At this time, unknown to the passengers, the officers were making preparations for the last resort. The lifeboats were all put in readiness, provisions were prepared, life preservers were brought out, the officers were armed with revolvers so as to be able to enforce their orders, and it was only a question of whether to launch the boats at once or wait. The sea was so heavy that the boats could hardly live in it. At noon the captain told the passengers that he had the water under control and was in hopes of drifting in the way of some other passing vessel. The ship's bow was now high in the air, while the stern seemed to settle more and more. The sea was very rough. The ship rolled from side to side, lurching fearfully. The captain tried to keep up hope by telling the anxious people that they would probably drift in the way of the ship by 3 o'clock that afternoon. But the night closed in upon them without the sign of a sail. That was an awful night, the darkest in all of our lives. Several hundred men, women, and children, waiting for the doom that seemed to be settling upon us. No one dared to sleep. We were all close in the saloon of the first cabin, Jews, Protestants, Catholics, and skeptics, though I doubt if at that time there were many skeptics among us. The agony and suspense were too great for words. With blanched faces and trembling hearts, the passengers looked at one another, as if trying to read in the faces of those about them what no one dared to speak. Rockets flamed into the sky, but there was no answer. We were drifting out of the track of the great steamers. Every hour seemed to increase the danger of the situation. Sunday morning dawned without hope or help. Up to that time no suggestion of religious services had been made. To have done that would almost certainly have produced a panic. In the awful suspense and dread that prevailed, a word about religion would have suggested the most terrible things to the passengers. It was necessary to divert their minds, if possible, or they would break under the strain. But as that second night came on, I asked General O. Howard, who was with us, to secure the captain's permission for his service in the saloon. The captain said, "Most certainly, I am that kind too." We gave notice of the meeting, and to our surprise nearly every passenger attended. I think everybody prayed, skeptics and all. With one arm clasping a pillar to steady myself on the reeling vessel, I tried to read Psalm 91, and we prayed that God would still the raging of the sea and bring us to our desired haven. It was a new psalm to me from that hour. The 11th verse touched me very deeply. It was like a voice of divine assurance, and it seemed a very real thing as I read, "He should give his angels charge over thee, to keep thee in all thy ways." Surely he did it. I also read from Psalm 117:20 through verse 31. One lady thought those words must have been written for the occasion, and afterwards asked to see the book for herself. A German translated verse by verse as I read, for the benefit of his countrymen. I was passing through a new experience. I had thought myself superior to the fear of death. I had often preached on the subject, and urged Christians to realize this victory of faith. During the Civil War, I had been under fire without fear. I was in Chicago during the great cholera epidemic, and went around with the doctors visiting the sick and dying. Where they would go to look after the bodies of men, I said I would go to look after their souls. I remember a case of smallpox, where the sufferer's condition was beyond description. Yet I went to the bedside of that poor sufferer again and again, with Bible and prayer, for Jesus' sake. In all this I had no fear of death. But on the sinking ship it was different. There was no cloud between my soul and my Savior. I knew my sins had been put away, and that if I died, there it would only be to wake up in heaven. That was all settled long ago. But as my thoughts went out to my loved ones at home, my wife, my children, my friends on both sides of the sea, the schools and all the interests so dear to me, and as I realized that perhaps the next hour would separate me from all these, so far as this world was concerned, I confess it almost broke me down. It was the darkest hour of my life. I could not endure it. I must have relief, and relief came in prayer. God heard my cry and enabled me to say from the depths of my soul, "Thy will be done." Sweet peace came to my heart. Let it be Northfield or heaven, it made no difference to me now. I went to bed, fell asleep almost immediately, and never slept more soundly in all my life. Out of the depths I cried unto my Lord, and he heard me and delivered me from all my fears. I can no more doubt that God gave answer to my prayer for relief than I can doubt my own existence. About 3 o'clock at night I was aroused from my sound sleep by my son's voice. "Come on deck, father," he said. I followed him, and he pointed to a far-off light, rising and sinking on the sea. It was a messenger of deliverance to us. It proved to be the light of the steamer Lake Huron, bound from Montreal to Liverpool, whose lookout had seen our signals of distress, and supposed it was a vessel in flames. Oh, the joy of that moment, when these 700 despairing passengers beheld the approaching ship! Who can ever forget it? But now the question was, can this small steamer tow the helpless spree 1,000 miles to Queenstown? Every moment was passed in the intensest anxiety and prayer. It was a brave and perilous undertaking. The vessels were at last connected by 2 great cables. If a storm arose, these would snap like a thread, and we must be left to our fate. But I had no fear. God would finish the work he had begun. The waves were calm, the cables held, our steamer moved in the wake of the Huron. There were storms all about us, but they came not nigh our broken ship. 7 days after the incident, by the good hand of our God upon us, we were able to hold a joyous Thanksgiving service in the harbor of Queenstown. The rescuing ship that God sent to us in our distress had just sufficient power to tow our steamer, and just enough coal to make her into port. Her captain was a man of prayer. He besought God's help to enable them to accomplish this dangerous and difficult task, and God answered the united prayers of the distressed voyagers, and brought us to our desired haven. As has been said, this experience of those days upon the Atlantic left a lasting impression upon Mr. Moody, but through it all he was thinking of others. His tender heart was torn by the scenes of anguish as mothers wept over their children, and fathers pleaded with God to spare them the sight of their sons' destruction. During the first few hours after the danger was known, he had little to say. Once he spoke of the probable outcome of the accident to his son. I had hoped to have a few more years of work. I had planned to preach the gospel in Chicago next summer, and I want to do more work on the schools at Northfield and Chicago. But if my work is ended, why, it's all right. It's hard for you, though, with your life work just beginning. If it's God's will, however, it's all for the best. And there he left it. Strangely enough, this experience apparently cured Mr. Moody of his old enemy, seasickness. An engaging passage on the Etruria from Queenstown to New York, he was able to enjoy every moment of the trip. His arrival in America was an occasion for great and sincere congratulation. After a brief interview with his friends gathered to welcome him, Mr. Moody and the members of his family started for home, reaching Northfield that evening. What a reception was accorded him as he approached the scene so dear to his heart. As the express train rushed down the darkness and drew up at the Mount Hermon School station, hundreds of torches flashed in the darkness. A brass band sounded its welcome, and cheers rang from 300 students. Up to the car windows and along the platform streamed a crowd of young men. "Where is he?" cried a score of voices, and quicker than it takes to tell it came the answer. "Here! Back there!" On the lower step of the car platform stood the man they wanted, bareheaded, his face beaming with joy at the welcome from his boys, after a year's absence. The cheers were still ringing when the train pulled out for South Vernon, when Mr. and Mrs. Moody left it for the drive across the river to Northfield. At Revel Hall, the first of the seminary buildings, his girls had gathered for a welcome less noisy but no less hearty. From his carriage, Mr. Moody told them that God had answered their prayers for him in his hour of danger, and that his first word, now he was among his own again, must be one of testimony to God's faithfulness and mercy. It was characteristic of the man whose big-heartedness made him beloved by this great company of students that, before he entered his own home, he went first to the home nearby to see his aged mother. The next morning, a clear, crisp New England winter Sabbath, the Mount Hermon boys walked 4 miles to join in the morning worship in Northfield Church with the young ladies at the seminary and the townspeople. In the place of the usual sermon, Mr. Moody told in simple, heartfelt words the thrilling story of the voyage. The Life of D.L. Moody, Chapter 37. The Use of the Press. It has been said of Mr. Moody that his most prominent characteristic was his consecrated common sense. One of the best illustrations of this was his keen appreciation of the great evangelistic possibilities of the press. For some years, the Chicago papers were not disposed to treat his missionary efforts with any seriousness, and Crazy Moody, or Brother Moody, as he was familiarly known, was the butt of many a good-natured jest. It may be that his aversion to the title of brother in later years may be attributed to this early experience, for we never heard him use the term. As the growth and results of Mr. Moody's work made apparent the sound judgment that in every case accompanied his zeal, the secular press became more friendly. His success in raising money and securing teachers for his school, the confidence shown by wealthy people in his efforts to erect Christian association buildings, his indefatigable activity in reaching and holding those who were not desired elsewhere or for whom no special effort has been made, his practical work for the soldiers, his growing popularity in Sunday school conventions, all these generally won for him the respect of those who had been at first inclined to be amused by his zeal. Mr. Moody seldom replied to misstatements in the newspapers, but when, in his early evangelistic career, it was stated to the press that he was making a good thing financially out of his religious work, he referred to the criticism. There were tears in his eyes, and his voice quavered as he said, "As I know my heart before God, I have never let the desire for money determine my conduct in any way. I know I am weak and come short in many ways, but the devil has not that hold upon me. I have never profited personally by a single dollar that has been raised through my work, and it hurts me to be charged with it above all things. May God forgive those who say this of me." More than $1,125,000 was received from royalties to the hymn books, which were used for benevolent objects. Mr. Moody was a good financier. He appreciated the value of money, but he never used it to build a fortune. He desired it simply that he might use it in doing good. On two other occasions, Mr. Moody made a public denial of newspaper reports, not for the sake of personal gratification, but solely because of the injury to the work in which he was engaged. In 1877, the Boston papers accused him of having purchased a racing horse, for which it was claimed that he had paid $4,000. Finding that the statement was being credited by some, and that these were prejudiced by it, Mr. Moody made a plain statement of the facts of the case. He had bought a roadster, whose special virtue was its gentleness as a family horse, not its speed as a racer. The price, he also stated, had been exaggerated, and there should be deducted from the amount claimed $3,750, as he had only given $250. The second statement that had brought a public denial from Mr. Moody was a newspaper report circulated in Richmond, Virginia, while he was conducting a mission in that city. One of the local papers printed a letter in which the writer stated that on a certain occasion he had heard Mr. Moody making the most disparaging references to Generals Robert E. Lee and Stonewall Jackson. The rumor was at first ignored. Later, it was found that the meetings were being seriously affected, and that a bitter opposition was rapidly growing. Mr. Moody's high regard for the men referred to, and his public tributes to their memory, was not sufficiently known to prove the falsity of the story to the public. Fortunately, his addresses had all been printed at the time when it was claimed he had made the offensive remarks. Absolutely denying the charge of one of his meetings, he brought out this fact, challenged anyone to find any references to the disparagement of either of the two brave generals, for whom he had the highest personal regard. What was apparently a serious obstacle to the work was then turned to the good of the meetings, and a most successful mission followed. Although an appreciative friend of the public press, Mr. Moody never compromised in his denunciations of its evils. He had no patience whatsoever with the Sunday paper, but he did not spend his time condemning the editors and reporters of the papers that published a Sunday edition. On the contrary, he felt that both editors and reporters were among his best allies. While he reached an audience limited by the walls of the buildings where he spoke, they were able to carry his messages into places that no minister or city missionary could reach. With their assistance, he could reach an audience 100 times larger than could be accommodated in any hall or church. Thus, while he never flattered representatives of the press, he was extremely cordial to them, and was able to trace many a conversion to their agency. In Great Britain, the press, at first suspicious of the Americans, finally took up the matter in earnest, and column after column was devoted to reports of Mr. Moody's sermons and accounts of the services. Later, on his return to America, one or two daily papers in each of the cities where he held his great campaigns would report his sermons, either wholly or in part. Frequently, the same paper would publish a stenographic report of everything said, sermon, prayers, and hymns, even though the series of meetings lasted for 3 or 6 months. "It kept me busy," he once said, "in a city where for 6 months every word that I spoke was printed daily in one of the papers. But one of the most important conversions resulting from that series of meetings occurred, not in the crowded hall, but in a narrow cell in the city prison, where Valentine Burke, a criminal, was led to Christ through reading a sermon. And this one was but a representative of thousands who were benefited without ever hearing the sound of the evangelist's voice." The advertising columns of the daily papers were also used, in accordance with the same principles that are recognized to be helpful in the business world. "Some ministers think it undignified to advertise their services," he said on one occasion. "It's a good deal more undignified to preach to empty pews," he thinks. He believed that the Christian minister should have an audience, and that services equally intended to reach those who were not under church influence should be brought to the attention of the public, in order that they might be without excuse if they did not avail themselves of the privilege. The reports of the Northfield Conference soon became a prominent feature of the New York Tribune and the Springfield Republican and Union. In every way, Mr. Moody encouraged the secular press in giving accounts of these summer meetings, assuring every facility and convenience to the representatives. That the conference addresses might be preserved in permanent form and be retained by those who had heard them, as well as sent to those who were unable to attend, the Northfield Echoes was founded in 1894. Each year, 4 numbers are issued, in the months of June, July, August, and September. The first is of a general character, consisting largely of articles descriptive of Northfield, its schools, program of the conferences, etc. The second reports the addresses given at the World's Students' Conference, as the meetings for young men are called, and the third tells of the Young Women's Conference, and the fourth of the Bible Conference. With such devotion to the Scriptures, it is not surprising that plans for increasing its study should continually occupy his mind. In 1881, he urged Major D.W. Whittle to prepare a scheme of daily Bible readings, with notes, and publish them regularly. This was done as a supplement to a periodical just then about to make its appearance, the Record of Christian Work, itself the outgrowth of Mr. Moody's suggestion, having for its purpose the report of evangelistic missions, missionary efforts, and plans for Bible study. For 18 years this monthly has appeared regularly, its daily Bible notes being read by thousands, who have followed with great profit the consecutive course through the Bible under Major Whittle's direction. During the last months of Mr. Moody's life, he took a still deeper interest in this effort, and arranged to make this magazine a special organ of the various institutions he had founded. Mr. Moody was always fearful lest his connection with some publication, either of the hymn book or public sermons, should be considered as a money-making scheme on his part. For this reason, while it was imperative that he should have a hymn book, he was loath to consent to any authorized edition of his sermons. These were published, and sometimes quite fully, and more frequently in part in the daily press, and numerous publishers were very ready to adapt them to book form, so that Moody's sermons appeared in every conceivable shape for a number of years before any authorized works were issued. A volume of the sermons resulted from each of his first series of meetings in this country. The meetings in New York, Philadelphia, Boston, Chicago, and other leading cities were reported verbatim by one or more papers, and at the close of the meetings the reports were collected in a large volume. Mr. Moody, however, had no part in this compilation, and no profits accrued to him or his work from this sale, which was exceedingly large. His reluctance to sanction any volume was first overcome in connection with the unpretentious work entitled 12 Select Sermons. This was issued both in England and America, but for several years after its appearance he would not consent to give his approval to the publication of any additional compilation. Convinced at last of the large numbers who might be reached by this means, and annoyed by the fragmentary character of many of the sermons printed, he has applied other small volumes, which appeared at irregular intervals, although there have been issued 25 volumes in addition to single sermons. One of his early publications was entitled Heaven. One day, on the train ride, he heard the newsboy with a bundle of papers under his arm, shouting, "Here you are, Ingersoll on hell." He caught the boy, and placed a copy of his own book in his hand, saying, "Here, my lad, here's another book. Give them that at the same time." The boy went on through the car, shouting, "Ingersoll on hell, Moody on heaven, Ingersoll on hell, Moody on heaven." It may not be inappropriate here to refer to Mr. Moody's attitude and thought regarding the well-known and gifted agnostic. When Colonel Ingersoll died in the summer of 1899, his family was overwhelmed with grief. The Young Women's Christian Conference was in session at Northfield. On this occasion Mr. Moody made his first public allusion to Mr. Ingersoll when he said, "Mr. Ingersoll and I started out in life about the same time, and in the same state. Of course I have been interested in watching his career, but I have never mentioned his name in public until tonight. And I don't believe in talking about a man after his death. I'm sorry for his wife and children, for it is said that he was a kind husband and father, and I don't want to tear open that wound. My feeling towards him has always been that of the deepest pity, for a life like his seems so barren of everything that has made my life joyous and blessed. How dark must be the life of a man for whom, by his own confession, it was like a narrow veil between the peaks of two eternities. We cry aloud, and the only answer is the echo of our calling, and for whom death seemed like a leap into the dark. How different from that of a believer in Christ! For him not only is the present life filled with the peace of God, but the future is bright with hope. He knows that for him death is only the exchange of a shifting tent for an enduring mansion. How much Colonel Ingersoll's sorrowing wife and daughters need our prayers, as they stand by the still body of their loved ones, if they really believe the hopeless doctrine he taught." "Do you believe Mr. Ingersoll's influence was overrated?" asked a friend. "I do not wish to talk about it," answered Mr. Moody. I believe that Ingersoll was driven away from Christianity by the abuse of Christians. He was railed at by them, and he saw the dark side of Christianity. He got twisted when he was young. Do you believe he died without any hope of the future? I don't know. I don't see how a man can live without such a hope. It must be terrible. We are not his judges. It is for God alone to judge him. Like all the institutions and organizations that owe their birth to Mr. Moody, the Bible Institute, a Coal Portage Association, grew out of a need that he observed as he traveled to and fro in his evangelistic work. He was holding meetings in a western town in the fall of 1894, and wanted some books to give away. He called at a local bookstore, but although the shelves were filled with fiction of all kind, not a single religious book could be found. This caused him to make an investigation, and he discovered that, in one of the great states of the Midwest, there was not one bookstore that pretended to carry even a limited assortment of religious books. Determined to do something to fill the gap which he discovered, he returned to Chicago and consulted prominent Christian workers, who said, "People don't buy religious books. They're too expensive." "Then the price must come down," said Mr. Moody. "The only way to reduce the price, without working on a charity basis, would be by printing large editions." And Mr. Moody organized a coal portage department in connection with the Bible Institute, his Chicago school for the training of Christian workers. At first, the ordinary methods were adopted to bring about the sales of good books, the main thing being to lower the prices. In the spring of 1895, however, the distinct feature of the work was formulated and put into execution. It was difficult to get just the books that were wanted, and Mr. Moody was not yet satisfied as to the price. It was felt that, before the work could become in any way extensive, a class of books must be secured that was impossible at that time to obtain. The Coal Portage Library was therefore planned to combine these salient features: popular, readable style, well-known authors or books of existing reputation, strictly non-denominational, first-class workmanship, low price. An order of 100,000 copies of one book, The Way of God, was given at once. Equally large editions of other books have been ordered since. So rapid was the growth of this work that in 4 years Mr. Moody saw it spread over not only the whole continent, but to foreign lands. In addition to the English editions, there are in the library books in German, Danish, Norwegian, and Swedish, and there are requests on file for translations in Spanish, Polish, Bohemian, Dutch, French, and other languages. In 1895, Mr. Moody heard, to his amazement, that no less than 750,000 men and women in this country belonged to the distinctively criminal class, that is, the number passing continuously in and out of jails and prisons. He could scarcely believe it until he had made an investigation. With him, to realize the need was to devise methods to meet it. He began to inspect the jails and prisons in every state that he visited, and found that the county jails in many places were entirely neglected. Only here and there were Christian people found who took any interest in the jails. Libraries and reading matter were found in the penitentiaries, but a great many jails that he visited, among others one containing 300 prisoners, was destitute of all good reading. When he asked the prisoners if there was anything he could do for them, they said that if they had something to read, it would help to kill the time. In answer to his inquiry if they would read sermons or religious books, they replied that they would, and he sent them into the prison. There were among them those who could not read, and they insisted that those who could should read aloud to them. They read Spurgeon's and other sermons that he sent, and before long Mr. Moody began to hear of conversions. Then he sent testaments, and became so interested that he began to write the sheriffs of all the different counties. There is a jail in nearly every one of the 2,700 counties in this country. Of all the letters written, only one brought a disrespectful reply. During the last 4 years of his ministry, he scarcely ever left a town without making a special appeal for the prisoners, with very gratifying results. It must not be supposed, he said, that all prisoners are hardened criminals. Many a young man has committed a crime in a moment of anger or under the influence of liquor. The records show that nearly half the prisoners are under 25 years of age. At this time of life, a young man is not supposed to have become settled in character. If he can be reached by the gospel message before he begins to sink lower and lower, there is every hope of his salvation for this life and the life to come. Mr. Moody's sympathies went out especially to the prisoners who are kept waiting months for trials with nothing to do. In some states, after they reach the penitentiary, the men are denied by the law all work that competes with outside labor. The prisoners fear idleness more than anything else, and facts prove that they often prefer suicide to life under such conditions. With his knowledge of human nature, he believed that this was just the time to reach a man, and to make him think when cut off from old associations and away from whiskey and gambling. That is what you want to get a man to do, he said. What brought home the prodigal? He began thinking. These prisoners began to realize what wretched lives they had been living, and this is the opportune moment to strike them. They are glad for a book or paper to occupy their minds, and Christian influences may be brought to bear on them by this channel, their whole destiny changed for good. What we propose is that Christians should be more active in carrying the gospel to them while they are behind bars. If it were not for atheism and infidelity, there would be no need of prisons. It is sin that is at the root of the matter, and the only sure cure is regeneration, a new heart, and a new life in Jesus Christ. Mr. Moody's plan was to get people sufficiently interested to send one book, if they could not send more, and then follow it with their prayers. Hardly a day passed after he began this work without his hearing of definite cases of conversion and blessings through such agencies. The Life of D.L. Moody, Chapter 38, Preparing Sermons. Where one asked what, on the human side, was the effective ingredients of Mr. Moody's sermons, one would find the answer difficult, said Henry Drummond in describing his friend as a preacher. Probably the foremost is the tremendous conviction with which they are uttered. Next to that come their point and direction. Every blow is straight from the shoulder, and every stroke tells. Whatever canons they violate, whatever faults the critics may find with their art, with their rhetoric, or even with their theology, as appeals to the people they do their work with extraordinary power. If eloquence is measured by its effects upon an audience, and not by its balanced sentences and cumulative periods, then there is eloquence of the highest order in them. In sheer persuasiveness, Mr. Moody has few equals, and rugged as his preaching may seem to some, there are in its pathos of a quality which few orators have ever reached, and an appealing tenderness which not only redeems but raises it, not unseldom, almost to sublimity. No retort can do the faintest justice to this or to the other most characteristic qualities of his public speech. Take this extract. I can imagine that when Christ said to the little band around him, "Go ye into all the world and preach the gospel," Peter said, "Lord, do you really mean that we are to go back to Jerusalem and preach the gospel to those men that murdered you?" "Yes," said Christ. "Go hunt up that man that spat in my face. Tell him that he may have a seat in my kingdom yet." "Yes, Peter. Go find that man that made the cruel crown of thorns and placed it in my brow, and tell him that I will have a crown ready for him when he comes to my kingdom, and there will be no thorns in it. Hunt up that man that took a reed and beat it down upon the cruel thorns, driving them into my brow, and tell him I will put a scepter in his hand, and he shall rule over the nations of the earth, if he will accept salvation. Search for the man that drove the spear into my side, and tell him there is a nearer way to my heart than that. Tell him I forgive him freely, and that he can be saved if he will accept salvation as a gift." Prepared or impromptu, what dramatist could surpass that touch? Tell him there is a nearer way to my heart than that. For years, Mr. Moody never expected to do any more in the way of preaching than to give 5 or 10-minute addresses to his Sabbath school children. By and by, he procured a copy of the topical textbook as a help in Bible study, and began to prepare addresses on the Bible. This was the subject of the first attempt at Bible reading. His method was simple and suited to the needs of the case. He would call upon some one in the audience to read a certain text. This would give him time to collect his thoughts, and he would then say a few words or relate an anecdote to light up the text. When he found himself running dry, he would call for another text to be read, and on this he would offer a few comments in a similar fashion. When his audiences became larger, so that he had to read the text himself, he had to make better preparation beforehand, as there was less opportunity for impromptu comment. These Bible readings were given in the home circle of his friend, D.W. McWilliams of Brooklyn. Conducting as he was at this time a series of evangelistic meetings in the Cumberland Street Chapel of the Lafayette Avenue Presbyterian Church, a lady of the congregation asked him to help them to understand better the leading doctrines of the Bible. For this purpose Mr. Moody met, quite informally, a few interested friends. Mr. McWilliams' drawing room was the place of the gathering. The method of study was quite new to all, even to the leader. A theme was taken, or a single word, such as grace, hope, adoption, assurance, love, etc. The Bible searched by means of concordance and topical textbook for all passages bearing on the theme. These were emphasized and illustrated. None were more impressed with the wonderful interpretation of the Scriptures by the Scriptures than Mr. Moody. This gave a new direction to his study and his preaching. At this time, February 1872, says Dr. Cully, he had not become much known in Brooklyn. The weather was severely cold. The attendance was very small. My wife and daughter reported to me that Mr. Moody's quickening addresses made them a spiritual feast. One evening I attended the meeting. There were not over 30 or 40 present, and after it was over I said to him, "Mr. Moody, this seems rather slow work." "Very true," replied my brother. "It is slow, but if you want to kindle a fire, you collect a handful of pine whittlings, light them with a match, and keep blowing until they blaze. Then you may pile them on the wood. So I am working here, with a handful of Christians, endeavoring to warm them up with love for Christ, and if they get well warmed, a revival will come and sinners will be converted." He was right. The revival did come. It spread through the Lafayette Avenue congregation, and a large number of converts made their public profession of Christ before our communion table. That happy experience in that little chapel found mention in several religious papers, and taught many ministers the secret of kindling a flame by the breath of the Holy Spirit. The acquaintance formed at this time with Reverend Dr. Theodore L. Cully ripened into a warm and lifelong friendship. When Mr. Moody decided to go to Scotland, he suggested that a note of introduction might be of service. Dr. Culler sent a hearty letter to Dr. Andrew A. Bonner of Glasgow, which was published in the newspapers of the city. As I look back now to that incident, says Dr. Culler, it seems about as amusing as if Paul had asked for a note of introduction from some brother at Jerusalem in order to gain a fair hearing at Corinth or Athens. Nowhere did Moody or Sankey do a more glorious work than in old dear Scotland. During the brief visit to England in 1872, following this experience in Brooklyn, these Bible readings were repeated in a few modest public gatherings. Returning to Chicago, Mr. Moody was anxious to repeat these readings in his own city. How this came about is interestingly told by Mrs. E.P. Goodwin, wife of the pastor of the First Congregational Church, who says, Mr. Moody began his Bible readings in our church in Chicago. The circumstances were these. We had heard of his Bible readings given with success in England and New York. Therefore, commissioned by Mr. Goodwin, I went to ask Mr. Moody if he would give a series in our church. He met me at the door, hat in hand, and invited me into the parlor. I made known my errand. He was much agitated, and with tears streaming down his face, he replied, Mrs. Goodwin, I have taken my hat to go over to Dr. Goodwin and see if he would let me give some readings. I lived in Chicago many years, knowing one truth, and thinking that the only necessary one, ignoring all related truths, till I built up a wall of prejudice all around me. I didn't know that there was a minister in Chicago who would let me into his church, but I thought I would try Dr. Goodwin. A series of 12 lectures was given with the following subjects. Tuesday, October 22nd, Love. Tuesday, October 29th, Blood. Wednesday, October 30th, Prayer. Tuesday, November 5th, Prayer. Wednesday, November 6th, Promise. Tuesday, November 12th, Assurance. Tuesday, November 19th, Holy Ghost. Tuesday, November 26th, What Christ is to Us. Tuesday, December 3rd, Grace. Tuesday, December 10th, Believing. Tuesday, December 17th, Walking with God. Wednesday, December 18th, Heaven. The lectures were in large part new, and Mr. Moody had worked hard on them. He was at white heat. The effort was electric. It seemed that he must have surpassed himself at every lecture, and that he could not again be lifted to equal fervor. While preparing the lecture upon grace, he became so excited that he seized his hat, went out into the street, and accosted the first man he met with the abrupt question, Do you know what grace is? At the close of this series, another course was arranged to be held in the Third Presbyterian Chapel, Dr. A. E. Kittredge, pastor, and subsequently another series, enlisting a union of the churches of the West Side at the Union Park Church, Dr. F. A. Nobles. Mr. Moody was an untiring Bible student. He usually rose about daybreak in summer in order to have a quiet season alone with his Bible and his God, while his mind was fresh, and before the activities of the day divided his attention. The walls of his library were filled from floor to ceiling with well-fitted shelves. He used to say it was worth going 1,000 miles to get a good thought. With that keenness he listened to other preachers for good thoughts and illustrations, and how his face lit up as he took out the notebook which he kept in his hip pocket. He urged his habit of making notes of all the things one read and heard, believing that it would make the Bible more deeply interesting day by day. He never really changed his method of making sermons, which was as followed. Having decided to prepare an address on any topic or text, he preferred to use subjects mostly. He first took a large envelope, and on the outside wrote the title or reference, Heaven, Psalm 23, Backsliders, Let the Wicked Forsake, How to Deal with Inquirers, etc. Many people wished to learn the secret of his sermon-making. I have no secret, he said to a body of young men. I study more by subjects than I do by text. If, when I am reading, I meet a good thing on any one of those subjects, I slip it into the right envelope and let it lie there. I always carry a notebook, and if I hear anything in a sermon that will throw light on that subject, I put it down and slip it into the envelope. Perhaps I let it lie for a year or more. When I want a new sermon, I take everything that has been accumulating. Between what I find there and results of my own study, I have material enough. Then I am all the time going over my sermons, taking out a little here and adding a little there. In that way they never get very old. I am never ashamed to repeat a sermon. A great many people are afraid to repeat. I heard of a man who preached a sermon that he had given a good many times before, and when he had finished, another preacher said to him, I have heard you preach that sermon at least 5 times in the last 5 years, and I know it by heart, said the other. I heard you preach 5 years ago, and I can't remember anything you said. If you have got a sermon that is really good for anything, pass it round. If the Lord blesses it here tonight, Why can't he bless it 10 miles away, or 10 years hence? Study by subjects, and get so full of your subject that all you need do is stand up and say as much as you can within the time. On some subjects, I think I could speak without any difficulty for 8 or 9 or 10 nights. When I began, I couldn't speak more than 5 minutes. Then I would speak for 5 minutes and sit down. By and by, I got that I could speak for 15 minutes. If anyone were to ask me when I began to preach, I couldn't tell him. I began with the children. By and by, they brought their parents. Then I noticed that about half the audience were adults. I like to work up a Bible character. When I get hold of a man who is versed in the Word of God, I just pump him. It is a great privilege to have the thought that these men have digged for all their lives. Hundreds of his sermon envelopes are in his study, some of them showing signs of frequent use, some representing sermons in embryo. When he wished to preach on a certain subject, he ran through the envelope of clippings, and selected such points and antidotes as he wished to use on that occasion. Weaving these into outlines, he wrote out catchwords, and fastened the sheets into his Bible by means of elastic bands. This method of making sermons he found to possess many advantages. It gave him full opportunity for impromptu speaking, since he was not bound hard and fast to a written manuscript. Many of Mr. Moody's best and most oft-quoted sayings were impromptu. He always insisted that what the church needed is men who can think on their heels. He must have repeated some of his sermons hundreds of times, but they always sounded fresh to the hearer. Undoubtedly, the secret lay partly in the nature of his subject, partly in the freshness of his delivery, but credit must be given to his method of sermon-making, which permitted a flexibility of outline that meant continual change in the substance of his address, and to the order in which his points and anecdotes were marshaled. There are 3 books which Mr. Moody advised every Christian to procure: a good substantial copy of the Bible with large clear print, Cruden's Concordance, and the topical textbook. We have already seen how he turned to this last when preparing for Bible readings. He always kept one at hand in his study with a concordance, though he had been a Christian 5 years before he heard of the latter. Shortly after his conversion, a skeptic in Boston was arguing with him, and Mr. Moody tried to defend the Bible and Christianity. The skeptic made a misquotation. Moody said it was not in the Bible, and he hunted for days and days to prove the skeptic wrong. He realized that if he had had a concordance, he could have found the passage in question in a matter of moments. Mr. Moody's Bibles are among the most precious treasures that he has left behind. He had a large number, upward of a score, in constant use. In his study are to be seen several that have been almost worn out, leaves loose and ragged-edged, but invaluable because of the notes and suggestions written on the margins and blank spaces. He had a dozen interleaved Bibles, that is, Bibles in which every other page is left blank for inserting notes and comments upon the Scripture. Mr. Moody found that notebooks and clippings accumulated quickly and are likely to be laid aside and never referred to again. He therefore adopted these interleaved Bibles, where notes are always at hand. From these he used to give out nuggets at his meetings, and when his friends borrowed a Bible in order to copy the notes, they were expected to write some nuggets of their own before returning them. "Don't be afraid to borrow or lend a Bible," he used to say. "Some time ago a man wanted to take my Bible to get a few things out of it, and when it came back I found these notes in it. Justification, a change of mind, a new standing before God. Repentance, a change of mind, a new mind about God. Regeneration, a change of nature, a new heart from God. Conversion, a change of life, a new life for God. Adoption, a change of family, a new relationship toward God. Sanctification, a change of service, separation unto God. Glorification, a change of condition, at home with God." In the same handwriting I found these lines: "Jesus only. The light of heaven is the face of Jesus. The joy of heaven is the presence of Jesus. The melody of heaven is the name of Jesus. The harmony of heaven is the praise of Jesus. The theme of heaven is the work of Jesus. The employment of heaven is the service of Jesus. The fullness of heaven is Jesus himself. The duration of heaven is the eternity of Jesus." Of all the volumes he possessed, he prized most highly a large pulpit Bible that contains the following inscription: "Mr. D. L. Moody, from Mrs. C. H. Spurgeon. In tender memory of the beloved one gone to heaven, this Bible has been used by my beloved husband, and is now given with unfeigned pleasure to one in whose hands his service will be continued and extended. S. Spurgeon." Westwood, London, November 20th, 1892. This is the original Bible in which Mr. Spurgeon kept track of his sermons as they were printed. Entries by means of writing entries in the margin, he knew at once in what volume or magazine any sermon might be found. It was not the Bible Mr. Spurgeon used daily, but Mrs. Spurgeon transcribed the inscription from that one and pasted it in the fly-leaf of the copy she gave Mr. Moody. It reads as follows: C. H. Spurgeon. The lamp of my study, 1858. The light is as bright as ever, 1861. Oh, that mine eyes were opened, 1864. Being worn to pieces, rebound, 1870. The lantern mended, and the light as joyous to mine eyes as ever. After Spurgeon's Bible came into Mr. Moody's possession, together with a complete set of his sermons, he was in the habit of turning to it first to see if Spurgeon had preached on any part he was then studying. The Life of D.L. Moody, Chapter 39. Asking and Answering Questions. Mr. Moody was a born teacher. He was also a great learner. His capacity for drawing out information from people with whom he came in contact was marvelous. If driving about a new place, he never rested till he had found out all he could about the country and the people, especially their spiritual condition. If with a minister, he would have the best that the man could give him regarding the passages of Scripture which were especially in his mind at the time. Early in his public speaking, he would gather around him Bible teachers, evangelists, and pastors, secure their best thoughts on some subject upon which he was to speak, and then go directly from such a conference to a meeting to deliver a heart-searching sermon, the actual material for which he had secured from his friends, absorbed, and made his own. In answer to an inquiry how far a young man was at liberty to use other men's thoughts, he replied, "Always give due credit if you can, and if you can't, or if you don't want to mention the man's name, say, 'Someone has said.' Don't be afraid of using other men's thoughts. The chances are that man that you got it from read it from some other form. There is practically very little that is original, and it is better to give the best of others' thoughts than what is poor, even if it is original." In Sunday school conventions, in Christian work, in revival meetings, in conferences, and in his schools, he set apart time for answering questions. Sometimes he would sit on the platform and put a leading clergyman in the witness box and question him steadily for an hour, to the great edification and spiritual refreshment of the audience. Again, he would himself be the witness, and let the audience try their hand at questioning. In order that the time might not be consumed with foolish questions, or with those which were asked for the sake of discussion rather than profit, he insisted that they should be submitted in writing. Frequently conferences were held at the close of each revival meeting, where Christian workers could find out how to carry on evangelistic work in their own churches. The following practical questions and helpful answers illustrate this phase of his teaching. Question: what more can be done against temperance? It would take all day to answer that. There are two sides in this matter, and I want to give a rap at both. I think every Christian church ought to be a temperance society. Look at the men who are stumbling over this great evil, going down to a drunkard's grave. I am a total abstainer, having never touched liquor, and never intend to do so. I am able to do a day's work without it. Now for the other side, I think the temperance man makes a great mistake, who always harps on that one question. Everything in its own place. If I go to a prayer meeting, I don't want to hear incessantly about temperance or the higher Christian life. We have a man in our city who comes to our prayer meetings every day, and it doesn't matter what our subject is. He always gets up and talks on the higher life. And so with temperance. Only when you get a chance for a word, slip it in. Give strong drink a rap. How about temperance meetings Sunday evenings? I wouldn't have a temperance meeting on Sunday night. I would hold Sunday evenings sacred to preaching the gospel of the Son of God. In the Bible you have any quantity of subjects, but if you undertake to preach temperance sermons once a week, the people will get tired of it. The gospel covers temperance and everything else. A great many will not come to a temperance meeting, but they will come to a gospel meeting, and may get temperance thrown in. How can we make our prayer meetings more interesting? Well, be more interesting yourself. That is one way. I have seen many meetings just murdered, the life taken out of them by the leader. There is a way of going to a meeting by which you may do this. Go in with your coat unbuttoned, looking at no one. Do not use your natural voice, and be as stiff as you can. Begin by saying you have nothing to say, and then talk for half an hour. If the meeting isn't dead then, I'm a false prophet. Then get up and scold the people for not taking part after you have thrown the meeting open. For my own part, I don't know why we should go into a church in that cold, formal way. When we go to church, why not take a man by the hand, throw off the stiffness, and make everybody feel at home? Question: if the pastor of a church does not favor evangelistic work, what can a layman do, besides praying, to promote the spiritual work? I should do a great deal more than pray. I believe the time has come for the layman to move, and by laymen I mean men and women. If you can't work in the church, don't leave it, but go out and hold cottage meetings. In the county, get the schoolhouse. That is a magnificent place to work. If the school board prohibits the use of the schoolhouse, hold meetings on a hilltop. That is what Christ did. Pray God to fill you with the Holy Ghost. Nothing can stop a man who is red hot and full of the Spirit of God. If we cannot get the people to come to church, let us go into their homes. I believe that a man or woman who is filled with the Spirit of God can gain access to the hearts of the people, and can have conversations anywhere and everywhere. There is a class of people who don't believe in revivals, and in what we call conversions. Don't quarrel with them, but go right to work and have conversions. A man who hides his talent under a napkin, and because his pastor is opposed to evangelistic meetings, goes through his life praying for his church once a week or once a month to ease his conscience, is on the wrong track. Would you advise a pastor to hold an evangelistic meeting every Sunday night? I would hold an evangelistic service 52 Sundays in the year. Sunday night is better than any other time, because a great many never get out except on Sunday night. Working men and mechanics don't have any other time, and if you don't reach them Sunday night, you won't reach them at all. Most of the church audiences on Sunday morning are made up of Christian people, and that is the time when ministers ought to feed the flock and build up the church. If they are fed properly, all the members become preachers themselves, and instead of the minister having one meeting Sunday night, there will be 20. Within 5 miles of Round Top every Sunday night, we have 10 or 12 gospel meetings when we are in running order. I believe this can be done all through the United States. I heard of a minister who said to a judge in his congregation, "I'm going out to the schoolhouse to preach. You have horses, and I want you to drive me out." The judge said that he would be very glad to do so. On the way, the minister said, "Judge, I'm going to ask you to speak." "Oh," said the judge, I couldn't do that." "But," said the minister, "I was in court the other day, and I never heard anything better than the charge you gave to the jury." The minister had some tact, and when he went on to the platform, he said, "Now I'm going to pray and read a portion of the scripture, and then I'm going to put the judge in the witness box and examine him." He asked the questions, and the judge preached the whole sermon. Our judges and our lawyers are spoiling for work. It wouldn't take long to evangelize this country if we could only get the pews into the pulpit, but the ministers can never do it alone. Question: would you have a stated after meeting every Sunday night? Yes. Every time I preach the gospel, I would look for results. There are 3 or 4 kinds of meetings. When we come around the Lord's table, that is worship. When we expound the Bible, that is feeding the Church of God. But when we invite men to come to God, then we ought to expect that they will come right then and there. How would you conduct an after meeting? I never would conduct it 52 Sundays alike. There are very few men who could do that successfully. If the sermon is over at 8:30, when the audience expects to stay till 9, they are in good mood to stay a half hour longer. There are 2 ways of inviting people to stay to an after meeting. One is to send them all home. The benediction is a polite invitation for people to go. I wouldn't pronounce any benediction in the first meeting, and I wouldn't say, if any are concerned about their soul, they're invited to stay. You can stick an "if" 4 feet high before them, and it will take an earthquake to move them into an inquiry room. When I was converted, it took 3 months to screw up my courage to be examined by a committee to be taken into the church. You might as well try to get a man to go before a justice of the peace. I would say, "Now we are going to have a second meeting, and if anyone must go, won't you just slip out while we are singing?" I would put it as though I expected no one to go. Question: how can a minister have special meetings when he fails to get an evangelist? There is a plan that is working very well in England and in some parts of the country. Let a minister who has a special evangelistic gift give 2 weeks to a brother minister, and let that brother minister preach for him the Sunday between. Then that minister has 2 weeks in which he can go through all his parish and invite people out that perhaps he wouldn't like to ask to come to hear himself. He can get this whole church to work in the same way. Then, if people are converted, the church members will be more likely to look after them than if there had been some great union meeting. That plan helps the minister who has been preaching too. He goes back to his own church all on fire and preaches to his people with no interest. A series of meetings is a good thing, because if a man is awakened on Sunday, and there is to be a meeting on Monday, he is likely to come, and the impression is deepened. On Tuesday it grows deeper, and Wednesday or Thursday he will attend the after meeting. I think if that could be done, many a church would double its membership right off. It is perfectly feasible. Let a minister go away for 10 days and preach the best sermons he has. He has nothing to do but to pray and meditate and study, while the other minister with his members is out gathering the people. Question: would you advise a young man to go into the ministry? Never. If God calls a man, all right. But I have seen too many man-made ministers. If a man is called by God, he will succeed. But if he is sent by man, he will fail. I would advise every man to engage in Christian work, but never to give up all of their occupations and live by the pulpit. All are called to be disciples and witnesses, and there needs to be a special call to be an apostle. Question: is it a good thing for a minister to study elocution? Yes and no. It is a good thing to learn to read well, but when it comes to modern elocution, these studied gestures in the pulpit, my word, I am tired and sick of them. Some men remind me of a windmill, with their practiced gestures. How would Moses have succeeded if he had gone down into Egypt and tried elocution on Pharaoh? I like the oratory that moves men, but I have no use for the elocution where a man is showing off. Question: what would you do if you were pastor in a town where there were 5 churches and only room for 1? Get out mighty quick. No power on earth can make me believe it is God's will that a Methodist and a Baptist and a Congregational and a Presbyterian and an Episcopal church should be in one town where there is not room for more than 1 or 2. There is scarcely any differences in their creed, and it is a waste of time to be preaching in such a town. I believe that sort of thing is the work of the devil. Question. What would you do in a neighborhood of about 100 families and no church, where there are no Christians except one godly family? One godly family can evangelize 100 families very easily. Let any man or woman who can read well get a good sermon by some prominent man, and let it be announced that this sermon is to be read on Sunday morning or evening. Then get the people together and read that sermon and pray that God may bless it. It may be just as effective as an original sermon. That has been done all through the mining districts. It is a sight in Colorado on Sunday to see the miners come out of the bowls of the hills and gather in the schoolhouse or under the trees, where some old English miner stands up and reads one of Charles Spurgeon's sermons. They have conversions right along. Question. How can we get hold of strangers in these great cities? I believe that if we would have in the pews a blank card with a place for name and residence, and if the minister would say when strangers are present that he or his wife would be glad to visit them, if they would write their name and address on that card, and leave it in the pew, I believe that if a minister would do that constantly, he would reach a great many people and bring them into the church. In all the cities, a great many people are lonesome or homesick and want sympathy, but they don't know how to get it. I heard of a man who went to a church for 6 months without a single person speaking to him. Of course, he was as much to blame as the church. But one morning the minister preached on recognizing friends in heaven, and as the man went out, he asked the sexton to ask the minister if he wouldn't preach on recognizing friends on earth, for he had been attending the church half a year, and no one had spoken to him. It would be a good thing to have a committee at the door, and let no strangers get out without a word of welcome. Question. If you are advertised to preach, and there's a small audience on account of the bad weather, is it better to turn it into a prayer meeting? No, sir, I don't think so at all. If I expected 5,000 people there, and found only 5, I would give them the best I could. Another thing, don't abuse the people who came for those that don't come. A rainy, stormy night is the time I expect the greatest blessing, because people have made a sacrifice to come. I was advertised to speak in Boston, and 3,000 tickets had been given out. There came up the biggest blizzard they had had in Boston for 8 or 9 years. I had hard work to get to the city, and there I had to plow my way through deep snowdrifts. Less than 100 people were in that big hall, and the leaders wanted to know if it would not be best to close the meeting and wait until the storm was over. No, I said, not by a good deal. I never preached so hard in my life as I did to that 100 people. I put half a dozen sermons together and threw them right at them. If a man plowed through the snow to hear me, I ought to do my best to pay him for coming. What we want is to turn defeat into victory. If a man can't do that, he is a failure. Question. Ought a man to be admitted into the church if he has not been regenerated? No, you hurt the church and hurt the man. A great many churches think that by admitting a man you bring him under good influences that may lead to his conversion. But they find it leads to just the reverse. He gets settled in his self-righteousness, and it grows harder and harder to reach him. The moment you begin to talk to him, he runs up his lightning rod. Oh, I'm saved. I'm a member of the church. There he sticks. Question. Is it right for any man or woman who has not been converted to have anything to do in an evangelical church? I have never set an unconverted man or woman to work, but Christian men need to be warmed up and then set to work to convert those who are not Christians. Question. Would you tell a man whose speaking injures a meeting not to take part in a prayer meeting? Yes, mighty quick. I would rather hurt the man's feeling than hurt the whole meeting. Some time ago I said to a man, you ought not to have said what you did tonight, and besides your record is all bad, and you ought not to take part at all. Sir, he said, you hurt my feelings. Well, I said, you hurt mine. I have feelings as well as you, and you hurt the feelings of 500 other people besides. Question. What would you do if members in your congregation are at sword's point with others and won't make up? I should keep at them until they make up or left the church. No blessing can be expected to come to a church as long as the members go to the Lord's Supper and have an open quarrel. I believe the reason that there are so few conversions in many churches is because of these church feuds. God isn't going to bless a church in that condition. Question. What can be done to influence young men in the church and Sunday school who are not Christians? It depends altogether on what class of young men they are. It may be wise to begin by gathering them together for a social time. Ask them to your house to tea and get acquainted with them. Find out something that they can do, something they like to do. Another good way is to visit them personally. Men like to be treated as men. They like to have a man take interest in them. If a minister calls on men in their office or store or on the farm, they will usually manage to go to hear him preach. Question. How can a man who wants to preach overcome nervousness? That is a practical question, my friend. Do you remember the first time you got up to preach, and how your knees went thump-thump? I tell you what to do. Get so full of your subject that you forget yourself. Be occupied with the subject, and you are all right. This opens the question to preaching. Let me say right here that I like to say to speak rather than to preach, because if I can only get people to think I am talking with them and not preaching, it is so much easier to hold their attention. The other night I was walking home in the dark, and 2 people right behind me were talking about the meeting. One of them said, "Did Moody preach tonight?" The other said, "No, he didn't preach, he only talked." "Did you ever hear him before?" "Yes." "How do you like him?" "Well, I don't like him. He never has the church service, and he doesn't have on any robes, And then his preaching, why, he doesn't preach at all, he just talks. I thought that was quite a compliment. I'm glad I can make people think I am talking with them. I think sometimes we almost preach the people to death. It is preach, preach, preach. If you can get the idea out of their minds that you're going to preach, and just let them think that you're going to talk, you're more likely to reach them. Another thing, be yourself. I detest the kind of people that take a religious tone when they begin to talk to you on the subject of religion, and have a peculiar whine that makes you think of cant. Be natural. Talk on this subject as you would on any other. Question: how can a young man hold the people's attention? Get hold of their curiosity. If you take up Dr. Guthrie's sermons, you will find that he begins 1,000 miles away from his text, apparently, and you wonder how he is ever going to get back to his theme. When he has the curiosity of the congregation excited, he comes back to his text. You will find he almost invariably begins in that way. Another point, if you have got a good thing to say it in the beginning. Don't get into ruts. Strike out a path of your own. Don't say firstly, and secondly, and thirdly, and then finally, and conclusion, and lastly, and all that. Take the whole truth or the whole text and throw it right at them. Then try to drive it home. It is said of Cicero, the great Roman orator, that when he had spoken, every one would go out of the building saying, "What a magnificent address! What an orator!" But when Demosthenes, the Greek orator, had finished, the people would say, "Let us go and fight Philip." He had fired them up with a cause, and what we want is to get the attention of the people away from ourselves and onto the subject. Question: suppose you see a man asleep in the audience. It is a good thing to stop and say, "Won't you open the window and let in a little air? Here is a man who's gone to sleep." That'll wake up every one of them. You can't reach a man when he's asleep. Men may talk in their sleeps, but you can't talk to him when he is asleep. An interruption like that won't do any harm, especially if it makes the people think it wasn't your preaching, but the bad air that put the man to sleep. Very often you will wake a man up by pointing right down at him. Sometimes I have seen a man just going to sleep, and I would stomp my foot. One man asleep will publish to the whole audience that you are a dry preacher. Question: how long should a sermon be? It is very much better to get a reputation for being brief than to have people say that you preach very long sermons. Say what you have got to say in just as few words as you can. Then stop when you get through. Some men go on and feel around for a good stopping place. I'd rather stop abruptly than do that. Don't waste any time. Remember, we are living in an intense age. Men think quicker than they used to. The time was that if a man wanted to do a little business in Boston, he would write half a dozen sheets of foolscap and send them by mail. Now he puts it all in a telegram of 10 words. What we want in our preaching is to condense. Get a reputation for being short, and people will want to hear you. Question: what would you do if the choir disturbs you? I remember preaching once at Limerick, when our hymn books were new. A young man came in and joined the choir. There were 300 or 400 people on the stage, and he took a front seat. He took up a hymn book just as I began to preach, and turned over the leaves. Beginning with the first hymn, he went on as if he were going to examine every page in the book. I thought to myself, have I got to preach until he gets all through that book before I can get the attention of the people? What to do I didn't know. Finally, I used him as an illustration. Speaking of a young man in America, I said, he was about the age of this young man reading a hymn book. The result was that when I asked all those in the house who wanted us to pray for them to rise, he rose. That young man was the first soul God gave me in Limerick. If he had gone on reading the hymn book, it would have been almost impossible for me to get hold of him and the people. Get the attention of your audience somehow. If you're going to be a public speaker, train yourself for that. Question: what should be done after the attention is gained? Aim at the heart. Just keep thundering away at the man's heart, and you will get it. And if you get his heart, you will get his head and his feet and everything. You get the whole man. The story of the prodigal son will melt any man's heart. So will the story of the Good Samaritan. Or take any of the miracles of healing, how Christ saw a man blinded or paralyzed and came to him and had compassion on him. Just open the heart of Christ to the people and draw the multitude around him. If you want to get hold of an audience, aim at the heart, and there is nothing that will warm up the heart like the gospel of Jesus Christ. The Life of Dale Moody, Chapter 40. Later Experiences with the Young Men's Christian Association. References have frequently been made to Mr. Moody's early work in behalf of the Young Men's Christian Association. His loyalty to that organization was never lessened in later years, notwithstanding the growth of the institution's direct dependent upon him for support. It is true he emphasized the directly religious features of the work above every other branch of effort, recognizing the Christian life of the organization the vital force which could make it most useful in the truest sense. Educational privileges and opportunities for athletic prowess he recognized as secondary to the original plan and purpose. The association, to his mind, was a means to an end, and he had little sympathy with the spirit that willingly sacrificed the preaching of the gospel to what was called association methods. He was strongly opposed to the exclusion of women from the Sunday gospel meetings of the association, believing that in many instances mothers, sisters, or friends might be counted on as efficient helpers in bringing to the meetings the very men whom the association should reach. Instead of poorly attended gospel meetings supported by a few elderly Christian men, he believed the association meetings should be well attended, by the very class they should reach if they were but thrown open to mixed audiences. These views he often expressed, and in consequence it was felt by some that Mr. Moody was disloyal to the organization. But if he was able to serve the association in early years, the last 25 years of his ministry showed still greater results of his service in their behalf. Early in his evangelistic work in America, Mr. Moody seized every opportunity to secure the cooperation of local associations, and never lost an opportunity to work for their interest. In official help to various building enterprises, it may be fairly said that Mr. Moody's cooperation added above $1 million to the permanent property fund of the association. For some years after his return from Great Britain in 1875, out of the fund for Christian work under his control, he appropriated to the International Committee's treasury an annual contribution several times greater than the largest gift from any other donor. Later, in order to help the student development of the international work, he solicited for a term of years several $1,000s annually. Mr. Moody was especially desirous that the spiritual activities of the association should be warm and evangelistic. He was at times their critic, as he was a critic of the churches, but as he loved dearly all branches of the Christian church and worked for their advancement, so he worked for the upbuilding of the association. His student conferences, beginning in 1886, were one of several evidences of such cooperation, and the program and arrangements for these conferences were largely left to association men. In 1875, at the close of the evangelistic campaign in Brooklyn, he turned to the association as a valuable helper of the churches in caring for the converts, writes Thornton B. Pinfield, secretary of the Brooklyn Young Men's Christian Association. The association was crippled for want of means, and its discontinuance was threatened. Although Mr. Moody was much wearied by his extensive labors, he did not leave Brooklyn until he had secured subscriptions of about $8,000 to relieve it of its indebtedness, and to enlarge its activities and usefulness. From that day, the association has never taken a backward step. In 1884, he became interested in raising the endowment fund of $150,000, coming to Brooklyn more than once to aid in that effort. The largest church collections ever taken in any city for the association were at the close of a statement made by Mr. Moody, which occupied about 10 minutes, concerning the value and the necessity of Young Men's Christian Association work, and expressing his great indebtedness to the association for what it had done for him. In 1885, Mr. Moody laid the cornerstone of the central building at 502 Fulton Street, and even on the occasion made so pointed an appeal that some of the workmen employed on the building were led to Christ. When the great Hippodrome meetings were held in New York, William E. Dodge, the president of the association, was in general charge of the campaign, and Robert R. McBurney and Richard C. Morris were among the leaders in connection with the inquiry meetings. A great deal of the work centered in and about the association building on 23rd Street. At the close of the campaign, a service was held in the interest of the association. $200,000 were secured, $150,000 of which was used in paying off the debt of the 23rd Street building, and $50,000 appropriated to fund the Young Men's Christian Association Institute in the Bowery. Twice, Mr. Moody raised funds to erect the Young Men's Christian Association building in Chicago, which today has property worth over $1 million. Through his exertions, many of the leading organizations were greatly aided in times of special financial straits. Two instances of special interest are recorded by Mr. Walter C. Douglas, General Secretary of the Philadelphia Association, in the following letter. In the winter of 1879-80, when I was General Secretary in St. Louis, the Young Men's Christian Association of that city was a young and comparatively weak organization, occupying rented rooms. The association was instrumental in getting Mr. Moody to come to St. Louis and spend the winter in a great evangelistic canvass. The organization was very active in the work, and it was my happiness to be closely associated with him for the whole of that winter. At the close of the campaign, he voluntarily undertook to raise $37,500 in order to purchase, for cash, the property of the Union Methodist Church at 11th and Locust Streets, and present it to the Young Men's Christian Association. Although a conservative community, and up to that time but little interested in association work, Mr. Moody's great ability and influence carried the plan to success. The amount was raised, and the property was bought and deeded to the trustees, free of debt. Some years later, this piece of property was sold by the association for $128,000, which sum was the foundation of its present splendid building and widely extended work. In Philadelphia, the central building of the association was begun and finished during the financial panic of 1873 and the hard times that followed. As a result, the building, then completed, had a debt upon it of $200,000. In 1882, this debt had increased to $400,000, of which sum $200,000 was in notes. The association was in a critical condition, and seemed about to lose its property. This would have been disastrous to the work in Philadelphia, and the moral effect would have been felt throughout the entire country. The case being presented to Mr. Moody, he at once came to the rescue with his unselfishness and great executive ability. He had a large appropriation made from the hymn book fund, in addition to which he secured contributions from prominent citizens of New York City. He came to Philadelphia with $60,000, obtained outside of the city, and then, by his own exertions, secured $140,000 in Philadelphia, making up the sum of $200,000, with which the floating debt of that amount was entirely paid, leaving only the mortgage debt of $200,000. Thus, by his personal interest and individual effort, this valuable property was saved, and a great shock to the credit of the Young Men's Christian Association in the United States was averted. The trustees recently refused an offer of $750,000 for this piece of property, thus preserved by Mr. Moody's efforts. He came to Philadelphia again several years afterwards and started a canvass for $200,000, with which to pay off the mortgage remaining upon this property. This last effort was seconded by the Honorable John Wanamaker and others, and $150,000 was collected and paid upon the mortgage in the second canvass. In the first canvass, Mr. Wanamaker was associated with Mr. Moody, and contributed $50,000 himself. In the second canvass also, Mr. Wanamaker contributed largely both in time and money. In briefly stating these two cases that come within my own knowledge, I may add that Mr. Moody carried on this work of money-raising in the spirit of Christian service in such a way that it proved a great blessing to all with whom he came in contact. During a mission in Richmond, Virginia, Mr. Moody undertook to raise sufficient funds to erect a building in that city. About $35,000 was pledged and the building begun. Before completion, it was found that $15,000 more would have been required to free it from debt, and this sum increased to $20,000 in the course of a few years. In 1894, Mr. Moody returned to Richmond for a second mission, and during this visit was successful in raising the deficit. Mr. S.W. Travers writes as follows of this occasion. I was then president of the association, and it was at the request of the association, endorsed by the Christian ministerial unions of various denominations, that Mr. Moody consented to revisit Richmond. Mr. George F. Tibbets was then secretary. There was erected an immense building, seating over 5,000 people, where a successful series of meetings was held. At one of the meetings, Mr. Moody presented the claims that the Christian Association of Richmond had upon our citizens and Christian people. He did nothing more than this in 1894, but this was enough, and shortly after the meeting closed and he had left us, an appeal was made by the board of directors, supported by the local press, which resulted in securing pledges, as well as I remember, of $21,000 or $22,000. I am satisfied that we owe our association in Richmond largely to Mr. Moody, for which the city owes him a lasting debt of gratitude, and I am positive that his memory is warmly cherished by all our people. It could almost be said that Mr. Moody's evangelistic tours could be traced by his influence upon these organizations. Mr. H. J. McCoy of San Francisco writes of his efforts in that city. The work of the Young Men's Christian Association for the moral and spiritual protection of young men owes a debt of gratitude to Mr. Moody, for its growth and development throughout California, and particularly in this city, are largely the results of his effort and timely help in 1881 when he came to San Francisco, and by the blessing of God rescued the association and raised the debt of $84,000 on the Sutter Street property. Through his wisdom and forethought, the work was reorganized, placed on a firm basis, and started on legitimate lines of effort for young men. Mr. Moody contributed liberally of his own private funds towards the indebtedness. Mr. Moody came to this coast in the request of the International Committee of the Young Men's Christian Association, which committee heartily cooperated and ably assisted him in the work at that time, a work that meant so much to the young men of the Pacific Coast. Through his efforts, I came to the secretaryship of the San Francisco Association in August 1881. For more than 25 years, he was a very close friend, and to him, more than to any other man, living or dead, I owe the fact of my being in Christian work. From Mr. W. M. Danner, secretary of the Denver Young Men's Christian Association, came a similar testimony as to interest taken in the association work during Mr. Moody's last year of evangelistic effort. Mr. D. L. Moody's work in Denver in 1899 resulted in the raising of $3,600 for the current expenses of the association. This was only incidental to the great meetings held, but was sufficient to save the association from the miserable deficit that had been embarrassing the organization for years. Frequently, Mr. Moody's indirect influence in behalf of the association was no less strikingly helpful in a material way. A former secretary at the Albany Association writes, in 1886, Mr. Moody held a service or services in Albany, New York, in the management of which the Young Men's Christian Association took a prominent part. Mr. Moody, as was his custom, at the closing service of the convention, made an earnest appeal to the people of Albany to provide better facilities for the work among young men, and earnestly advocated the need for a building for the association, stating at this time that the organization had, under God, done more in developing him for service than any other organization. The suggestion bore fruit. Mr. Charles F. Waterman was led to make a generous subscription and to advocate earnestly the need of such a building. Through Mr. Waterman and the earnest advocacy of the movement by Mr. Moody, Mr. James B. German became interested and made the association a gift of its present building, and later largely increased this gift, so that his entire contributions to the association exceeded $100,000. I fully believe that credit for the suggestion of the erection of this building belongs to Mr. Moody. The Reverend S.A. Taggart of Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, for many years State Secretary of the Young Men's Christian Association, writes at length regarding Mr. Moody's efforts in behalf of young men in Pennsylvania. Mr. Moody was one of the pioneers of the Young Men's Christian Association on the continent of America. Previous to the Civil War, 1861-65, the associations in this country were few in number and had gained little more than a foothold. The oldest of them had been formed scarcely 10 years. Many were disbanded during the years of strife, and the existence of those that were left were for the most part little more than nominal. It was only after peace had been declared that they began to take an aggressive spiritual life. In these initiatory aggressive movements, Mr. Moody very early appeared upon the scene. The Christian soldiers on the return home called to mind the impressive meetings of the Christian Commission in the various camps, and the next question was, why not have a Young Men's Christian Association in our town or city? Soon, Mr. Moody was in demand for the promotion of associations in all sections of the Northwest. It was about this time, too, that he was chosen the executive officer of the Chicago Association. He told me of his first visit to Pittsburgh and the interest of the association. He had been to Philadelphia in 1866, and on his way stopped between trains in Pittsburgh. He said, "My time was limited. I rushed down the street and stopped at a store, and said to the first man I saw, 'Give me the names of some of your most earnest ministers.' He said, 'My pastor is one.' 'Who is he?' 'Herrick Johnson,' he replied. 'Where does he live?' He pointed me to his house. I rang the doorbell and was shown into the house, and found myself in the midst of what seemed to be a dinner party. I saw that they were astonished at my abrupt entrance. I was overflowing with zeal. I told Dr. Johnson that Pittsburgh ought to have a Young Men's Christian Association, and urged it upon him at length. He agreed with me at once, and said that a movement was then on foot in the interest of such an organization. In less than 2 months, Mr. Moody was back, January 1867, in Pittsburgh, attending a Christian convention. His efforts in behalf of the Young Association at that time were exceedingly useful and greatly appreciated. Before the winter was over, a deep religious interest prevailed throughout the city, and a large number of young men were led to enter upon a Christian life. Soon his services were in great demand among associations, not simply in the region of Chicago, but as far east as Boston and Philadelphia. He attended the Indianapolis Convention in 1870. It was at this convention that he uttered those pithy sayings, "The law says do, grace says done. The law says do and live. Grace says, live and do. The gospel says to the sinner, come. It says to the Christian." These sayings soon found an echo in every association hall in the land. They could readily be expanded into volumes, and they formed a large part of the basis of what, in after years, was Mr. Moody's working theology. Over 30 years ago, while I was stopping in Chicago for a day or two, I got my first impression of Mr. Moody by personal observation. Passing along Madison Street, my attention was called to a bulletin board at the association building, on which was the announcement, "Meeting tomorrow night in Farwell Hall at 7:30. D.L. Moody speaker. Subject, Jesus." A few minutes later, I attended the noonday meeting at which Mr. Moody spoke. He did not seem to be afraid that he would exhaust the subject of the next evening, although his theme was Jesus. There was an urgency about him far beyond the ordinary. He had seemingly such a vivid and large conception of Christ that he was bound to tell it out. If I could make a composite of all that he has ever preached or said in religious meetings since that time, and blend it into one word, it would be Jesus. In less than 2 years from that time, I was elected State Secretary of the Young Men's Christian Association of Philadelphia, a position entirely new and without precedent in any state of the Union. However attractive it seemed, I soon found that it involved particular problems and difficulties. I turned for counsel and help to those who were older and had larger experience. I thought of Mr. Moody among others, and in the fall of 1871 visited him in Chicago. I found him in the office of the Employment Department of the Chicago Association, dealing with young men who were out of work. I told him I had come for his help. He said, "I can't promise to help anyone. I am too busy. If I were able to divide myself into 2 or 3 men, I would have no spare time." The outcome of our conference was that he agreed to come the following winter to help in conventions in Philadelphia, Pittsburgh, Scranton, Harrisburg, Erie, and other places, if he could find the time. It was scarcely a week after this that the tidings came of the Chicago fire. Mr. Moody's mission and the Young Men's Christian Association buildings, as well as his home, were in ashes. Thousands of people were homeless and destitute, and a multitude of new cares were thrust upon him. I felt that his agreement to come to Pennsylvania must be postponed indefinitely. Early in 1873 I was in Philadelphia, and had occasion to visit Mr. John Wanamaker of our State Committee. Mrs. Wanamaker, being present, said, "Get Mr. Moody to come to Pennsylvania by all means. He has been in our church and in Dr. Cuyler's in Brooklyn, holding meetings. He is the greatest man in America to get men to think of their sins and of another world. Dr. Cuyler agrees with me." The association at Pittsburgh had been conducting special meetings during the last week of May, 1873, and Mr. Moody gave a single Bible address, May 27th, the last service he held in this country before he departed on what afterwards proved to be a most wonderful mission. I have never forgotten that address. I took no notes of it, and yet for nearly 27 years I have carried the theme and its 4 divisions in my memory. His subject was the love of God. The 4 points were, first, the love of God and the gift of His Son. Second, the love of God shed abroad in our hearts as preparation for His service. Third, the love of God and the affections that come to His people. Fourth, the love of God in death. Upon the last point, his words seemed almost prophetic of his dying moments. People say to me, "Have you grace to die?" I say, "No. I have only grace now to hold this meeting." Lord promises to give grace when we need it, not before. And when death comes, not before, will He give us dying grace. They say to me, "How do you know He will be with us in death?" I say, because He tells us in His own words, "Precious in the sight of the Lord is the death of His saints." His Spirit inspired one of His servants to write of our comfort. "For I am persuaded that neither death, nor life, nor angels, nor principalities, nor powers, nor things present, nor things to come, nor height, nor depth, nor any other creature, shall be able to separate us from the love of God, which is in Christ Jesus our Lord." As if someone might be doubting it. The first thing he says is, "For I am persuaded that death cannot separate us from the love of God." My friends, when we are called upon to die, if we love God, we will know in a moment that God will take care of our loved ones. We may be sorry to part from our loved ones, but He will give us light. It might please Him in the hour of death to give us a little sight of the glory of the future before we pass out of the body. If so, this world will be spoiled forever. We will not even want to look back. We will know in a moment that God will take care of our loved ones. I cannot help comparing these words with the utterances of Mr. Moody more than 26 years afterwards, when he came to the close of life. "Earth recedes, heaven opens before me. I have been beyond the gates. God is calling. Don't call me back." I cannot but think he must have caught a sight of the future glory. In closing the meeting, he said, "I am going over to the manufacturing towns in England for 3 months to preach the gospel, while our church in Chicago is being completed. And I want you to pray that I may be so full of the love of God that I can speak of nothing but Jesus Christ and Him crucified." We who heard him little imagined that in less than 6 months, audiences of from 5 to 10,000 people would be listening to the story of the cross from his lips in the city of Edinburgh, Scotland, or that such a widespread awakening would follow his labors that he would spend 26 months, instead of 3, in his mission abroad. The great spiritual awakening attending Mr. Moody's labors abroad were felt by the association in this country long before his return. This was evident in the state and international conventions, and by the increased evangelistic spirit shown among many of the organizations. This spirit grew in intensity upon his return. For over 25 years during the latter part of his life, Mr. Moody had no official relation with any local association, and yet during all that time, his spiritual power, attested in his multiple labors, served as a kind of dynamic force, communicating itself through a network of conventions to the greatest number of associations all over the continent. So all-pervading was his influence in the life of the associations in this country that it would be hard to tell what might have been their course had no such relation ever existed. This is true not only in the spiritual life of the association, but to a great extent also in their temporal equipment. Many association buildings owe their origin, in whole or in part, to the unselfish effort of Mr. Moody. Notably is this the case in Pennsylvania, at Philadelphia, Scranton, Reading, and Williamsport. It was during the year of 1885, through the joint invitation and cooperation of pastors and associations, that he held several days' services in each of the following places, and in the order named: Harrisburg, Scranton, Germantown, Newcastle, Pittsburgh, Reading, Williamsport, Bellefonte, Altoona, York, and Chester. These gatherings partook of the character of the conventions, 3 sessions a day being held. The evening service was evangelistic. The various cities were not visited consecutively, but at such periods that he could best give the time. The first was visited as early as January, and the last as late as December of that year. At most of these places, the local committees of arrangements had the advantage of using the large skating rinks that had been erected a little while before. They had been seated and comfortably heated, and accommodated very large numbers of people. I think I made a conservative estimate when I said that in the aggregate, at least 500,000 people heard him, and 150,000 different people were in attendance during these meetings. They were attended by a wonderful interest. At one place I was told that nearly 200 ministers outside the city were present. The same was true to a great extent elsewhere. The after meetings were attended by many inquirers, and the reports of pastors bore witness of such substantial fruit. At a convention in Scranton, Mr. Moody called upon me to speak upon the subject, "What more can be done for the young men of the city?" He followed this by announcing that a collection would be taken that night for a building for the Young Men's Christian Association of Scranton, and that he would like to raise $75,000. This particular part of the subject was new to the people. I could see many of them shaking their heads in doubt. In the meantime, the alert board of managers of the association had taken advantage of the occasion to invite a special company to dine with Mr. Moody at the hotel that evening. Around the table, $25,000 was subscribed for the new building. One who had been specially invited to be present, and with whom, by reason of his wealth, they had hoped for help, was not there. Mr. Moody proposed to go and see him at once before the meeting at evening. Some shook their heads and said they feared it would be of no use. Mr. Moody said to Colonel Boyce, "Get your sleigh, ride around with me to see this man before the meeting. I like to talk to rich men, particularly if they don't want to give. They are a neglected class and need a missionary. No one ever thinks of speaking to them about their souls or their stewardship." He called to see this man and said to him, "We need a Moses to lead the way for the young men of Scranton. The association is out on the street nearly all the time begging for its living, when it ought to be trying to save the 10,000 young men of the city. We want you to give $20,000 to lead the way for a building." This request staggered the old man for a time, and he could beg no reply, but finally said that he could not give. Mr. Moody then asked him about $10,000, but with no satisfactory understanding. He said to him, "You'll be at the meeting tonight?" "Yes," was the reply. "Well, I want you to take a seat on the platform." When the time for the meeting came, we had worked our way with difficulty to the platform. Mr. Moody said to me, "Do you see Mr. X anywhere?" Before I could reply, he caught sight of him on the edge of the platform, and worked over as near as he could get, and in a shouting whisper said, "How much is it? 10? 10? "Oh, no," was the reply. "Just the half. Just the half." When the name of this man, among others, was announced that night as giving $5,000, it produced a deep impression. He was known as slow in giving, and yet for that very reason it seemed to inspire the whole city with confidence that the project must go through to success. From that hour this man took the deepest interest in the building project, and was greatly blessed in his gift. The result of the subscription and collecting that night was less than $35,000, but the sequel showed that Mr. Moody understood the situation. He had been informed that many who were interested in the business enterprises of Scranton lived in New York City and elsewhere, and he assured the people of Scranton that the building would soon be erected. That night we took the train for the next place of meeting, Germantown, Philadelphia. I was anxious about the situation in Scranton, and was worried where the rest of the money would come from for the building. Mr. Moody said to me, "Write to your friends in New York, and find out if Mr. Samuel Sloan, the president of the Delaware, Lackawanna, and Western Railroad, will be in his office on Saturday, and at what hour, and tell him to telegraph you in Philadelphia." After the Germantown meeting, we were invited to take breakfast at Mr. John Wanamaker's on Saturday, where a large company was present. While we were in the midst of the meal, I received a telegram stating that Mr. Sloan would be in his office in New York that day at a certain hour. I handed it to Mr. Moody, and he read it, and immediately rose from the table and said, "Friends, I am sorry to leave you, but the King's business requires haste." And in a few minutes he was on a train for New York. Calling upon Mr. Sloan, he soon secured his hearty cooperation in the proposed Scranton building. While thus engaged in the conversation, an old gentleman came in, to whom Mr. Sloan introduced Mr. Moody, saying, "This is just the man you want to see to help you in Scranton." Before Mr. Moody could say a word, the old man said, "Is this the man who's been creating the great stir at Scranton? I'm afraid he's getting the people to give more than they are able. I will not give anything. I have given away over $700,000 to various things within a short time. Why don't you go to the people who don't give anything instead of coming to us who give?" Mr. Moody said, "I would like to tell you a short story." "No," said the gentleman, "don't want to hear any story." "You must sit down and hear the story," interposed Mr. Sloan. "Mr. Moody, you must not be discouraged. This is the way he always does when he is making up his mind to give." Finally, the disturbed old gentleman listened as Mr. Moody went on. "There was a man once who went to solicit money, and came to one who made your objection. 'Why don't you go to the people who never give instead of us who do give?' To this the solicitor replied, 'If you wanted a good pail of milk, would you go to a cow that was milked regularly, or to one that was only milked once in a while?' The story had the desired result, and Mr. Sloan assured Mr. Moody that, although our friend doesn't laugh now, you will not be away from here 10 minutes before he will be in all the offices of the building, telling what a good story Mr. Moody told." Mr. Moody said nothing more, but in a few days a subscription came from the old gentleman for $5,000. The result of Mr. Moody's effort on his rest day in New York for the Scranton Fund was an assured increase of nearly $30,000, making a total of over $60,000 in less than 4 days. The whole amount needed, $75,000, was secured in less than 6 weeks. He often related this experience, and called it a red-letter week. I have tried for some time to think of someone with whom Mr. Moody was not acquainted, to assist him with more than an ordinary contribution in his educational work at Northfield. After considerable thought I said, "I have a friend in the oil regions who I have known for a long time. I knew him when he is poor, and he is now prosperous, and his prosperity has not hurt his Christian character. I wish you would write to him explaining your work and its needs." A short time after this I received a letter from Mr. Moody in which he said, "The Lord answers prayer, and I must testify to his goodness." I wrote to your friend, and after finishing the letter I prayed that God might incline him to give the sum I have named, if he was able to give. He sent me his check for $5,000. Some days afterwards I was in the place where this man resided and called upon him. He said to me, "I think you must have set Mr. Moody after me, as I have never met him." I received a letter asking me for $5,000 for his schools in Northfield. When I read the letter I thought I could not give anything. Then I thought I would send $500 anyhow. In a little while I raised it to $1,000. On my way home to luncheon, I thought of the hundreds of poor young men and women getting an education for $100 a year, and the large extra expense resting on Mr. Moody, for which he must make provision, and the thought came to me, make it $2,500. Before I reached home, I thought if my wife agreed with me, I would make it $5,000. When I showed her the letter, she said, give him the sum he asked for. This all occurred within an hour, and that afternoon I sent him my check for the full amount. The Reverend George A. Hall, at present one of the state secretaries of the Young Men's Christian Association of New York, was one of Mr. Moody's warmest friends for 25 years. He prized greatly two letters, the first received at the beginning and the other at the end of that close friendship. When Mr. Moody left Brooklyn for Philadelphia in November 1875 and put Mr. Hall in charge of the Young Men's Christian Association, he wrote, "My dear Hall, I wish you would drop a line and let me know how the work goes. I do hope you can arrange to stay in Brooklyn this winter. If you can, I will try and help you sometime this winter or spring. The work there has stirred up the young men in the city, and there's a great work started. Although I have not said one word to the unconverted yet, I am sure God is going to do a great work this winter, and I do hope you will stand by me. The eyes of the world are on Brooklyn now, and it is quite important that the work be kept up. Much love to all the young men." While on his way to Kansas City, November 8, 1899, Mr. Moody stopped in Philadelphia, and then wrote the following letter, which served as his valedictory. "Dear Hall, it will be a treat to be in conversation with you once more, and God willing, I will be with you. It must be hard on to 30 years since we were at Pontiac, Illinois, with our friend Culver, who has gone home. What an army has gone since then. What a grand time we will all have when we get home. I am on my way to Kansas City." Nor were Mr. Moody's labors for American associations only. At his suggestion and by his efforts, Lord Overtone undertook the Glasgow Bible Training Institute, which equipped trained workers for Christian service. In Aberdeen, Mr. Moody raised $25,000 for the erection of a building for the Young Men's Christian Association, and in Dundee succeeded in raising $27,000 for a similar purpose. In other cities he aided indirectly in the work, laying a memorial stone in the Liverpool Association in 1876 and the cornerstone of the Cork Association in 1892. Owing to his efforts, several missions have been erected as living testimonies of the permanency of the evangelistic missions conducted, and with many of these, local associations are affiliated and in active cooperation. At a memorial service held by the Chicago Association after Mr. Moody's death, the following resolution, combining a brief history on his relations with that organization, as well as a tribute to his memory, was adopted. Memorial Tribute to Dwight L. Moody. The Young Men's Christian Association of Chicago holds this memorial meeting to pay tribute to the memory and character of Dwight L. Moody. The great work of Mr. Moody's life was not local or limited. His name has long ceased to be a Chicago possession. Yet while the voice of two continents recount his service in every strain of affectionate appreciation, we may here recall the days and deeds which prepared him for his larger career. The services of Mr. Moody to this association in its early days were of inestimable value. From 1861 to 1870, he was the most active and persistent leader in the work of the association. During part of this time, he was the librarian, a position which afterwards grew into the general secretaryship. From 1865 to 1869, he was the acting president of the association. He gave to it the first years in which he wholly devoted himself to Christian work. Before this, a well-known businessman, in whose store he was employed, said of him, "Mr. Moody would make quite a good clerk if he had not so many other things on his hands." Those other things were the eternal interests of his fellow men, and such a spirit as his could not long be confined even by the bonds that hold most men to the appointed task by which they earn their daily bread. With an enthusiasm that could not be dampened, and an energy that continued to the end, Mr. Moody entered upon the ministry to which he was called of God. It will ever remain a precious memory of this association that he began here this larger ministry, and obtained here the preparation so needful for his subsequent career. What he did for communities and for nations in later years, he did for this association in its earlier days. This association has claimed him as its greatest single champion. For years he was its leading delegate to association conventions, where he stood for the supremacy, even to the exclusiveness, of evangelistic work in the associations. During the dark days of the Civil War, he was the leading spirit in making the association a power for good in the armies of the Union, as well as at home. He was active in securing its first, second, and third buildings. The first, Farwell Hall, which was also the first association building in the world, was opened in 1867, while Mr. Moody was president of the association. 4 months later, it was burned to the ground. When the flames were fiercest, the call for prayer was sounded, and the daily prayer meeting gathered in the lecture hall of the Methodist Church at the usual hour for prayer and praise. After the Great Fire of 1871, in which the second building was burned, Mr. Moody served on a strong committee of the association for general relief work. He also for some time afterwards rendered various and important services to the association. Only last year, in connection with the 40th anniversary services, he expressed the hope that the greatest work and greatest success of the associations are yet before it. The Chicago Association honors and cherishes the memory of Dwight L. Moody for what he wrought here and for the great work which he has since pursued with such success for the world's evangelization. It rejoices that one whose training in Christian work was in part obtained in its service should be so manifestly used of God to advance his kingdom among men. It extends its sincere sympathy to the members of the family in this hour of bereavement. The Life of D.L. Moody, Chapter 41, The Inquiry Room. It will be remembered that just before Chicago was destroyed by flames in 1871, Mr. Moody had dismissed an audience, telling them to go home and think what they would do with Christ. He never met them again. This dismissal he regarded as one of the greatest mistakes of his life, and he determined never to repeat it. From that time on, he laid great stress on the after-meeting, which took place at the close of an evangelistic address, in which he tried to bring individual souls to an immediate decision as to the great issues he had brought before them. These meetings were probably the most characteristic and original feature of his work. Personal dealing is of the most vital importance, said Mr. Moody, in discussing the inquiry room and its use. No one can tell how many souls have been lost through lack of following up the preaching of the gospel by personal work. It is deplorable how few church members are qualified to deal with inquirers, and yet that is the very work in which they ought to aid the pastor most efficiently. People are not usually converted under the preaching of the minister. It is in the inquiry meeting that they are most likely to be brought to Christ. Some people can't see the use of the inquiry meetings. They think they are something new, and that we haven't any authority for them. But they are no innovation. We read about them all through the Bible. When John the Baptist was preaching, he was interrupted. It would be a good thing if the people would interrupt the minister now and then, in the middle of some metaphysical sermon, and ask what he means. The only way to make sure that people understand what he's talking about is to let them ask questions. I don't know what some men who have got the whole thing written out would do if someone should get up and ask, "What must I do to be saved?" Yet such questions would do more good than anything else you could have. They would wake up a spirit of inquiry. Some people say, all you want to do is to make preaching so plain that plain people will understand it. Well, Christ was a plain preacher, and yet he asked, "Have ye understood all these things?" Matthew 13:51. He encouraged them to inquire. I think sometimes when the minister is preaching over their heads, people would be greatly relieved if he would stop and ask whether they understood it. His very object is to make the word of God clear. Christ was a plain preacher, but when he preached to Saul, the man was only awakened. Christ could have convicted and converted him, but he honored a human agency, and sent Ananias to tell the word whereby he was to be saved. Philip was sent away into the desert to talk to one man in the chariot. We must have personal work, hand-to-hand work, if we are going to have results. I admit you can't lay down rules in dealing with inquirers. There are no two persons alike. Matthew and Paul are a good way apart, and the people we deal with may be widely different. What would be medicine for one might be rank poison for another. In the 15th of Luke, the elder son and the younger son were exactly opposite. What would have been good counsel for one might have been ruin for the other. God never made two persons to look alike. If we had made men, probably, we would have made them all alike, even if we had to crush some bones to get them into the mold. But that is not God's way. In the universe there is infinite variety. The Philippian jailer required peculiar treatment. Christ dealt with Nicodemus one way, and with the woman at the well another way. It is difficult to say just how people are to be saved, yet there are certain portions of the Scripture that can be brought to bear on certain classes of inquirers. I think it is a great mistake in dealing with inquirers to tell your own experience. Experiences may have its place, but I don't think it has its place when you're talking with others. For the first thing, the man you are talking to will be on the lookout for your experience in his case. He doesn't want your experience, he wants one of his own. No two persons are converted alike. Suppose Bartimaeus had gone to Jerusalem to the man who was born blind and said, "Now, just tell us how the Lord cured you." The Jerusalem man might have said, "He just spat on the ground and anointed my eyes with the clay." "Oh," said Bartimaeus, "I don't believe you ever got your sight at all. Who ever heard of such a thing as that? Why, to fill a man's eyes with clay is enough to put them out." Both men were blind, but they were not cured alike. A great many men are kept out of the kingdom of God because they are looking for somebody else's experience, the experience that their grandmother had, or their aunt, or someone in the family. Always use your Bible in personal dealing. Do not trust memory, but make the people read the verse for himself. Do not use printed slips or books. Hence, if convenient, always carry a Bible or New Testament with you. It's a good thing to get a man on his knees, but don't get him there before he is ready. You may have to talk with him 2 hours before you can get him that far along. But when you think he is about ready, say, "Shall we not ask God to give us light on this point?" Sometimes a few minutes in prayer have done more for man than 2 hours in talking. When the Spirit of God has led him so far that he is willing to have you pray with him, he is not very far from the kingdom. Ask him to pray for himself. If he doesn't want to pray, let him use a Bible prayer. Get him to repeat, for example, "Lord, help me." Tell the man, if the Lord helped that poor woman, he will help you if you make the same prayer. He will give you a new heart if you pray from the heart. Don't send a man home to pray. Of course he should pray at home, but I would rather get his lips open at once. It is a good thing for a man to hear his own voice in prayer. It is a good thing for him to cry out, God be merciful to me, a sinner. Urge an immediate decision, but never tell a man he is converted. Never tell him he is saved. Let the Holy Spirit reveal that to him. You can shoot a man and see that he is dead, but you cannot see when a man receives eternal life. You cannot afford to deceive anyone about this great question, but you can help his faith and trust and lead him aright. Always be prepared to do personal work. When war was declared between France and Germany, Count von Moltke, the German general, was prepared for it. Word was brought to him late at night, after he had gone to bed. Very well, he said to the messenger, the third portfolio on the left, and he went to sleep again. Do the work boldly. Don't take those in a position in life above your own, but as a rule take those on the same footing. Don't deal with a person of the opposite sex if it can be otherwise arranged. Bend all your endeavors to answer for poor, struggling souls that question of such importance to them. What must I do to be saved? Mr. Moody summarized his suggestions on this important subject thus. 1. Have for constant use a portable reference Bible, a concordance, and a topical textbook. 2. Always carry a Bible or Testament in your pocket, and do not be ashamed of people seeing you read it on trains, etc. 3. Do not be afraid of marking it or on making marginal notes. Mark texts that contain promises, exhortations, warnings to sinners and to Christians, gospel invitations to the unconverted, and so on. 4. Set apart at least 15 minutes a day for study and meditation. This little time will have great results and will never be regretted. 5. Prepare your heart to know the way of God and to do it. Ezra 7:10. 6. Always ask God to open the eyes of your understanding that you may see the truth, and expect that He will answer your prayer. 7. Cast every burden of doubt upon the Lord. He will never suffer the righteous to be moved. Do not be afraid to look for a reason for the hope that is in you. 8. Believe in the Bible as God's revelation to you and act accordingly. Do not reject any portion because it contains the supernatural or because you cannot understand it. Reverence all Scripture. Remember God's own estimate of it. Thou hast magnified thy word above all thy name. 9. Learn at least one verse of the Scripture every day. Verses committed to memory will be wonderfully useful in your daily life and walk. Thy word have I hid in mine heart, that I might not sin against thee. Some Christians can quote Shakespeare and Longfellow better than the Bible. 10. If you are a preacher or Sunday school teacher, try at any cost to master your Bible. You ought to know it better than anyone in your congregation or class. 11. Strive to be exact in quoting Scripture. 12. Adopt some systematic plan for Bible study, either topical or by subjects like the blood, prayer, hope, etc., or by some other plan outlined in the preceding pages. 13. Study to know for what and to whom each book of the Bible is written. Combine the Old Testament with the New. Study Hebrews and Leviticus together, the Acts of the Apostles and the Epistles, the prophets and the historical books of the Old Testament. 14. Study to use the Bible so as to walk with God in closer communion, also so as to gain a working knowledge of Scripture for leading others to Christ. An old minister used to say that the cries of neglected text were always sounding in his ears, asking why he did not show how important they were. 15. Do not be satisfied with simply reading a chapter daily. Study the meaning of at least one verse. The Life of D.L. Moody, Chapter 42. His Belief and Practice. In the beginning of Mr. Moody's public efforts, his work, being independent of and outside the established churches, was often misunderstood by clergymen. He felt that there were scores of men in every denomination who could reach the people far better than he, if they would but lay aside a little clerical dignity, and make the outsiders feel that the church was as desirous for their salvation as was the master. In his later years he worked more in harmony with the ministers, and won the confidence of the great majority, hundreds availing themselves every year of his invitation to Northfield. He did not mince words when he felt that criticism was a duty. His picture of a man following his minister's sermons carefully, and cutting out of a Bible whatever the minister said was not authentic, was amusing, though sad. One day this man carried to his pastor a badly mutilated Bible, from which numerous leaves and parts of leaves had been cut out, saying, "Here, pastor, is your Bible." "My Bible?" said the clergyman impatiently. "Yes, I have cut out all that you said is fable and allegory and folklore, and also the mythical and so-called unauthentic parts, and here is what is left." "Give it to me," said the preacher. "No, you don't," the man replied. "You haven't touched the covers yet, and I'm going to cling to them at least." "I believe," said Mr. Moody, "that there are a great many scholars in these days, as there was when Paul lived, who professing themselves to be wise have become fools. But I don't think they are those who hold to the inspiration of the Bible. I have said that ministers of the gospel who are cutting up the Bible in this way, denying Moses today and Isaiah tomorrow, and Daniel the next day and Jonah the next, are doing great injury to the church. And I stand by what I said. I don't say that they are bad men. They may be good men. But that makes the results of their work all the worse. Do they think they will recommend the Bible to the finite and fallen reason of man by taking the supernatural out of it? They are doing just the opposite. They are emptying the churches and driving the young men of this generation into infidelity. My mind is made up, he said another time, on the question proposed, namely the relative merits of Christianity and infidelity, under whatever name it appears. Somebody once asked Charles Summers to hear the other side of slavery. Hear the other side, he replied. There is no other side. I would as soon discuss the merits of Christianity and infidelity as the common laws of morality. For honest doubt he had the utmost sympathy, and he spared neither time nor effort to lead a man to make the right decision. But he had no patience with a man who asked him hard questions simply for the sake of argument. No man could distinguish better the real and false more readily. He often told of this experience. A man came to me with a difficult passage in the Bible and said, "Mr. Moody, what do you do with that?" "I do not do anything with it." "How do you understand it?" "I do not understand it." "How do you explain it?" "I do not explain it." "What do you do with it?" "I do not do anything with it." "You do not believe it, do you?" "Oh, yes, I believe it." "Well, you don't accept anything you can't understand, do you?" "Yes, I certainly do. There are lots of things I do not understand, but I believe them." "I do not know anything about higher mathematics, but I believe in them." "I do not understand astronomy, but I believe in astronomy." "Can you tell me why the same kind of food turns into flesh, fish, hair, feathers, or hoofs, according as it was eaten by one animal or another?" A man told me a while ago he would not believe a thing until he had seen, and I asked him if he had ever seen his own brain. Did you ever notice that the things on which men argue most are the very things on which Christ has set his seal? When a liberal preacher declared that the story of Jonah and the whale was a myth, reporters asked Mr. Moody his opinion of the question. He replied simply. His reply, containing 4 words, was telegraphed far and wide. "I stand by Jonah." While holding tenaciously to the Bible as the inspired word of God, and preaching the doctrines with Calvinistic fervor, he had sympathy with men who looked at truth from a different viewpoint, if the differences were merely intellectual. When Lord Overton invited him in the name of many Scottish Christians to return to Scotland and hold evangelistic service there in 1899, Mr. Moody was obliged to decline, and in doing so said, "The work in my own country has never been so promising as it is now." Destructive theology on the one side, and the no less evil spirit of extreme intolerance on the other side, have wrought wide dissension in many communities in America. Instead of fighting error by the emphasis of truth, there has been so much splitting of hairs, and too often an unchristian spirit of bitterness. This has frequently resulted in depleted churches, and has opened the way for the entrance of still greater error. Under these conditions, the question of the authorship of the individual books of the Bible has become of less immediate importance than the knowledge of the Bible itself. The question of the 2 Isaiahs less urgent than a familiarity with the prophecy itself. In this connection, it is interesting to see how firmly he clung to the Word of God. "Why should I get a new remedy for sin when I have found one that has never failed?" he said. "The gospel has stood the test for 18 centuries. I know what it would do for a sin-sick soul. I have tried its power for 40 years. It is a singular fact that few men, otherwise well educated, are acquainted with the English Bible. I can secure 100 men who can teach Greek and Latin well, where I can only find one that can teach the Bible well. Take the Bible, study it. Leave criticism to the theologians. Feed on the Word, then get out to work. Combine the two, study and work, if you be a well-orbed Christian. The Bible is assailed as never before. Infidels cast it overboard, but it will always swim to the shore. The doctrines, the promises, the message of love are as fresh today as when first spoken. Pass on the message, be obedient to commands, waste no time in discussion. Let speculation and theorizing pass into the hands of those who like that kind of study. Be willing to do little things for the Master. In the last summer of his life, Mr. Moody thus defined the Northfield platform. The central idea of the Northfield Conference is Christian unity, and the invitation is to all denominations and to all wings of denominations. But it is understood that along with the idea of Christian unity goes the Bible as it stands. We seek at these meetings to find points of common belief. Too frequently, when Christians get together, they seek for the points upon which they differ, and then go at it. The Christian denominations too often present a spectacle of a political party, split into factions, and unable to make an effective fight. Do you know that every 24 hours, 300 persons die a drunkard's death in this country? In the last 4 years, there were 38,512 murders in this country. Here are things to unite on and combat. Mr. Moody was kindly inclined to all men whom he felt were endowed to do the work for the betterment of men. Although there may have been many so-called churches with which he could by no means agree, he was never heard to speak an unkindly word regarding them. His theory evidently was it was far better to spend his time in building up than endeavoring to tear down. Mr. Moody was, until his death, a member of the Chicago Avenue Church in Chicago, an independent organization, although formed on congregational lines. Started as a home for the converts resulting from Mr. Moody's mission work in Northfield Market Hall, its purpose has been stated thus: Our church, unsectarian, and in fellowship with all who love the Lord Jesus Christ. Our theme, Jesus Christ and Him crucified, who is over all, God blessed forever. Our object, the perfecting of the saints, the salvation of the lost. Our hope, the coming of our Lord Jesus Christ. The present membership is about 1,000. The average attendance for children in the Sunday school is close on 2,000. In the congregation, the rich and poor meet together. The learned and the ignorant sit side by side and listen with pleasure and profit to the earnest sermons of Dr. Torrey. After meetings are frequently held, and conversions are constantly occurring. The Northfield Church, of which Mr. Moody's children are members, and which Mr. Moody heartily supported, is attended by students from the seminary and the training school. Before the Mount Hermon Chapel was built, the students from that school walked over every Sunday to the morning service. Dr. C.I. Schofield writes of Mr. Moody as an evangelist, calls attention to his strength and faithfulness under the trial of temptation. 3 supreme tests await strong men in this life, he says. The testing of poverty and obscurity, of prosperity and applause, and of suffering. Many who enter life conscious, even though dimly, of great latent capacities, turn sour and bitter under neglect, narrow circumstances, and lack of appreciation. Others who pass that first trial successfully are corrupted or enfeebled by success and adulation. Many who stand erect alike in obscurity and success fail utterly under the test of suffering. By God's grace, Mr. Moody passed unscathed through them all. Perhaps it has happened to few men, suddenly lifted into the fellowship of the noble and famous in the earth, to be so little moved from the serenity of their minds, the even tenor of their ways. Doubtless this self-poise was in part an inheritance, the Hilltown New Englander's habitual self-respect. But doubtless, too, Mr. Moody had so great a sense of the essential dignity of even the least of the sons of God, that he was little affected by earthly titles or personal fame. On one occasion it was whispered to him with some agitation that a certain exalted personage had entered the hall. Mr. Moody quietly replied, "I hope she may be much blessed." This independence, springing as it did from elevation and simplicity of character, and not at all from self-assertiveness, commended Mr. Moody to all. In the superficial view, it was always Mr. Moody's generalship, his mastery of vast numbers of men gathered in meetings, which first impressed the observer, and for the following reason. Mr. Moody's grip of his audience was not due in the first instance to his power as a great preacher. Other men as Whitfield and Wesley and the great Welsh field preachers have drawn vast audiences, and in the end powerfully swayed them. However turbulent or tumultuous they may have been, when these great masters of the royal art of preaching rose to address them. But D.L. Moody never began to preach until he had gathered his audience into almost perfect rapport with himself. This was his unique distinction among other equally great preachers. To accomplish this result, he devised a method perfectly adapted to himself, but which in the hands of his imitators was by no means sure of success. Briefly, it was the conduct of a remarkably intense and spiritual preliminary service of song and prayer, interspersed with brief, poignant, characteristic sayings of his own. From the time he came before his great audience to the moment when he rose to preach, he kept the entire body absorbingly occupied with something interesting, singing by the great mass choir, by quartets, duets, soloists, and by the whole assembly, never ceased except for prayer. But it would be an utter misapprehension to suppose that either Mr. Moody's purpose or the actual result achieved was the entertainment of the people. His own manner showed at once his tremendous earnestness, his profound concern for souls. As a preacher, D.L. Moody was most criticized from the standpoint of academic homiletics. Nor would any think of defending his preaching method on that ground. But the fact that for 35 continuous years, in the centers of culture and of active, practical thought in the English-speaking world, this self-taught preacher drew the greatest audiences which have faced any modern speaker on any theme. This fact, one would say, should suggest to teachers of homiletics that possibly they might learn something from him. His method was devoid of mystery. Drawing his matter from the Scriptures, he utterly eschewed a formal introduction, and plunged at once into the subject itself. He came early into the possession of a strong Saxon vocabulary, and his sense taught him the value of short sentences and phrases. Of all this the man himself, as he stood before his audience, was utterly unconscious. He was tremendously in earnest, absolutely sincere, perfectly capable of phrase-making. It was his supreme possession by the Spirit, united with his powerful understanding, which were his safeguards against pathos, turgid rhetoric, poise, and artifice. Like all natural orators, he made great and effective use of illustration, and yet it is doubtful if he ever used even the most telling illustration purely for effect. He had an antidote, or referred to a Bible story or incident, because it made his point clear. Among his natural gifts were humor, always refined, pathos, and a descriptive power which were due to his imagination. Few men ever equaled him in ability to summon before an audience the whole setting of a Bible incident, and he had the sovereign grace of brevity. He knew when to stop, and he never weakened his sermon at the close, by recapitalization. The Life of D.L. Moody, Chapter 43. Traits and Characteristics. Of some prominent preachers it has been said that when you see them in the pulpit, you wish they might never leave it, and when you see them out of it, you wish they might never enter it. This could never be said of D.L. Moody. His character could bear a rigid examination, as one of his closest friends said. Doubtless he had faults, but I never saw them. If his preaching was persuasive in the pulpit while addressing thousands, it was in the quiet seclusion of his home life, or in the companionship of a few warm friends, that he was most truly eloquent, impulsive, energetic, and resolute by nature. He yet possessed, in a great degree, quiet strength of patience, sympathy, and unselfishness. To the stranger, his most prominent characteristic was enthusiasm. Like the Apostle Paul, he could say, "For me to live is Christ," and as a result of that life, his gain came at the end of earth's career. "This one thing I do" was the key to his life of service. Writing to Major Whittle in 1874 from Scotland, he said, "I have done one thing on this trip, and the work is wonderful. One thing is my motto." Nothing could swerve him from this deep-rooted purpose of his life, and in all the various educational and publishing projects to which he gave his energy, there was but one motive: the proclamation of the gospel through multiplied agencies. But all this enthusiasm was perfectly controlled by what was perhaps his most remarkable quality, quoted before as his consecrated common sense. While his enthusiasm prompted him to seize every available opportunity for work, it was his keen insight into the conditions of any occasion that enabled him to judge of its fitness for his special effort. For this reason he himself stood out against the advice of his friends. Not that he did not welcome advice and appreciate it, but its value to him was chiefly suggestive, and if no new view of the matter was offered, it was not likely to be followed. To such an extent is this true that it may be safely said that in the beginning of all his greatest and most successful efforts he stood alone, acting against the advice of those best able, apparently, to judge of the matter, with the one exception of his most valued human adviser, the companion of his life, his wife. He entered upon his first campaign in Great Britain. Against the counsel of all his friends, against the advice of everybody. He guaranteed the financial liability of the first publication of the Moody and Sankey hymns. The Northfield Schools and the Chicago Bible Institute were instituted in the face of great opposition, and were the subject of much criticism, until they demonstrated their success. And as to the founding of the Coal Portage Association, it was generally felt that in this work, at least, Mr. Moody had exceeded the limits of his strength. But in all these cases, as in many others, the results having not only surprised his advisers, but have far surpassed even the founder's expectations. To many men of less simplicity of heart, such evident superiority of judgment would have resulted in an intolerable conceit. But although Mr. Moody was self-reliant, or more truthfully, God-reliant, he was humble to a degree. It never ceased to be a wonder to him that people wanted to hear him preach, and at the Northfield conferences it was only after repeated and most urgent request that he could be induced to include himself among the speakers. "I haven't the cheek to get up and speak when all these great preachers are here," he would say, in reply to the urgent invitations. The well-known head of a prominent lecture bureau relates that, being in Chicago with Henry Ward Beecher at the time Mr. Moody was president of the association, he requested to introduce Mr. Beecher on the evening of the lecture, for which he was engaged. "What?" replied Mr. Moody. "Introduce Beecher? Not I. Ask me to black his boots, and I'll gladly do it." It is well known that Mr. Moody was much impressed by Mr. Beecher's great power as a preacher, and he believed he might very largely extend his influence, especially over young men. With this in view, he visited Brooklyn, and urged with great persistence that Mr. Beecher should give himself to evangelistic effort. It is asserted that this suggestion was actually considered by Mr. Beecher, and that for a time he seriously contemplated such work. Toward the close of the early mission in Brooklyn, Mr. Moody was interviewed by a representative of the secular press, to whose inquiry regarding his training for evangelistic work he made this characteristic response: "I am the most overesteemed man in this country. For some reason the people look upon me as a great man, but I am only a lay preacher, and have little learning. I don't know what will become of me if the newspapers continue to print all of my sermons. My stock will be exhausted by and by, and I must repeat old ideas and teachings. Brooklyn hears every Sunday a score of better sermons than I can preach. I cannot get up such sermons as Dr. Storrs and Buddington and Cuyler and Talmage, and many others who preach here week after week." Mr. Moody's abhorrence of any appearance of obsequiousness was frequently in evidence. So pronounced was this aversion that at times he would take special precautions against being introduced to a person of special note who might attend his meetings. Speaking on one occasion in Washington, a person of particular distinction was seated on the platform behind Mr. Moody. After the service he specially avoided an introduction, explaining afterwards that there were a lot of people scraping and bowing around, and I'm not much on that line. On one of his earlier trips abroad, it is related that he received a most impressive introduction to some lord as he was beginning a service in a crowded hall. "Good to meet you, Lord," was the brusque acknowledgment. "Won't you please give those two ladies a seat down there in the middle aisle," pointing to two women who had just entered. But with all this strong aversion to an approach of civility, Mr. Moody was an ardent hero-worshipper. Seldom could he speak of Abraham Lincoln without tears, and he had a great and favorite fund of anecdotes illustrating the nobility of his character. In much the same spirit he would speak of Robert E. Lee, U.S. Grant, Stonewall Jackson, and William E. Gladstone. Nor did he limit his admiration to those who had passed beyond public criticism, but ardently expressed his regard for the statesmen then making the nation's history. President McKinley he considered to be the peer of Lincoln and Grant, and during the dark days of weighty responsibility attending the Spanish-American War, the chief executive had no sympathizer who remembered him more earnestly in prayer or more enthusiastically praised the wisdom which distinguished his policies. It has been noted that Moody frequently determined upon a course that did not appear wise to his friends. This meant that the perspectives were confused by what appeared to be insurmountable obstacles. Such obstructions never obscured Mr. Moody's vision, for if once he thought an object worth attaining, he undertook its achievement with an enthusiasm and vigor equaled only by his determined perseverance. It was this last trait that contributed very largely to his success. Many of his enterprises would have been abandoned by a less courageous and persistent character. For him, obstacles were only an incentive to greater effort. "I hate the word can't," he would say. "When a man says you can't, it always makes me want to prove that I can." The beauty of nature was an unending source of delight to him. Northfield is famous for its natural scenery, and mountain drives through the surrounding country reveal new beauties with each changing season. It was on those lovely excursions that Mr. Moody would confide to his most intimate friends his deep secrets and most cherished purposes. The surroundings seemed to influence him powerfully, and often on these drives he would suddenly break off his conversation, and reining in his horse, pour out his heart in praise to God for his mercies, or unburden his soul in a simple prayer for guidance or relief. The very spontaneity of such prayers revealed the atmosphere of his life, which was one of constant communion with God. It was not surprising, then, that he should seldom have long seasons of agonizing prayer such as some have experienced, for his closeness to God was not limited to special seasons, but was a continuous and uninterrupted experience. Intense conviction and determined concentration upon the one thing he did absorbed him, and he often gained a reputation for brusqueness. After a service conducted in the spirit of deep earnestness, he was not the man to enter into conversation over trifling things with one who claimed an acquaintance of a dozen years back. Or, if on such an occasion some dapper young theologian should hinder him in dealing with an anxious inquirer by accosting him with an inquiry as to the secret of his power, it was more than probable that a very apparent brusqueness would appear in his manner. He had little sympathy with controversy of any kind, or with the habitual disturbers of Christian unity, and he never allowed himself to be hindered by cranks of either sex. From long-haired men and short-haired women, "Good Lord, deliver us," was part of his litany. On one occasion, after a morning session of the August Conference, a man upbraided him for not teaching the doctrines of holiness. "Why, I have not sinned for years," claimed the stranger. "Haven't you?" said Mr. Moody. "Well, before I accept your word for it, I should like the testimony of your wife." The perfectionist therefore gave such an exhibition of temper as to warrant the spectator's sympathy for his wife and Moody's skepticism. It was often remarked that Moody had a wonderful gift of intuition, by which he would readily make a wise decision. This would at first seem to be so, but such an impression was in reality the result of a superficial knowledge of the man. His conclusions were really made by a rapid deduction. Experience had crystallized into a few clearly defined laws and established certain criteria. This was illustrated perhaps as well by his quick and precise estimate of the capacity of a hall or a church as by any other means. Such an estimate is very hard to make offhand, and it is extraordinary how difficult it is to secure reliable data on the subject, even those best able to judge being inclined to greatly overestimate the figures. The old Illinois Street Church was just 100 by 50, and I always measure everything in my mind by that, was the explanation of his unerring accuracy in this line, and even when examining the largest audience halls, he always referred to the church where he first had an experience in building. On much of the same principle, he judged character at first sight, and it was an exceptional case when his first impression was wrong. "When you shake hands with a man, look out for him if his hand is as limp as a dead fish," was his frequent warning. At another time he warned against those who tell all they know at first acquaintance. In public speaking, his method of judging his audience was of the same nature. "I always select a few people in the audience here and there to whom I speak, If I can interest them and hold their attention, I have the entire audience. If any one of those goes to sleep or loses interest, I work to secure the attention of that one. Mr. Moody was rich in friends, whom he found in all parts of America and Great Britain. Of their confidence and regard for him there is no need to speak, as the work which they enabled him to establish and maintain at Northfield and Chicago most clearly indicates their appreciation of his aims and judgment. For 20 years he raised an average of over $100,000 annually for the support of his several enterprises. In addition, over $100,000 was invested in the permanent equipment of the schools, and many hundreds of thousands were secured by him during his public life for incidental undertakings in behalf of the Young Men's Christian Association and other organizations. Any real friendships he counted a special blessing, not to be held lightly. It has been said, however, that few of his friends enjoyed any very great degree of intimacy. This is particularly true, and few men ever entered into that close inner circle of fellowship in which he would lay bare his innermost secrets of his soul. There were a few of those, however, whose friendship he knew to be true, and among those was Henry Drummond, for whom Moody had a love, as he himself expressed it, like that which David felt for Jonathan. The mutual regard of these two men, so different both in nature and in training, was most significant of the breadth of charity in both. Moody, who loved Drummond as a brother, and appreciated his deep spirituality, would say of him, "He was the most Christ-like man I ever knew." Drummond, who knew and thoroughly appreciated Mr. Moody as few have done, testified to his friend's character in equally vivid terms. In the course of a short biographical sketch of Moody in McClure's magazine, he gave the following appreciation. Simple as this man is, and homely as are his surroundings, probably America possesses at this moment no more extraordinary personage. Not even among the most brilliant of her sons has anyone rendered a more stupendous or more enduring service to his country or his time. No public man is less understood, especially by the thinking world, than D.L. Moody. It is not that it is unaware of his existence, or even that it does not respect him, but his line is so special, his work has lain so apart from what it conceives to be the rational channels of progress, that it has never felt called upon to take him seriously. So little indeed is the true stature of this man known to the mass of his generation, that the preliminary estimate recorded here must seem both exaggerant and ill-considered. It will surprise many to know that Mr. Moody is as different from the supposed type of his class as light is from darkness. That while he would be the last to repudiate the name, indeed, while glorying more and more each day, he lives in the work of an evangelist. He sees the weaknesses, the narrowness, and the limitations of that order with as clear an eye as the most unsparing of his critics. But especially will it surprise many to know that, while preaching to the masses, it has been the main outward work of Mr. Moody's life. He has, perhaps more and more, varied irons in the fire, educational, philanthropic, religious, than almost any living man. And that vast has been his public work as preacher to the masses, it is probably true that his personal influence and private character have done as much as his preaching to affect his day and generation. Whether esteemed by the moral qualities which go to the making up of his personal character, or to the extent to which he has impressed these on whole communities of men on both sides of the Atlantic, there is, perhaps, no more truly great man living than D.L. Moody. I have met multitudes, and personally know, in large numbers, men and women of all the churches and creeds, of many countries and ranks, from the poorest to the richest, and from the most ignorant to the wisest, upon whom he has placed ineffaceable moral mark. There is no large town in Great Britain, and I find that there are few in America, where this man has not gone, where he has not lived for days, weeks, or months, and where he has not left behind him personal inspirations which live to this day. Inspirations that from the moment of their birth have not ceased to evidence themselves in furthering domestic happiness and peace, in charities and philanthropies, in social, religious, and even municipal and national service. From those who had the opportunity of knowing him best through close and constant companionship, some of the most unreserved and spontaneous testimony to Mr. Moody's simple, open, unselfish character. Mr. Sankey's experience would be largely the record of this entire work, but in the following he has epitomized his impressions. One of the greatest compliments to his preaching was that the sermon that would hold the rapt attention of the most intelligent of his congregation would also be listened to with the same eagerness by the child present. Anyone, everyone, understood what he said. His meaning was clear to every child. It was convincing to the old. No other preacher ever mastered this art, if anything connected with Mr. Moody may be called an art, of reaching the understanding of old and young at the same time. His simplicity of language was remarkable. The strong individuality of the man spoke out in every sentence. The beauty of his powerful nature shone in his work. One of the reasons of his phenomenal success in bringing souls to God was that he believed absolutely, implicitly, in the message he gave to men. His faith was the faith of a little child. No doubts ever dimmed his faith in the Word of God. To him it was the truth, and the whole truth. He never sat down and folded his hands and waited for the Lord to bring about what he wanted. He did not believe in passive Christianity. Mr. Moody never tried to exalt himself, never thought of himself. He made no attempts at fine speeches or rhetorical phrasing. He once said, "Christ talks in parables. Oh, how I wish I could talk in parables. I would if I knew enough." His simple, direct manner of work has often been described. His tremendous earnestness, his indomitable energy, his lovable personality, and above all and through all, his thorough goodness won him the hearts of millions. No one could meet him without admiring him. No one could know him without loving him. The rich, the learned, the poor, the happy, and the miserable, convicts shut in by iron bars, and the great ones of earth, alike found that he had a message for each. Now the world grieves that one of the noblest souls of earth has passed beyond our ken. Our comfort lies in the fact that one day, when the mists have rolled away, we will meet him again. One of Mr. Moody's most efficient helpers in the later years was Professor D.B. Tower, who was associated with him for the last 14 years of his life, beginning with the Cincinnati meetings in the fall of 1885. After that time, Professor Towner had charge of the music at all the college conferences. He also attended several of the August conferences, assisting Sankey and Stebbins in the singing. Since 1893, he has been connected with the Bible Institute. And speaking of Mr. Moody, he said, "During all these years there has never been the slightest misunderstanding between us, and I have never met a man who came so nearly to Christ's standard as he. He was absolutely unselfish, always sharing everything with his helpers, and looking after their comfort with the care and tenderness of a father. Never in the 14 years that I have been associated with him has he said an unkind word or given me an unkind look. My father could not have been more kind or solicitous for my comfort and welfare. My love for him was stronger than for any man in the world, and his influence on my life for good has been greater than that of any 10 men that I have ever known. I never knew such a friend, and shall never cease to thank God that I was privileged to know him and labor with him." After his meetings in Oakland, California, in the spring of 1899, when I accompanied him as a singer, we took the train from Santa Cruz. We were hardly seated when in came a party of young men, one of whom was considerably under the influence of liquor and very badly bruised, with one eye completely closed and terribly discolored. He had once recognized Mr. Moody and began to sing hymns and talk very loudly for his benefit. Mr. Moody caught up his bag and said, "Towner, let us get out of here." When I reminded him that the other car was full, he settled down, protesting that the company should not allow a drunken man to insult the whole car in such a manner. Presently the conductor came, and Mr. Moody called his attention to the poor fellow in the rear of the car. The conductor attended to his duty, and when he reached the young man, he said a few words to him in a low voice. The young fellow followed him into the baggage car, where he bathed his eye and bound it up with his handkerchief, after which the young man soon fell asleep. Mr. Moody sat musing for a time, and then said, "Towner, that is an awful rebuke to me. I preached against Phariseeism last night to a crowd, and exhorted them to imitate the Good Samaritan. And now, this morning, God has given me an opportunity to practice what I preached, and I find I have both feet in the shoes of the priest and Levite." He was reticent all the way to Santa Cruz, but told the incident that night to the audience, confessing his humiliation. During the Columbian campaign in Chicago, Mr. Moody used to preach in the Haymarket Theater on the west side. One night the crowd came early, and he closed the meeting before the cab came to take him to his room in the Bible Institute. Starting down Madison Street on foot, knowing he would meet the cab, he had not gone far when he was accosted by a rough-looking fellow who asked for money. Mr. Moody told him that he did not have a cent with him. The stranger seemed rather cross, began to complain about the way he was treated, and said he was starving and must have some money. Mr. Moody did not care to proceed any further for fear he might follow and give him trouble, so he entered into conversation with him, and presently the cab drove up. "Lend me $1, said Moody to the driver. "Certainly, Mr. Moody," was the reply. At this remark the tramp said, "Is this Moody the evangelist?" Mr. Moody said it was, and that he had just been preaching at the Haymarket, at the same time handing him $1 that the driver had put into his hands. But the poor fellow drew back, saying, No, my father is a poor Methodist minister, and I will starve before I will take a penny from you, Mr. Moody." On another occasion he came upon a crowd of rough fellows. He did not want to seem to shun them, and yet he did not care to go through the crowd. So, stepping boldly up to a big burly fellow, who seemed to be the leader, he said, "Won't you please hold my coat for me?" And to the other, "Would you just hold my Bible?" After the coat was on, he said, "Thank you, gentlemen. When you get old and stiff, I hope someone will be as kind to you." It is needless to say, he could pass safely through then. So while Mr. Moody was a devoted friend, he was not the man to condone a fault in anyone he loved. On occasion, he has severed relations with one whom he believed to be wrong. though this often cost him much suffering, as only a true and loyal heart can feel. On the other hand, he would make any personal sacrifice to help a friend, and occasions have not been wanting where he stood by a friend in difficulty at the expense of great personal loss, necessitating more than temporal inconvenience. The home, above all other places, is where a man most truly reveals himself. And here Mr. Moody was at his best. Home was the sweetest place upon earth to him, and had he chosen only his own comfort and pleasure, he would have devoted his last years of work at Northfield, in connection with his schools, without heeding the calls to service in the outer world. Entering into all the plans and interest in everything which demanded the attention of the members of his family, he made their life his own. A child's pleasures afforded him keen enjoyment. The student's school or college experience enlisted his heart's sympathy, and his advice in business affairs or even domestic problems was most highly valued. Nothing was too trifling for his notice, and in the home and community he became the great burden-bearer. Of later years, it was his custom to spend the months from October to April, inclusive, in evangelistic work, returning to Northfield about the 1st of May. There was no place he loved more than this, and he always regretted to have to leave it even for short absences during the summer months. His correspondence was always large, and he made it a point to open every letter himself. Inquiries connected with the different schools were separated and given to his subordinates, and general letters were usually handed to a secretary. In special cases he would indicate by brief notes what reply should be made. Letters received prompt attention. Even those from disagreeable people were usually courteously acknowledged. In nothing, perhaps, is Mr. Moody's generalship more manifest than in his capacity for detail, wrote a friend. Nothing is too minute for his best thought, for he knows how much results depend on little things. Along with this genius of details goes remarkable quickness of insight and decision. The old proverb, "A prophet is not without honor save in his own country," cannot be said of Mr. Moody, for surely no person could be more sincerely loved and honored by his townsmen than was he, wrote a correspondent of the county paper, in describing him as a citizen and neighbor. Expressions of sorrow were heard from all classes of people in the town, and could each tribute be presented by a blossom on his grave, it would be piled high with flowers. His townsmen had been proud of him as a citizen, as a man, and as a religious worker. Although not all of them have endorsed his religious belief, they have thoroughly believed in his honesty of purpose and sincerity, and are convinced that the results of his life work will be lasting and of inestimable value to future generations. They know that Northfield has been changed from a quiet farming town, with corresponding disadvantages, to a thrifty village with a steady growth, and that there, and at Mount Hermon, have been established two of the most best-fitting schools in the state, all through the energy and perseverance of this man. Each effort has been made by him to bring these schools within the reach of the boys and girls of the town, and many an ambitious father and mother have been able to educate their children through his effort. Last summer he was told of a woman who was supporting her family by taking in washing. Her daughter was ready for the seminary, but she almost despaired of her ability to send her. Mr. Moody instantly replied, "Tell the principal to put her on the free list and find her a room in the buildings. The townsgirls must be helped first." This is only one instance of many. Under certain provisions, a few years ago, he offered every Northfield and Gill boy free tuition for the first year at Mount Hermon, and several boys have availed themselves of this opportunity each year since. He was instantly alert and ready with money and work to forward any plan to benefit the town. At the time the Village Improvement Society was formed, he subscribed $100 to improve the street, knowing that it would be expended in part for the village remote from the school and his residence. Every year since his formation, he has given generously of his money, and has often offered valuable advice and wise suggestions. He was very proud of the magnificent trees of the village, and nothing irritated him more than any attempt to injure them. He had a large number of trees and shrubs set about his place, and on the seminary grounds. It must have been very gratifying to him to see Seminary Hall in all its June splendor, knowing that in his childhood it was considered one of the most barren places in town. One old man once said that the side hill wouldn't bear white beans when he was a boy. He was a kind neighbor, sickness and trouble finding him ready with sympathy and material help. The delicacies of his garden and fruit orchard found their way into many a humble home. He encouraged his wife and daughter to interest themselves in helping the sick and needy in all parts of the town. During the autumn, when fruit was abundant, the seminary girls were given free access to his orchard and grapery, to eat and carry baskets full to their rooms. Each fall, all the surplus apples from his own orchard and from the seminary campus, and all he could solicit from neighboring farmers, to the extent of hundreds of bushels, were distributed among the poor in Boston and New York. He had a strong aversion to committees. A few months ago, an organization was being effected in the town hall, and a motion was made to appoint certain committees. Mr. Moody rose and said, "We don't want committees. When you want anything done, tell Mr. So-and-so to do it, and you will accomplish something. One is enough to constitute any committee. If there had been a committee appointed, Noah's Ark would never have been built. Mr. Moody was accused of lowering the pulpit by some people in Boston because he declared that the churches should seek those who did not seek the churches. His reply was, if lowering the pulpit means bringing it to the people, I would to God I could. If I wanted to hit Boston, you don't think I would mount my guns on Bunker Hill Mount and fire into the air, do you? On Sunday evening, April 21st, 1895, Mr. Moody was holding a meeting in a specially constructed building in the city of Fort Worth, Texas. The roof was flat and, as it turned out, insufficiently supported. During one of the meetings, when the audience present numbered about 4,000, a heavy rain fell, and the water collected on the flat roof. In the very midst of Mr. Moody's sermon, a loud crash was heard, and a large section of the roof over the middle of the vast auditorium fell in. I was sitting a little distant from the front, in company with a distinguished general of the Confederacy, says C.I. Schofield, at that time a pastor in Dallas, Texas. I was struck, as all present were, with the perfect peace of mind of Mr. Moody, and the manner in which he held control of the audience, preventing a stampede, which would inevitably have resulted in great injury to limb and possible loss of life. When quiet was restored, and the people had gotten safely out of the building, this general turned to me and said, Dr. Schofield, I have seen many brave men in my life put into positions of great personal danger, and I believe I know a brave man when I see him tested. I want to say to you that I have never seen a braver man than D.L. Moody. Mr. Moody was quick to take in a situation, and prompt in giving an answer to what would require a good deal of thought and consideration on the part of many. Referring to an incident where this characteristic was marked, a friend said, I was very anxious to learn Mr. Moody's opinion of a certain minister, Dr. X, who has been spoken of as a desirable man for a pulpit then vacant. I ventured to say, Mr. Moody, confidentially, what is your opinion of the Reverend Dr. X for such a pulpit? Mr. Moody rose from his seat, went to the window, and looked out for several minutes without saying a word. I feared that I had offended him. He then turned and said, there is too much tomahawk about him. We resumed our pleasant conversation about other matters, and the subsequent history of the clergyman proved the correctness of Mr. Moody's judgment. Quite as interesting was the answer which a clergyman received who had gone to Northfield to interview Mr. Moody concerning a man whom he wished to procure for Christian work. When asked for the interview, the subject having been mentioned, Mr. Moody, without naming the time or making further explanation, said, Get his boots if they can. They are better than most men's whole bodies. Mr. Moody had little regard for red tape, and could not always be held to the requirements of parliamentary procedure. One afternoon, while the trustees of the seminary were considering ways and means, a member of the board was obliged to withdraw before the end of the meeting. He was about to enter his carriage when Mr. Moody raised a window and said, Will you give $1,000 if I will do the same? All right, came the answer. Mr. Moody, as he closed the window, remarked that he did not have $1,000 himself, but he would raise it some way or another. In response, one of the trustees smilingly remarked that was a somewhat irregular proceeding, but Mr. Moody answered, Oh well, we do everything up here differently from other people. Once, while driving in the woods, he found a plank broken in the flooring of a small bridge. Returning, he called to one of the farmhands working on the hotel grounds and said, A plank is broken in the bridge, describing the location. Take a new one, go over and put it in. The man hesitated, then said, That bridge does not belong in our district. I know, said Mr. Moody, and my horse doesn't belong in that district either, but it might have broken its leg just the same. Mr. Moody was as careful of detail as he was of great plans. While preaching, he would stop in the middle of his discourse, if necessary, and say, Will the ushers please open the windows and let in a little fresh air? It is getting close in here. At another time, he would rouse the audience by saying, You are getting sleepy while I am talking to you about assurance. I don't want you to think I'm a dull preacher. You need some fresh air. Then, after a few minutes' interval, Shut the windows. I see they are putting on their wraps. Mr. Moody was adverse to having his photograph taken, and only twice did he sit for picture alone after he began his evangelistic work. When his grandchildren were born, however, he was induced to reconsider his objections, and some of the best pictures are those in which he figures with one or another of the little ones. Bishop Huntington of the Diocese of Central New York came to Northfield in the early part of Mr. Moody's evangelistic ministry, as he said, to seek an interview. When I reached there, I found him pitching off a load of oats in the barn. In a serious and candid talk under a tree in the yard, he said some words which I have recalled and repeated many times. They were these. I know perfectly well that wherever I go and preach, there are many better preachers known and heard than I. All that I can say about it is that the Lord uses me. That, I take it, was the faith of the Spirit of his own extraordinary career, and the sacred secret of his power. He was strong because he was simple. He prevailed and succeeded because he was genuine, because he was a willing instrument of the will of God. One morning he arose somewhat earlier than was his custom, in order to study and prepare his address for the morning session of the students' conference. He went to the window and looked out to see if the indications were for a pleasant day. As he did so, he saw a student carrying a heavy valise. It was evident that the young man was on his way to the station to catch the early morning train. "I had started to read my Bible," said Mr. Moody, in speaking of the matter afterwards, "but somehow I couldn't fasten my attention to the book. I could see before me as I read that young man trudging along with the heavy valise. Perhaps he had given the quarter that it would cost him to ride to the station in the collection taken up at my request the day previous. Yes, and he had nearly 2 miles to walk. Surely that box must be heavy. I couldn't stand it any longer. I went to the barn and immediately had my horse hitched up, overtook the young man, and carried him and his baggage to the station. When I returned to the house, I found I had no further difficulty in fixing my attention on the subject I was studying." He had the largest confidence in the medical profession, for, to use his own words, "Never yet in all my years of work have I called on an able doctor, telling him of the sickness of need of some poor and friendless person, that he did not at once go to the rescue without money and without price. These are the men who are called devils by the faith healers. God heals through doctors and medicine. Do you ask what I would do if I were ill? Get the best doctor in town. Trust him and trust in the Lord to work through him." When special services were being held in the Congregational Church, he told the people that they were not making effort enough to get their neighbors to come to church. "Why don't you bring somebody in your big wagon?" he said, addressing one well-to-do farmer by name. "Because my wagon is already filled with my own house," was the reply. Mr. Moody at once said he must have a wagon, one way or another, adding that he wanted to invest $25 in one himself, and called for contributions. People in the audience added $100 more, and later $80 additional was subscribed. This was the beginning of the church wagons, which in summer seasons are seen driving from the hotel and through the streets, carrying people to and from the service free of charge. One of the most trying positions into which Mr. Moody was frequently brought was that of a father confessor. It was quite impossible, even if it was desirable, to prevent persons with great burdens on conscience and heart making known the particular condition. One case of special interest occurred during the mission in St. Louis. A very gentlemanly man called and confessed that he was the transgressor of the civil law. His crime was ever before him. If he confessed before the authorities, a commitment to the penitentiary for a long term would undoubtedly be the result. "Mr. Moody," the man said with deep emotion, "I want your advice. I am willing to suffer for my sin, but I have a beautiful home, a devoted wife, several lovely children. A public confession means to these disgrace and poverty. What is my duty before God? I have been forgiven by him. I only desire to know what is the right course to pursue, and I believe I am willing to take it, regardless of the consequences." Mr. Moody's heart was touched. He felt obliged to reply, "My friend, I can't undertake to advise you. You must go to God and ask him." The next day the man again called and said, "Mr. Moody, I do not think I need your advice now. I have fully determined what is right. I purpose giving myself up." He spent 1 week more with his wife and children, then placed himself in the hands of the law, and was sentenced for a long term. The wife was obliged to support herself and her children, and this she did for some time. Mr. Moody endeavored, without success, to obtain a pardon for the penitent. A few years later he renewed his efforts, and he was very hopeful, and made a special trip to the state capitol to interview the governor. Mr. Moody was very cordially received, but when the object of his call was stated, the request was positively denied, and Mr. Moody returned home greatly saddened. Later, under another administration, a pardon was obtained, and the family are now happily reunited. The Reverend Dr. Henry Clay Trumbull says that one element of Mr. Moody's power was his fearless independence in speech and manner. He dared to be himself, and he would never risk trying to be anybody else. When holding meetings in Baltimore in 1878, he telegraphed Dr. Trumbull asking if he would come down and aid in the work. The following incident connected with that visit is related by Dr. Trumbull. "I went down, joined him in his meeting, and then passed the night in his temporary home. In the morning he asked me to conduct the worship in his family group. I said I would read the passage of next Sunday's lesson, Zacchaeus the Publican. Noticing my pronunciation of the proper name, he said, 'Is that the way to call it?' 'Yes,' I said. 'The proper pronunciation is Zacchaeus, but we Yankees almost always start the emphasis a little too soon. Zacchaeus.' 'Zacchaeus, Zacchaeus,' said Mr. Moody, trying the word to his ear. Then he added, 'I guess I'd better stick to the old way.' He measured himself aright, as he did many others. Moody knew his power, and knew his lack, and he had due regard for both. He never attempted what was outside of his limitations, but he was fearless in the use of what he had. Moody was no Oriental scholar, nor did he assume to give a Bible picture in its Eastern setting, but he did get the idea of a Bible scene as he had it in his mind, and he wanted his hearers to have it in theirs. I once heard him, in telling the story of Daniel, picture Daniel as taking out his watch to note the time as noon approached, when he could pray as usual, lions or no lions. In his earnest, graphic way, he made that scene so real that no one thought of any anachronism on his part. So again, as he told the story of Noah's warning before the flood, he pictured the scoffers at that day while the deluge was delayed. They'd say one to another, "Not much sign of old Noah's rainstorm yet." They talked it over in the corner groceries that evening. Then, as if in explanation, he added, "I tell you, my friends, before the world got as bad as it was in Noah's day, they must have had corner groceries." Everybody could understand that kind of talk. Yet Mr. Moody was a hard student, and he gained and grew steadily in intellect and knowledge as years went on. He told me of the surprise expressed by one man who found him in his study with books open before him. "You don't mean, Moody, that you use commentaries, do you?" "Of course I do." "Then I shan't enjoy your sermons as I have, now that I know that." "Have you ever liked my sermons?" "Of course I have." "Then you've liked Moody's commentaries, have you?" The Reverend S.A. Taggart, State Secretary of the Young Men's Christian Association of Pennsylvania, accompanied Mr. Moody during a number of meetings of that state, and relates several characteristic incidents. He says, Mr. Moody had a fine sense of the fitness of things. In one of the cities, when the meeting was being held, a prominent representative of Christian work called upon him. He was a very dignified man, with a seeming air of wisdom, and carried a fine gold-headed cane. I saw Mr. Moody looking at the cane, and seemed to act as a sort of non-conductor of freedom of intercourse. After the man had gone, he said to me, "Why don't you carry a gold-headed cane?" I told him I did not have enough dignity. "Why don't you carry one?" I said. He replied, "I would cut a nice figure coming into an inquiring meeting tonight with one. I think the inquirers would be looking more at the cane than listening to me." A good while ago I was down in the South, and a delegation waited on me and presented me with such a cane. I soon found myself being charged extra at the hotels, and the porters, newsboys, and bootjacks were charging about double. I asked a newsboy why he did that. "Oh," he said, looking at my cane, "you men can afford it, and you don't come around very often." I hurried to Chicago for fear I would run out of money, put the cane in the closet, and have never carried it since. In another city, Mr. Moody said to me, "There seems to be something here out of the ordinary, obstructing the work and hindering a great blessing." I found out the next day that the town had a considerable number of freethinkers or theoretical infidels, and they were out at the meetings to see Mr. Moody, as they said, hypnotizing the converts. I told him of the state of things. Always very earnest in his seasons of prayer in his room before the meeting, that night he was even more so than ordinary. His burdens of heart seemed to be very great. He preached with great earnestness, and then called for all who desired to stay for the after-meeting. Nearly the whole congregation remained. He came down from the platform to get nearer to the inquirers. He began to instruct them, and in a little while got upon a chair to get a better view of his audience, and launched into a most wonderful discourse. His invectives against sin and lashings of the conscience were awful. All his resource of apt Christian quotation and illustration were at perfect command. He seemed to be wrestling with an unseen power, and might have made a good picture of Elijah and Carmel. I saw men whose faces grew pale under conviction of conscience. Then he began with the wooings of the gospel, in a strain of tender and heartbreaking entreaty, and before he was through, the whole audience seemed to be completely broken. One man arose and said, "Mr. Moody, I want to be a Christian." It seemed but a moment after that when 40 or 50 men were on their feet making a similar declaration. The only time I ever heard Mr. Moody make a comment on any of his sermons was that night when he said, "Thank God for that victory." When Mr. Moody came to know William Thaw of Pittsburgh, and his broad generosity in giving of all kinds of good works, he was greatly impressed. He once went to him asking for $10,000 for his schools. Mr. Thaw told him that he had changed his method of giving. In place of large amounts, he preferred to give more frequently and in lesser sums, and to a greater number of objects. That his usual gift ranged from $50 to $500 in each case. "But I will make an exception for you and give you $5,000, he said. Mr. Moody replied, "I am a very busy man, Mr. Thaw, and I hardly see how I can find the time to come and see you once a month or so to get the other $5,000 in the smaller installments." Mr. Thaw was so greatly amused at this idea of Mr. Moody's that he gave him the whole amount at once. Elijah was one of Mr. Moody's ideal characters, but Elijah under the juniper tree was to him the most reverse. But once I see him when he seemed to be cast down. In the place where he was holding meetings, someone had incidentally circulated the false report that he was making a great amount of money out of his work. He heard about it, and it greatly disturbed him. He said, "I have a notion. Take the train and go home. I think I can suffer almost anything but this." I told him that I felt confident that not a single Christian man in the audience gave credence to such a report for a moment. He said to me, "If the committee or anyone else asks you how much I charge, tell them not 1 cent, and if they offer anything for me, refuse to take it." The false report, however, only served to acquaint the people of the place with the fact that great financial burdens were resting on Mr. Moody in the education of hundreds of young men and women, and the offerings in that place were very generous, and when they were presented to him, it was the distinct understanding that the people knew of his burden and wanted to help him bear it. Mr. Moody frequently showed his appreciation of music, especially vocal music, and the prominence given to praise in all of his services was an evidence of this. Few people knew, however, that he had absolutely no musical ear, being unable to distinguish one tune from another. Paradoxically as it may appear, no one more readily detected any difficulty in the singing, or appreciated more highly a well-trained chorus. His use of music in his services was most effective. The singing had a great, and at times overpowering, religious value. Before the evangelist rose, the throngs were often touched and persuaded. A great number of cases came to be known in which the momentous decision for Christ was actually made during the singing. Never was a more thoughtless criticism uttered than that Moody used music merely to attract. In an attempt to present the man's characteristics from all sides and points of view as an evangelist, an American, a citizen, a director, a friend and father, it has been impossible to do more than touch upon what was most apparent to his friends. But the keynote of the whole is struck in the following anecdote, which appeared in the Youth's Companion. A young missionary, far in the interior of China, received for baptism a little child. The name given was Moody. So unusual a combination that the minister asked his origin. "I have heard of you, man of God, Moody," was the reply. "In our dialect, Mu means love, and D God. I would have my child, too, love God." Mr. Moody knew no Chinese, but his name alone told in that language the secret of his life. The Life of D.L. Moody, Chapter 44. In the Home Circle. The city is no place for me. If it was not for the work I am called to do, I would never show my head in this city or any other again. It is a rush all the time, and a drive. The quiet days at Northfield, how I long for them. Mr. Moody frequently expressed his simple taste and love of nature, as in the foregoing extract from a letter written in 1896 while at work in New York. When in St. Louis in April 1897, he wrote, "I am thinking, next Wednesday morning, I will look out on dear old Northfield, and will take a walk about and see things. I am just longing to see you all, and to sniff the fresh morning air. It is a great joy to think that in so short a time I am free once again." The papers push the meeting, and the news goes far and near, and God is using the press greatly. This year has been a great joy to be used after working 40 years, and not be laid aside. And then I have great reason to thank God for my health, not a cold, not a headache, but joy and strength and pleasure in the work. But it was his devotion to his work that was the ruling passion. It was ever the aim of his life to be used in preaching the gospel, and in this he found his greatest joy. "I do hope the Lord will help me in England, as he has here," he wrote from Ireland in 1892. "It is a privilege to live if I can be used as I have been of late." Mr. Moody's hobby was his garden and his chickens. He must have a life, and he loved to see things grow. "Send me a good farm letter," he would frequently write home. Feeding his chickens furnished him with an excuse for exercise. He would spend hours puttering around his hen-houses and gardens, as he expressed it, but all the time his mind was ready to deal with more important things, and some associate was frequently at his side, seeking advice or discussing plans. His garden was hardly conducted on a profitable basis. He usually devoted the early hours to Bible study, rising about 5 o'clock. While undoubtedly a hard worker when engaged in an evangelistic mission, Mr. Moody probably accomplished more in the 4 months at home than during the rest of the year. A friend thus described one day's program. Rising early, he wrote about his farm, visiting the hotel and the barns connected with the seminary grounds, giving an order here, making a suggestion there, and greeting the men pleasantly as he passed them. After breakfast, he was seen driving to the seminary, where, at 9 o'clock, he spoke to the girls in the Holy Spirit, giving them as many helpful thoughts as an ordinary sermon. On his way to deliver an address at 11 o'clock at the annual meeting of the Franklin Conference of Congregational Churches, held in the village church, he stopped to give an interview to a correspondent regarding his plans for the winter and his views upon the preaching of the day. Following the address, where good points were doubtless emphasized by a large basket of provisions prepared by Mrs. Moody for the conference delegates, he drove 4 miles to Mount Hermon to speak at noon to the young men. In his thoughtful and delicate attention to his aged mother, he was an example to many a less busy man. Seldom a day passed when absent from home that he did not send her some message, either short note or a newspaper report of his work, and when at home he was never so busy but that he found time to visit her, to whom he owed so much. Her birthday fell on the same day as his own, February 5th, and his letters to her on successive anniversaries were peculiarly tender. "You and I have now passed one more milestone on our way from earth to heaven," he wrote at one time. "We have both reason to thank God for all his goodness to us." By the time you get this letter, he wrote from Perth, Scotland in 1892, "you will be passing another milestone that will bring you nearer the eternal city. I want to send you my best wishes for the new year you will be starting out. I hope it will be full of joy and sunshine and peace." The last birthday letter he wrote her was from San Antonio, Texas, on February 2nd, 1895. By the time this letter gets to you, you will have entered your 91st year. Only think, when you entered this world, Napoleon was fighting his great battles. It seems a long time as you look at the history that has been made. Nations have risen and fallen. Some have come and gone. Yet you live and have all your faculties in good health. You have much to praise God for, and all your children rejoice to think you have been spared to us so long." An incident that occurred an hour or two before the death of his mother shows the true unselfishness and self-forgetfulness of this great heart at a time of personal sorrow. When it was known that she was passing away, his daughter had a great longing that her grandmother, before going, should see her baby, then only 6 weeks old. Knowing this, and also that the end was near, Mr. Moody hurried to his daughter's house and told her to come at once. Directly they entered the room, he took little Emma in his arms, and going up to his mother, said, "Mother, this is Emma's baby. She is here." Getting no answer, he walked to the other side of the bed to try and attract her attention. Again, unsuccessful, he walked several times around the bed, holding the baby in different positions, now high, now low, all of no avail. Finally, kneeling by the bed, and holding the baby on his left arm, he took his mother's hand, and laying it on the child's head, said, with a great-grandmother's blessing. Even this did not seem to satisfy him, and longing for some sign that she was conscious of what had taken place, said, "Mother, if you know what has taken place, let us know in some way." It was only when, in response to this, the lips moved faintly, that he seemed satisfied, and turned to his daughter and said, "Mother knows now. She has seen your child." At the funeral service, he offered the most affectionate tribute to that mother's wisdom and loving devotion. Holding in his hands the old family Bible and the worn books of devotion, he stood by the form of the departed one and said, "It is not the custom perhaps for a son to take part in such an occasion, but if I can control myself, I should like to say a few words. It is a great honor to be the son of such a mother. I do not know where to begin. I could not praise her enough. In the first place, my mother was a very wise woman. In one sense, she was wiser than Solomon. She knew how to bring up her children. She had 9 children, and they all loved their home. She won their hearts and affections, and she could do anything with them. Whenever I wanted real, sound counsel, I used to go to my mother. I've traveled a good deal, and have seen a good many mothers, but I never saw one who had such tact as she. She so bound her children to her that it was a great calamity for them to have to leave home. I have 2 brothers that lived in Kansas and died there. Their great longing was to get back to their mother. My brother, who died in Kansas a short time ago, had been looking over the Greenfield paper for some time to see if he could not buy a farm in this locality. He had a good farm where he was, but he was never satisfied. He wanted to get back to his mother. That is the way she won her family. She won them to herself. I have heard something within the last 48 hours that nearly broke my heart. My eldest sister has told me that the first year after my father died, Mother wept herself to sleep every night. Yet she was always bright and cheerful in the presence of her children. Her sorrows drove her to the Lord. I would frequently wake up and hear her praying. She used to make sure her children were all asleep before she poured out her tears. There was another remarkable thing about my mother. If she loved one child more than another, no one ever found it out. Isaiah, he was her firstborn. She could not get along without Isaiah. And Cordelia, she was her first girl. She could not get along without Cordelia, for she had to take care of the twins. And George, she couldn't live without George. What would she have ever done without George? He stayed right by her, through thick and thin. She couldn't live without George. And Edwin, he bore the name of her husband. And Dwight, I don't know what she thought of him. And Luther, he was the dearest of all, because he had to go away to live. He was always homesick to get back to Mother. And Warren, he was the youngest when Father died. It seemed as if he was dearer than all the rest. And Sam and Lizzie, the twins, they were the light of her great sorrow. She never complained of her children. It was a great thing to have such a mother, and I feel like standing up here today to praise her. And just here I want to say, before I forget it, you don't know how she appreciated the kindness which was shown to her in these early days of struggle. Sometimes I would come home and say, "Such a man did so-and-so," and she would say, "Don't say that, Dwight. He was kind to me." Friends, it is not a time of mourning. I want you to understand we do not mourn. We are proud that we have such a mother. We have a wonderful legacy left us. What more can I say? You have lived with her, and you know about her. I want to give you one verse, her creed. It was very short. Do you know what it was? I will tell you. When everything went against her, this was her stay. My trust is in God. Many of his earlier sermons contained effective illustrations suggested by the daily life of his children, and his influence upon the lives of the children in other homes was great. No work was so important as to make him neglect his family duties and privileges. He took keen interest in the experiences of his sons at school and college, and shared their joys and entered into the excitement of their sports with the zest of a fellow student. The slightest matter that caused sorrow or pain to any member of the family, even the youngest, engaged at once his personal concern, and no drudgery of house or farm was beneath his notice or sympathetic interest. He had learned the secret of being a confidant of all, sharing others' burdens, weeping with the sorrowing, and rejoicing with those glad of heart. As a grandfather, he seemed to express a special joy, and entered into the sweetest and happiest relations with the little ones who laid hold of his heart. Irene Moody, born on August 20th, 1895, and Emma Moody Fitt, born on December 16th of the same year, were the oldest grandchildren who claimed his love. "Do you know I have a granddaughter? I am taking a present over to her," he shouted from his buggy to a friend on the natal day of his oldest grandchild, as he pointed to a basket of donuts. He was happy as a schoolboy on a holiday, and told the news to everybody he met. Later that day, he made a second trip to Mount Hermon to see the baby, this time bringing over an immense cauliflower, the best his garden had produced. The same playful nature was shown in his first letter to little Emma Fitt, on January 7, 1896, when she was 3 weeks old. "This is my first letter to my dear little grandchild. I wanted to get a letter to you before you got your first tooth. Hurry up and get them all before the hot weather comes on, for I will get you some candy, and you will want teeth to eat it. I want you to hurry up and grow so I can come early mornings and take you out riding. When your mother and father are fast asleep, we will slip over the river to see Irene and have some good times. Your mother is so proud of you, and your nurse is so fussy. Only think, Emma, what your mother said the other day. I, your grandfather, could not kiss you on the lips. Did you ever hear anything like that? But I got a kiss on your lips all the same, and I would get a good many more when I get home. I have just heard," he wrote a few months later, "that the milk you get at your house does not agree with you, but I think the fault is not with the milk, but with the cooks. You know, or you should be old enough to know, that when you cook milk and put it in a bottle and put a black rubber nipple on it, well, you will be disgusted when you get a little older and know how your parents have treated you. You must not blame my old cow, for she is good as she can be. I do not want you to turn against your parents, but if they do not treat you right, slip down to my house and get some donuts and ice cream." In another letter to the same grandchild he wrote, "In 6 days you'll be 1 year old, and your grandmother will make you a cake and have it all frosted over with white sugar, and they will put one tiny little candle in it. I am going to steal up to your house next summer and take you out riding before your parents get up. Only think, some fine June morning we can go up Lover's Retreat. The birds will sing you a beautiful song. What times we will have together. I get real homesick thinking about it. And now, my dear Emma, I am praying for you that the Lord will watch over you, day and night, and keep you from all harm. You will never know how much your grandfather loves you. I should be glad to get you into my arms again." And so his loving heart went out to his grandchildren, and they in return loved none better than him. When boasting one day that his grandchildren always gave him secret obedience, a member of the family asked the secret of his power. "I am very careful never to ask them to do a thing which I am not sure they want to do," he replied laughingly. He studied men, and so far as possible he led instead of driving. In the summer months he would usually be seen with one or more of the little ones seated beside him as he drove around the town. "I saw him one morning driving with his little 4-year-old granddaughter into the yard of his house," writes a friend. "The child had gone to sleep in the buggy, leaning against him. Rather than disturb her, Mr. Moody had the horse gently unharnessed and taken away, while they sat on. Presently he too was overcome with sleep." God had ordained something other than unbroken joy for the happy grandfather. His only grandson and namesake, who was born on November 7, 1897, was taken home on November 30, 1898, while Mr. Moody was absent in Colorado. In a letter to the parents written from Colorado Springs, he said, "I know Dwight is having a good time, and we should rejoice with him. What would the mansions be without children? He was the last to come into our circle, and he's the first to go up there. So safe, so free from all the sorrow that we are passing through. I do thank God for such a life. It was nearly all smiles and sunshine. What a glorified body he will have, and with what joy he will await your coming. God does not give us such strong love for each other after a few days or years, but it is going to last forever. And you will have the dear little man with you for ages and ages, and love will keep increasing. The Master had need of him, or he would not have called him. And you should feel highly honored that you have anything in your home that he wanted. I cannot think of him as belonging to earth. The more I think, he was only sent to us, to draw us all closer to each other, and up to the world of light and joy. I could not wish him back, if he could have all earth could give him. And then the thought that the Savior will take good care of him. No going astray, no sickness, no death. Dear, dear little fellow, I love to think of him, so sweet, so safe, and so lovely. His life was not only blameless, but faultless. And if his love here were so sweet, what will it be up there? I believe the only thing he took away from earth was the sweet smile. And I have no doubt that when he saw the Savior, he smiled as he did when he saw you. And the words that keep coming to my mind is this: it is well with the child. Only think of his translation. Thank God Dwight is safe at home, and we will all of us see him soon. Your loving father, D.L. Moody. The next few months were filled with anxiety as his oldest grandchild, little Irene, was slowly recovering from a protracted and unusually persistent attack of pneumonia. Later it was found that the germs of consumption had been implanted in the weakened system, and after a few weeks' wasting illness, she joined her little brother, just 4 months before their grandfather followed them. Mr. Moody's own deep affection in the bereavement was hidden from the parents in his unselfish efforts to cheer and comfort them. At the funeral service of little Irene, unannounced and unexpectedly, he arose and paid the following tribute to the little life he loved so dearly. I have been thinking this morning about the aged prophet waiting in the valley of Jordan so many years ago, for the chariot of God to take him home. Again, the chariot of God came down to Connecticut Valley yesterday morning, about 6:30, and took our little Irene home. The one was taken at the end of years of active service, the other at the early dawn of youth. But the service of the prophet was no more complete than that of the little handmaid of the Lord, for God called both, and he never interrupts the service of his own. Irene has finished her course. Her work was well wrought on earth. She had accomplished more than many in their 60 years and 10. We would not have her back, though her voice was the sweetest voice I ever heard on earth. She never met me once since she was 3 months old, until the last days of pain without a smile. But Christ had some service for her above. My life has been made much better by her ministry here on earth. She has made us all better. She has been a blessing to all the conferences here this year. She has brought a wealth of sympathy into the meeting, such as we have never had before. During the Young Men's Conference, I tried to keep it secret, but while I was on the platform, my heart was over at the house. On the day after the conference closed, she left for the Adirondacks, and we feared we might never see her again. During the Women's Conference, my heart was yonder, in the mountains at Saranac. The last night of that conference, while I was trying to speak to the young women words of encouragement and cheer, I was constantly thinking of the little girl, and within 12 hours I was by her side. The last few days have been blessed days to me. I have learned many new and precious lessons. She was very fond of riding with me, and on Monday morning, 24 hours before she fell asleep, she asked me to take her driving, and at 6:30 we went out together. She never looked more beautiful. She was just ripening for heaven. She was too fair for this earth. I thank God this morning for the hope of immortality. I know I shall see her in the morning, more beautiful in her resurrection glory than she was here. On November 13th, 1899, a 4th grandchild was born, Mary Whittle Moody, and early the next day the following telegram and letter were sent to her parents. The grandfather's cup of joy has been filled once more. Thankful for good news, may she become famous in the kingdom of heaven, is the prayer of her grandfather, D.L. Moody. My dear Will, I am full of praise and thanksgiving today, and am delighted to think of May and yourself with a daughter. Dear little child, I already feel my heart going out towards her. Kiss the dear baby for me. I do feel as if our prayers have been answered. Thank God for another grandchild. These messages were sent from Kansas City, only 2 days before he was obliged to lay down his active labors. At the same time he wrote his only other surviving grandchild, Emma Fitt, then nearly 4 years old, one of those simple, loving letters that bound his grandchildren to him with undying love. It was as follows. My dear Emma, I am glad that you have a little cousin. Will you kiss her for me, and will you show her your grandfather's picture? Referring to a newspaper clipping he enclosed. I do not think she will know me, but you can tell her all about me, so she will know when she gets older, and we will play together with her. I am going to send her a little kiss, just one little one. Your grandfather, D.L. Moody. I will put the kiss in a little box, and you can take it to her. Miss Mary, the newborn baby, was carried to her father's house 10 days later, but she will have to learn of his loving, playful, tender heart from the precious letters and photographs for whose possession the family are now so thankful. Has Grandpa gone to Jesus' house? Yes. Where Dwight and Irene are? Yes. Well, I want to go there too, and I'll just hug Grandpa when I see him, and we'll all play together. These questions were asked by the remaining 4-year-old grandchild when told that she would never see her grandfather down here. With advancing years there has been no irascibility, so common in many elderly men, but the spirit had grown more sweet and tender in its ripening for heaven. The little ones were drawn to him, as they were drawn to his master, and in their company he seemed to have a foretaste of that society which he now enjoys. For has it not been said that of such is the kingdom of heaven? The Life of D.L. Moody, Chapter 45. Within the Gates. Holly, were you ever homesick for heaven? Mr. Moody said once, at the close of a long, tiring day's work. Do you know, I've been reading something from Rutherford, and I think I understand sometimes how he felt. See this, and then he handed the book with this passage marked. His absence is like a mountain upon my heavy heart. Oh, when shall we meet? Oh, how long it is to the dawning of the marriage day. O sweet Lord Jesus, take long steps. O my beloved, flee like a roe or young hart upon the mountains of separation. Oh, that he would fold the heaven together like an old cloak and shovel time and days away, and make ready the lamb's wife for her husband. Since he looked upon me, my heart is not my own. He hath run away to heaven with it. How sweet the wind that bloweth out the quarter where Christ is. This conversation took place in the early 60s. During the last year of his earthly career, the same longing was at times greatly intensified. Mr. Moody had been spared from bereavement to an unusual degree, and when called upon to lay away the form of his aged mother in her 91st year, there was only a sense of joyful victory that God had so long granted to her mind and body unimpaired. It was his solicitude for others that made him conceal from those nearest him his first symptoms of a breakdown, though doubtless he himself little realized their serious nature. An illness in the home of one of his family seemed to him an imperative call from Mrs. Moody to remain at Northfield. At the same time, he reassured her as to his own health. An invitation had been accepted to conduct a series of meetings in the large convention hall of Kansas City, and Mr. Moody started for the West early in November. Here he was joined by Mr. C.C. Case, who conducted the choir during the mission, and thus described the few days of sickness preceding his return on November 17th. Tuesday morning at breakfast I saw that he looked pale and ate little. I asked how he rested, and he said, "I slept in my chair all night." Of course I knew he could not lie down. He was a sick man. I asked him what was the matter. He said he had a pain in his chest for a couple of weeks, and added, "I did not let my family know it, for they would not have let me come on here." I had to urge him for an hour or two before he would consent to call a doctor, but he finally gave in. The doctor put a mustard plaster on his chest, which at once relieved the pain. He preached 6 sermons after that, but I could see that he was all the time growing weaker. In the last 2 days he had to be taken to the hall in a carriage, although it was only 2 blocks away. When he began speaking, he did not show his weakness, but preached with his old-time fire and spirit. But when he got back to his room, I could see that he was very much exhausted. I tried to make him advise his family of his condition, but he would not until the day he started for home. I think he enjoyed his work in Kansas City as well as he ever did, from what he said to me. Crowds were greater than any I had ever experienced with him. The singing pleased him very much, for I had nearly 1,000 voices in the choir. We had an old men's quartet that he particularly enjoyed. Their ages varied from 67 to 82, and he would announce their selections by saying, "I want my boys to sing so-and-so." The following letter was written at this time to a very dear friend in Scotland. Kansas City, November 12th, 1899. My dear Mrs. McKinnon, I am off here all alone, thinking of the past, and you and your good husband have come into my mind, and I just long to see you both once more. It would do my eyes good to see you all, and ride down that western coast of Scotland once more. I wonder if I should like your new house as well as your old one. I cannot tell you how much I miss dear Drummond. It does not seem possible I shall not see him again on earth. What a grand time we shall all have when we get to heaven. Only think what a lot have gone home since 1878 when we first met. I get homesick for them sometimes, and yet I would not be off until the work the Lord has given me to do is finished. The work is sweeter than ever, and I think I have some streams started that will flow on forever. What a joy to be in the harvest field and have a hand in God's work. Will you give my warmest love to all old friends, and take much for yourself? Your loving friend, D. L. Moody. In conversation with Mr. Vining, a warm friend and former student of Mount Hermon School, he talked of the institutions which he had founded, and said that the work in Kansas City was, he believed, as great as any God had given him to do. He spoke of the bereavements that had occurred in his family during the past year, and picking up a copy of his book, Thoughts from My Library, he read a section that has a peculiar interest now. It was a comment on the text, Psalms 30, verse 5. "Weeping may endure for a night, but joy cometh in the morning." The extract ends with the words, "I have heard it in the land of light when I shall come. There is a time approaching, steadily if not quickly, when the Lord shall wipe away tears from all faces. This weary world shall obtain joy and gladness at last, and sorrow and sighing shall flee away. Wherefore comfort one another with these words." In view of the approaching end, the following paragraphs from one of the last sermons in Kansas City are significant. I have no sympathy with the idea that our best days are behind us, and he smiled as he related the impression that he had a year before when he saw in the papers that old Moody is in town. "Why," he said, "I am only 62. I am only a baby in comparison with the great eternity which is to come. We say this is the land of the living, is it not? It is the land of dying. What is our life here but a vapor? A hearse is the most common sight. Families broken into. Over there is one who lost a father. There a mother. There a place vacant. There a sister's name is no more heard. There a brother's love is missed. Death stalks triumphant through our midst in this world. Only yesterday I met a mother who has lost her baby. Death in front of us, death behind us, death to the right of us, death to the left of us. See the hospitals in our land, and the asylums for the insane, and the blind, and the aged. See the great number of jails in our land, 70,000 criminals in our country. But look at the other world. No death, no pain, no sorrow, no age, no sickness, no bending forms, no dimmed eyes, no tears. But joy, love, peace, happiness. No gray hair, people all young. River of life for the healing of the nations, and everlasting life. Think of it. Life, life, life without end. And yet so many men choose this life on earth instead of life in heaven. Don't close your heart against eternal life. Only take the gift. Only take it. Will you do it? Near the close of one service, Mr. Moody leaned on the organ and asked the ministers, "Will you ministers allow me to say a word to you?" "Yes, yes, say what you want," they said. "Well, I am not a prophet, but I have a guess to make that I think will prove a true prophecy. You hear so much nowadays about the preacher of the 20th century. Do you know what sort of man he will be? He will be the sort of preacher who opens his Bibles and preaches out of that. Oh, I am sick and tired of this essay preaching. I am nauseated with this silver-tongued orator preaching. I like to hear preachers, and not windmills. Had he known that this was to be his last sermon, could he have made a more urgent and characteristic appeal in closing than the following? Suppose we should write out tonight this excuse. How would it sound? To the King of Heaven, while sitting in Convention Hall, Kansas City, Missouri, November 16, 1899, I received a very pressing invitation from one of your servants to be present at the marriage supper of your only begotten Son. I pray thee, have me excused. Would you sign that, young man? Would you, mother? Would you come up to the reporter's table, take a pen, and put your name down to such an excuse? You would say, let my right hand forget its cunning, and my tongue cleave to the roof of my mouth before I sign that. I doubt if there is one here who would sign it. Will you then pay no attention to God's invitation? I beg of you, do not make light of it. It is a loving God inviting you to a feast, and God is not to be mocked. Go play with forked lightning, go trifle with pestilence and disease, but trifle not with God. Just let me write out another answer. To the King of Heaven, while sitting in Convention Hall, Kansas City, Missouri, November 16, 1899, I received a pressing invitation from one of your messengers to be present at the marriage supper of your only begotten Son. I hasten to reply, by the grace of God, I will be present. Under the imperative order of his physician, Mr. Moody reluctantly consented to cease work, and leaving Kansas City by the evening train, traveled directly home without breaking the journey, which required a day and 2 nights on the road. On the way, an incident occurred that cheered and encouraged him greatly. From St. Louis to Detroit, the train was delayed by the burning out of the locomotive fire grate, and was feared the connection would be missed at a later point. The new engineer, who was to take the train from Detroit to St. Thomas, learned that Mr. Moody was on the train, returning home sick, sent word to him that he would do his best to make up the lost time. Tell him, he said, that I was converted under him 15 years ago, and I owe everything to him. The diversion from Detroit to St. Thomas was covered in the darkness of that night at a speed averaging a mile a minute, including stops, and the connection for the last was secured. The first intimation that Mr. Moody's family had of his illness was a telegram. Doctors think I need rest. Am on my way home. This was followed at short intervals by other telegrams. Improving rapidly. Have not felt so well for a week. Have a splendid day. No fever. Heart growing better all the time. No pain. Am taking good care of myself, not only for the loved ones, but for the work I think God still has for me to do on earth. Arriving at Greenfield, Mr. Moody was met and driven 12 miles to his home. He went upstairs with little difficulty to prepare for tea, but never descended again. On reaching Northfield, he telegraphed to Kansas friends, have reached home safely, having traveled backwards and forward for 48 years, and have never stood trip better. Regret exceedingly being forced to leave. Had I been with you tonight, I would have preached on Thou art not far from the kingdom. My prayer is that many may be led into the kingdom under Mr. Torrey's preaching. I want to thank the good people of Kansas City for their kindness and prayers. It was hoped that a complete rest would restore the weakened heart. A specialist was consulted who gave encouragement for an ultimate restoration of health, even if the old-time vigor could never again return. Day by day his weakness increased. At first it was almost imperceptible, but it grew steadily more noticeable, until the least effort seemed to tax his strength. Until within a few days at the end, he took the keenest interest in everything, and insisted on being told all the latest news of the war in South Africa, over which he was greatly exercised. A few days before the final summons, he was resting quietly with closed eyes, when suddenly he remarked, I know what I would do if I were old Kruger. Thinking that he had been dreaming, his son inquired if he had a good rest. I wasn't sleeping, he replied. I was thinking of that terrible war. Well, what would you do if you were the Kruger, father? Oh, I would just send a letter to Lord Salisbury, and state that there has been so many hundreds killed on the Boer side, and so many on the English side. And I would say that, as an old man, I should soon have to stand before God, and I don't want to go before him with all this blood on my conscience, and I would tell England to make her own terms of peace. It was suggested that possibly England herself was not entirely innocent. That's quite so, but if Kruger placed himself in that position, after showing the fight he has, England would have to make the best of terms, or answer for it to the best element of her own land, as well as the entire civilized world. God had tried his servant in many ways, but it is doubtful if he ever experienced a severer trial than that of the last few weeks. After 62 years of an unusually active life, with the remembrance of not more than 1 or 2 days of slight illness, to be suddenly laid aside, to wait patiently, and in extreme weakness for God's will, was indeed a severe test. But in this he was not found wanting, and it was with a sense of exultation and victorious joy that he entered the presence of his Lord, and heard the words, Well done, good and faithful servant. As time wore slowly away, slowly to man of such tremendous activity, he would say that every night he longed for the morning. As he grew weaker, he said he knew now what that verse meant, the grasshopper shall be a burden. On Thursday, December 21st, he had seemed rather more nervous than usual, but nevertheless spoke cheerfully about himself. Asked if he was comfortable, he said, "Oh yes, God is very good to me, and so is my family." No man loved his family and life work more devotedly, and he had often said, "Life is very sweet to me, and there is no position of power or wealth that could tempt me from the throne God has given me." To the world, Friday, December 22nd, was the shortest day of all the year. But for Dwight L. Moody, its dawn ushered in that day that knows no night. For 46 years he had been partaker of the divine life, and the transition from the seen world to the unseen, from the sphere of the temporal to that of the eternal, was no interruption in the life with which his friends were familiar. For nearly half a century his one aim in life had been to do the will of God, and he responded with characteristic readiness to God's summons. Only a few days before his going, in conversation about some future plans, he referred to the possibility of his life work being nearly completed. In reply to an attempt to encourage him, he said, "I am not discouraged. There's a lot of hard work left in me yet, I believe. I want to live as long as I'm useful, and my work is done, I want to be up and off." A few days before the end came an illustration of his characteristic combination of faith and works. While the best medical advice had been secured, he observed the injunction of St. James to call on the elders and to anoint with oil, praying for the restoration of the sick. To within a few hours of the end, Mr. Moody shared with his family the conviction that he was improving. One of his last undertakings was to assume the publication of a monthly periodical, to be the organ of the new Northfield Extension work. The first number, under the new management, was received Thursday morning. At once he asked to see a copy, but was advised to wait and not tax his strength. But he insisted on being allowed to at least examine it, just to see how it looks, and for several minutes went through it carefully. After a restless night, he fell into a quiet sleep for over an hour, from which he woke in a sinking condition. During the early hours of the night, Mr. Fitz, his son-in-law, had been by his bedside, and he had seemed to rest and sleep a greater part of the time. At 3 in the morning, the elder son took the place as watcher in the sick chamber, and for several hours Mr. Moody was very restless and unable to sleep. About 6 o'clock he quieted down, and soon fell into a natural sleep, from which he awoke in about an hour. Suddenly he was heard speaking in slow and measured words. He was saying, "Earth recedes, heaven opens before me." The first impulse was to try to arouse him from what appeared to be a dream. "No, this is no dream, Will," he replied. "It is beautiful. It's like a trance. If this is death, it is sweet. There's no valley here. God is calling me, and I must go." Meanwhile, the nurse was summoning the family and the physician, who had spent the night in the house. Mr. Moody continued to talk quietly, and he seemed to speak from another world, his last message to the loved ones he was leaving. "I have always been an ambitious man," he said, "ambitious to leave no wealth or possessions, but to leave lots of work for you to do. Will you not carry on Mount Hermon? Paul, will you take up the seminary when he is older? Fit will look after the Institute, and Ambert, his nephew, will help you in the business details." Then it seemed as though he saw beyond the veil, for he exclaimed, "This is my triumph. This is my coronation day. I have been looking forward to it for years." Then his face lit up, and he said in a voice of joyful rapture, "Dwight, Irene, I see the children's faces," referring to the 2 little grandchildren God had taken from his life in the past year. Then, as he thought he was losing consciousness, he said, "Give my love to them all." Then turning to his wife, he exclaimed, "Mamma, you have been a good wife to me." And with that he became unconscious. For a time it seemed that he had passed on into the unseen world, but slowly he revived, under the effort of heart stimulants, and suddenly raising himself on an elbow, exclaimed, "What does all this mean? What are you all doing here?" He was told that he had not been well, and immediately it all seemed to be clear to him, and he said, "This is a strange thing. I have been beyond the gates of death and to the very portals of heaven, and here I am back again. It is very strange." Again he talked about the work to be done, assigning in the sons the Northfield School, and to his daughter and her husband the Chicago Bible Institute. Then in answer to the query of his daughter, "But father, what about mother?" he replied, "Oh, she's like Eve, the mother of us all," evidently meaning to imply that she was to mother the whole, and to be to all the interests as well as to the children the most helpful adviser and balance that she had been to him for many years. To the plea of his daughter that he should not leave them, he said, "I am not going to throw my life away. I'll stay as long as I can, but if my time is come, I am ready." Then a new thought seemed to possess him, and he exclaimed, "I am not at all sure but that God may perform a miracle and raise me up. I am going to get up. If God wants to heal me by a miracle that way, all right, and if not, I can meet death in my chair as well as here." Then turning to one of the attendants who was applying warm cloths, he said, "Here, take those away. If God is going to perform a miracle, we don't want them. And the first thing I suppose we should do would be to discharge the doctor." He did not insist on this, however, but was determined to get up, and could not be dissuaded. He then walked across the room to an easy-chair, where he sat down for a few moments. A second singing turn left him exhausted, and he was willing to return to bed, where he remained, quietly awaiting the end for an hour. To the very last, he was thinking of those about him and considering them. Turning to his wife, only a little while before he passed away, he said, "This is very hard to you, Mother, and I am sorry to distress you in this way. It is hard to be kept in such anxiety." The last time the doctor approached to administer the hypodermic injection of nitroglycerin, he looked at him in a questioning and undecided way and said in a perfectly natural voice, "Doctor, I don't know about this. Do you think it best? It is only keeping the family in anxiety." In a few moments more another sinking turn came, and from it he awoke in the presence of him whom he loved and served so long and devotedly. It was not like death, for he fell asleep quietly and peacefully. Of his awakened consciousness beyond the thin veil which separates the seen from the unseen, we may not know just now, but of the welcome in that city, for which at times he felt such a strange homesickness, we may be sure. Did he not himself testify to having been within the gates and beyond the portals, where he had caught a glimpse of child faces, loved long since and lost a while? During his earthly pilgrimage it had not been given to him to sing the sweet and joyful melodies that filled his soul, but at that Christmas tide he joined in heaven's glorious anthems of praise to him whose love has been a consuming fire, and whom he had served with such devotion when on earth. Of that larger life he had spoken in no uncertain way. "Some day you will read in the papers that D.L. Moody of East Northfield is dead," he said. "Do not believe a word of it. At that moment I shall be more alive than I am now. I shall have gone up higher, that is all, out of this old clay tenement into a house that is immortal. A body that death cannot touch, that sin cannot taint. A body fashioned like unto his glorious body. I was born of the flesh in 1837. I was born of the Spirit in 1856. That which is born of the flesh may die. That which is born of the Spirit will live forever." The Life of D.L. Moody, Chapter 46. At Rest on Round Top. In seeming accord with Mr. Moody's feelings that everything before a true believer is glorious, even nature assumed no sign of mourning on the day that his earthly tabernacle was laid to rest on Round Top. December 26th was the date fixed for the funeral services, and as someone expressed it, it was one of the Lord's own days. The winter's first snow rested on the distant hills of southern Vermont and New Hampshire, while a clear sky and a frosty atmosphere combined to make it a day of unusual brightness. During the morning, friends arrived from all directions, representing every phase of society and every shade of theological belief. Mr. Moody's wishes were studiously observed with respect to any outward appearance of emblems of mourning. About the home everything was apparently as usual. No crape was on the door, and the window blinds were all open. In the chamber where he lay asleep in Jesus, there was only a sense of quiet repose in the loved form. And looking upon him as he lay upon the couch, one would have thought he was taking one of those short naps with which he was accustomed to refresh himself before conducting a service. After a brief service at the house, conducted by Dr. C.I. Schofield, pastor of the Northfield Church, and the Reverend R.A. Torrey, pastor of the Chicago Avenue Church, Chicago, the casket was placed upon a bier, and carried by 32 Mount Hermon students to the Congregational Church half a mile away. 4 months before, Mr. Moody had planned the funeral services of his granddaughter Irene. "Just this once, let me have my own way," he had pleaded, and everyone had gladly fallen in with his simple arrangements. As the family and friends followed the white casket borne on a bier by 12 Mount Hermon students, the special friends of the little one, Mr. Moody had remarked to his son, "That is just as I would want it. No hearse and no mourning, but just let Mount Hermon boys bear me to my resting place." Little was it thought that in so short a time that wish would need to be fulfilled. At the church an opportunity was given to look for the last time upon the one whom so many had loved. Among all the saddened faces, his alone looked untroubled. The form lay quietly at rest, waiting the moment when Christ should change it into one like unto his own glorious body, while he himself, the soul so dearly loved, was absent from the body and at home with the Lord. Public service was held at 2:30 p.m. Old associates, neighbors, and relatives had come from far and near. Simple tributes of love and joyous notes of praise were offered by several of his friends and fellow laborers. Dr. Schofield had charge of the services, which began with the singing of Emmanuel Land, one of Mr. Moody's favorite hymns. At the close of the service, the Mount Hermon Quartet, always a great favorite with him, sang the following lines by Major Whittle, set to music by his daughter, Mr. Moody's daughter-in-law. "A lamp in the night, a song in time of sorrow, a great glad hope which faith can ever borrow. To gild the passing day with the glory of the morrow is the hope of the coming of the Lord. Blessed hope, blessed hope, blessed hope of the coming of the Lord. How the aching heart it cheers, how it glistens through our tears. Blessed hope of the coming of the Lord. A star in the sky, a beacon bright to guide us, an anchor sure to hold when storms betide us, a refuge for the soul, where in quiet we may hide us, in the hope of the coming of the Lord. A word from the one to all our hearts the dearest, parting word to make him aye the nearest. Of all his precious words, the sweetest, brightest, clearest, is the hope of the coming of the Lord." The keynote of the service was one of exultant victory, Personal bereavement and selfish sorrow seemed drowned in the consciousness of his great triumph and joyous welcome by the one he had served so devotedly. There were in all the messages a word of inspiration and a call to greater service, so that even in his death he still published the message of his life, service for the Master. Toward the close of the exercises, a striking scene occurred. Up to this moment no sunshine had entered the church, that afternoon being slightly clouded. Suddenly, a single ray shone through the upper window at the extreme end, opposite the platform. It fell upon the side and close to the head of the casket, then, moving slowly as the sun descended, as though searching for its object, it fell full upon the exposed face, a halo of light from heaven, suffusing the familiar and natural features with a brightness in keeping with the glad heart that had throbbed in life. The sunshine touched no other object. The face only was illuminated, and then, as though its mission had been accomplished, its token from the upper world assured, the sun set behind the distant hill. Dr. Schofield gave a short address, saying, "We know, we are always confident. That is the Christian's attitude towards the mystery of death." In this triumphant assurance, Dwight L. Moody lived, and at high noon last Friday he died. We are not met, dear friends, to mourn a defeat, but to celebrate a triumph. He walked with God, and he was not, for God took him. Here was no anticlimax. This strenuous soul was not appointed to the slow decay of his powers. There in the West, in the presence of great audiences of 12,000 of his fellow men, God spoke to him to lay down all the work and come home. He would have planned it so. So much strength was given as suffered for his journey back to his beloved Northfield. So much additional strength as kept him hovering between two worlds, until our hearts could be braced for his homegoing, and then he fell in sleep. This is not the place, nor am I the man, to present a study of the life and character of Dwight L. Moody. No one will ever question that we are laying today, kindly bosom of the earth, the immortal body of a great man. Whether we measure greatness by quality of character, by qualities of intellect, or by things accomplished, Dwight L. Moody must be accounted great. The basis of Mr. Moody's character was sincerity. He had an inadvertent aversion to all form of sham, unreality, and pretense. Most of all did he detest religious pretense or cant. Along with the fundamental quality, he cherished a great love of righteousness. His first question concerning any action proposed was, "Is it right?" But these two qualities, unnecessarily at the bottom of all noble character, were in him suffused and transfigured by divine grace. Besides all this, he was in wonderful degree brave, magnanimous, and unselfish. Doubtless, this unlettered New England country boy became what he was by the grace of God. The secrets of Dwight L. Moody's power were, first, in a definite experience of Christ's saving grace, he had passed out of death into life, and he knew it. Secondly, he believed in the divine authority of the Scriptures. The Bible was to him the voice of God, and he made it resound as much in the consciousness of men. Thirdly, he was baptized with the Holy Spirit, and he knew it. It was to him as definite an experience as his conversion. Fourthly, he was a man of prayer. He believed in a mighty and unfettered God. Fifthly, he believed in works, a ceaseless effort, in wise provision, in the power of organization, of publicity. He expected the supernatural to work, but through the natural. He hitched his wagon to a star, but he always kept the wheels on the ground, and the axles well oiled. I like to think of Dwight L. Moody in heaven. I like to think of him with his Lord, and with Elijah, Daniel, Paul, Augustine, Luther, Wesley, and Finney. Farewell for the little time, great heart. May a double portion of the Spirit be vouchsafed to us to remain. President H. G. Weston of the Crozer Theological Seminary followed Dr. Schofield. In closing a beautiful tribute to his friend, he said, "I count as one of the greatest blessings of my life my acquaintance with Mr. Moody, the influence he has had on me, and the privilege of studying God's methods in his life and work. He was the greatest religious character of the century. We instinctively attribute the success of every man who is eminent in attracting and influencing others to some special natural endowment, to education and training, or to a particular magnetic personality. Mr. Moody had none of these, yet no man has surpassed him in his power of attraction and influence, both over masses of men and over individuals of strong character, of executive ability, of great resources, whom he fastened to himself with hooks of steel, making them not only his lifelong friends, but his constant partners in all his good works. This marvelous power, wielded for so many years, undimmed to the end, we cannot explain by any one particular natural gift. He had none of them. What had he? He had life. I do not mean the manner of living, but what the Bible means by this word, what Christ means when he declares the purpose of his coming. I am come that they might have life, and that they might have it more abundantly. God gave him life, made him a partaker of the divine nature, and from the moment he received it, the development, growth, and manifestation of that life became the whole object of his existence. To it he devoted every power of his being, and that devotion kindled into the intensest activity, ever-latent energy of his nature, making him the complete, rounded, and many-sided man that he was, of instinctive judgment and tact, and gave him his wonderful mastery of men. Then he nourished and strengthened that life by devotion to God's Word. He prized it as a treasure by which his life could be enriched. He realized to the full Christ's words, "Man shall not live by bread alone, but by every word that proceedeth out of the mouth of God." That word he hid in his heart, as the seed is hidden in the ground that it may swell and grow. He hid it there, ready for use on every occasion and in every emergency. It was sweeter to him than honey and the honeycomb. His mind and heart were given to the Word of God. But his life, like that of Christ, was for others. He did not search the Bible to add to his knowledge, but to save men from sin. His first and dominant purpose was to have every man receive that life of which he had been made a partaker. To this his sermons were devoted. He counted everything but loss unless this was attained, and he coveted for all the means of developing and utilizing that life. The sight of poor boys and girls, deprived of the means of education, would not let him rest until he had provided some methods by which their lives could be enriched, and made more in accordance with heaven's design for them. He dotted this fair plain with houses that young men and young women might have the means of so enlarging their lives that they might be useful to their fellows. His work was in the line of Christ's miracles, which never enriched the object with bounties of land or money or resources, but always gave power to life, making the dead eye to see, touching the dead tongue, the dead ear, the dead limb, and in his highest miracles, bringing the dead to life. This likeness to Christ, this knowing the power of his resurrection, this conformity to his death, was the reason for every man's giving him credit for the utmost sincerity. It was the reason men listened to him and believed him, and were influenced by him in the mass and as individuals. They saw not the man, but the truth he spoke. He had that wonderful egotism by which he could completely speak of himself and yet never draw attention to himself. Men saw in all that he was, did, the truth as it was in Christ. And so because Mr. Moody could in his measure use these great words of Christ, "I am come that they might have life, and that they might have it more abundantly," because these words expressed his whole being. I loved and honored and valued him because of what he was, and therefore of what he did. I had rather be Dwight Moody dead, lying here in his coffin, than any living man on earth. Bishop W.F. Malilio of the Methodist Episcopal Church succeeded Dr. Weston and spoke as follows: "Servant of God, well done. The glorious warfare is past, the battle's fought, the race is won, and thou art crowned at last." I first met and became acquainted with him whose death we mourn in London in the summer of 1875. From that day, when he moved the masses of the world's metropolis, to the hour when he answered the call of God to come up higher, I have known him, esteemed him, and loved him. Surely we may say, and the world will endorse the affirmation, that in his death one of the truest, bravest, purest, and most influential men of this wonderful 19th century has passed to his rest and his reward. With feelings of unspeakable loss and desolation, we gather about the casket that contains all that was mortal of Dwight L. Moody. And yet a mighty uplift and inspiration must come to each of us as we think of his character and his achievements, for he was one who never turned his back, but marched breast forward, never doubted clouds would break, never dreamed, though right was worsted, wrong would triumph. In bone and brawn and brain he was a typical New Englander. He was descended from the choicest New England stock. He was born of a New England mother, and from his earliest life he breathed the free air of his native hills, and was carefully nurtured in the knowledge of God and of the holy traditions and histories of the glorious past. It was to be expected of him that he would become a Christian of pronounced characteristics, for he consecrated himself thoroughly, completely, and irrevocably to the service of God and humanity. The heart of no disciple of the Master ever beat with more genuine, sympathetic, and utterly unselfish loyalty than did the great, generous, loving heart of our friend, because he held fast to the absolute truth of the Bible, and unequivocally and intensely believed it to be the unerring word of God, because he preached the gospel rather than talking about the gospel, because he used his mother tongue, the terse, clear, ringing, straightforward Saxon, because he had the pronounced sense of brotherhood with all poor, unfortunate, and even downcast people, because he was unaffectedly tender and patient with the weak and the sinful, because he hated evil as thoroughly as he loved goodness, because he knew right well how to lead penitent souls to the Savior, because he had the happy act of arousing Christian people to a vivid sense of their obligation and inciting them to the performance of their duties, because he had in his own soul a conscious, joyous experience of personal salvation. The people flocked to his service. They heard him gladly. They were led to Christ, and he came to be prized and honored by all denominations. So that today all Protestantism recognizes the fact that he was God's servant, an ambassador of Christ, and indeed a chosen vessel to bear the name of Jesus to the nations. We shall now again behold his manly and vigorous form, hear his thrilling voice, or be moved by his consecrated personality. But if we are true and faithful to our Lord, we shall see him in glory, for already he walks the streets of the heavenly city. He mingles in the songs of the innumerable company of white-robed saints, sees the King in his beauty, and waits our coming. May God grant that in due time we may meet him over yonder. The Reverend R.A. Torrey said in his address, "God has laid two thoughts upon my heart for this hour. The first is found in the words of Paul in 1 Corinthians 15:10. By the grace of God I am what I am. God has wonderfully magnified his love and grace in D.L. Moody. God was magnified in his birth. The babe that was born 62 years ago on yonder hill, with all the possibilities that were wrapped up in him, was God's gift to the world. How much that gift meant to the world, how the world has been blessed and benefited by it, we shall never know this side of the coming of our Lord. God's grace was magnified in his conversion. He was born in sin, as we all are. But God, by his providence and the power of his word, by the regenerating power of his Holy Spirit, made him the mighty man of God that he became. How much the conversion of that boy in Boston 44 years ago meant to the world, no man can tell. But it was all God's grace that did it. God's love and grace were magnified again in the development of that character that has made him so loved and honored in all lands today. He had a strength and beauty of character possessed by few sons of men, but it was all from God. To God alone it was due that he differed from other men. The other thought is found in Joshua 1:2. Moses my servant is dead. Now therefore arise, go over this Jordan, thou and all this people, unto the land which I do give them. The death of Mr. Moody is a call to go forward. A call to his children, to his associates, to ministers of the word everywhere, to the whole church. Our leader has fallen. Let us give up the work, some would say. Not for a minute. Listen to what God says. Your leader has fallen, move forward. Moses, my servant, is dead. Therefore arise, go in and possess the land. Be strong and of good courage. Be not afraid. As I was with Moody, so I will be with thee. I will not fail thee, nor forsake thee. The unanimity upon this point of all those who have been associated with him is remarkable. The great institutions he has established at Northfield, at Mount Hermon, and Chicago, and the work they represent must be pushed to the front as never before. Mr. Moody himself said, when he felt the call of death at Kansas City, "I know how much better it would be for me to go, but we are on the verge of a great revival like that of 1857, and I want to have a hand in it." He will have a mighty hand in it. His death, with the triumphal scenes that surround it, are part of God's way of answering the prayers for a revival that had been so long ascending in our land. The Reverend Dr. A.T. Pearson spoke next, saying, "When a great tree falls, you know its greatness not only by its branches, but by its roots, by how much soil is torn up as it fell. I know of no other man who, falling in this century, has uprooted a wider tract than this man who has just left us. I have been thinking of the 4 deaths during the last quarter of a century, of Charles H. Spurgeon of London, A.B. Gordon of Boston, Catherine Booth, the mother of the Salvation Army, and George Mueller of Bristol, England, not one of whom stirred the world more widely than Dwight L. Moody. Now I think we ought to be careful of what we say here. There is a temptation to say more than ought to be said, and we should be careful to speak as in the presence of God. This is a time to glorify God. Dwight L. Moody was a great man, but his greatness was the genius of goodness. That man, when he entered the church in 1856 in Boston after 10 months of probation, had been held at arm's length all the time because it was feared he was not a sound believer. The man the church held at arm's length has become the preacher of preachers, the teacher of teachers, the evangelist of evangelists. When in 1858 he decided to give God all his time, he gave out the key to his future. I say everything Mr. Moody has touched has been a success, whether as an evangelist or as an educator and organizer. Do you know that with careful reckoning, it has been estimated that he has reached 100 million people in the aggregate by his voice and pen since he first became a Christian? Take into consideration all the people his books have reached, and the languages into which they have been translated. Look beyond his evangelistic work to the work of education, the schools, the Chicago Bible Institute, and the training school here. Scores of people in the world owe their spiritual life and power to Dwight L. Moody as the means of their consecration. I want to say a word of Mr. Moody's entrance into heaven. When he entered into heaven, there must have been an unusual rejoicing. I ask you whether you can think of any other man in the last half-century whose coming so many souls would have welcomed at the gates of heaven. It was a triumphal entrance into glory. No man who has been associated with him in Christian work has not seen that there is but one way to live, and that way to live wholly for God. The thing that D.L. Moody stood for, and will stand for through centuries to come, was his living only for God. He made mistakes, no doubt, and if any of us is without sin in this respect, we may cast a stone at him. I am satisfied that his mistakes were the mistakes of a stream that overflowed its bank. It is a great deal better to be full and overflowing than to be empty and have nothing to overflow with. John Wanamaker of Philadelphia said, "On the call of the moment, the first thought I could express is that Mr. Moody's life has given us a better idea of what the man Christ Jesus was. By this man's living among men, we have had given to us a splendid commentary on the Holy Scriptures. His life sketches for us speaking likenesses of Paul and Nehemiah. There is much in Mr. Moody like Oliver Cromwell. Very surely we may call Mr. Moody the Stonewall Jackson of the century of the Church of God. Sturdy and strong and aggressive he was, But was there anything more beautiful in his character than his gentleness and kindness? Each of us who knew him was taken into his family and treated as his kin. Not only is it that 100 million have heard the gospel from his lips, but with the Northfield buildings, with buildings for church and Christian associations, and schools erected through his revival work, the whole nation has been blessed. The great things that had grown out of his energy and untiring efforts made many of our lives look small today in comparison with his. Reviving his life from the time I knew him first, about 1859, I can call to mind many who during the 40 years have been distinguished in the business world, in train enterprises, and in public life, but I do not know of one who has made so much of his life, or who would not say, if he were to ask, that he would be glad if he had chosen the course that Mr. Moody took to make his life potential for good. He has done the best work of us all. God's work looms up larger than ever to us today. It is like a vision to me to recall my last interview with Mr. Moody, about the 10th of November last, when, in answer to his telegram, I met him in the Pennsylvania Railroad station on his way to Kansas City. He could only stop over a train, and his purpose was to ascertain the exact situation of his prospective winter work at Philadelphia. We talked for nearly an hour upon the outlook, and I went to my home to tell my family that Mr. Moody looked to me that night as the prophets Elijah and Hosea may have looked. And I told them, as I now tell you, that his eyes were full of tears, and that he sighed again and again, saying, "If only it would please God to let me get hold of this city by a winter of meetings. I should like to do it before I die, and possibly from Philadelphia the influence go out to other larger cities." Somehow my heart grew heavier as he talked. I witnessed what seemed to me like the agony of his soul in care for the church at large, and his anxiety for a revival. It was with this burden that he undertook a railroad journey for 4,000 miles of fatiguing travel, and under this burden he was staggered to the grave. To us of like years, let me say the 60s are fast-quitting years, and we may well hasten to finish what we have yet to do. After the public service love form was carried again by the Mount Hermon boys to Round Top, the Olivet of Northfield, just at the crown of the little hill, where many of the best meetings were held every year. Those who gathered at the grave sang, "Jesus, lover of my soul." Dr. Torrey offered prayer, and Dr. Schofield pronounced the benediction, and the love form was laid away to the daybreak, and death and sorrow should be no more. Mr. Moody hoped that the Lord would return while he was living. As he was walking one evening toward the auditorium with a friend, he sat down on the grass of Round Top to rest. Looking out over the beautiful summer landscape spread before them, gilded with the glory of the western sun, he said, "I should like to be here when Christ comes back." His longing was not gratified during his life, but his body rests there, awaiting the voice of the archangel and the trump of God. From the crest of the hill where the grave was made, one may see Mr. Moody's birthplace. A little more to the west, his own home for the last quarter of a century, about as far to the north of the seminary buildings, some of them only a 2-minute walk, the Cole Portage building not far away, while the last 2 buildings erected at Mount Hermon, the chapel and the Overton Hall, 4 miles distant, appeared across the beautiful Connecticut Valley. Surely he started some streams that will flow on forever. He lies in the very midst of them, a constant inspiration to those he left behind to carry on his work. The Life of D.L. Moody, Chapter 47. Memorial Services. Mr. Moody's departure from this earthly life brought expressions of personal sorrow from all parts of the world. For days and weeks, telegrams, cables, letters, and copies of resolutions from Christian organizations were received from every part of America and from distant lands, all united without regard for any social distinction, in testifying to their love and admiration for this humble servant of God. In many of the leading cities in America and Great Britain, memorial services were held, in which his former associates spoke of the result of the missions that he had conducted. In New York City, 2 large meetings were held, while Brooklyn, Boston, Philadelphia, Baltimore, Washington, and San Francisco showed their appreciation of his lifelong devotion to the cause of the church by gatherings representing all denominations. Then came the news of similar gatherings in London, one at Exeter Hall, another at St. James's Hall. Others were held in Liverpool, Edinburgh, and Glasgow. And after these came the echoes of meetings in Japan and other foreign lands. Perhaps nothing so displayed the Catholic nature of Mr. Moody's work as these assemblages. At the services in London, tributes were paid to his memory by the Reverends F. B. Mayer, Guinness Rogers, Monroe Gibson, Hugh Price Hughes, H. W. Webb Peploe, and by Lord Kennard. In America, equally representative speakers took part. In Boston, Tremont Temple was filled. Clergymen of all denominations crowded the platform, and when the choir that had so often assisted Mr. Moody in his meetings in the hall sang, "Eye hath not seen," it did not require much imagination to think of it as one of Mr. Moody's meetings of former years. H. M. Moore, for 30 years one of Mr. Moody's most intimate friends and most valued helpers, presided, and addresses were made by Bishop F. W. Mellow and Reverends Drs. L. B. Bates, A. H. Plum, George Lorimer, H. I. White, and John Willis Bear. Dr. Joseph Cook addressed another memorial meeting in Park Street Church, Boston, about the same time, and spoke with his old-time force. In Brooklyn, where Mr. Moody had preached just before going to Kansas City, other services were held, in which Drs. J. F. Carson, Theodore Cuyler, David Gregg, A.C. Dixon, A.T. Pearson, and Messrs. Edgar W. Hawley and Ira Sankey were among the speakers. On the evening of the day of his death at the Plymouth Church prayer meeting, the pastor, Dr. N. D. Hillis, and the former pastor, Dr. Lyman Abbott, reviewed his life work. On the following Sunday, Dr. Hillis delivered a sermon in which he spoke of him as the last of the great group, Spurgeon, Brooks, Beecher, and Moody. Of the memorial services held at colleges and university, the one at Yale University, at which Professor George P. Fisher of the Yale Divinity School, several local clergymen, and Mr. Ira Sankey took part, was of special interest. In New York City, one of the meetings was presided over by Mr. William E. Dodge. In speaking of his friend, whom he had known and loved for 40 years, Mr. Dodge said, "In the whole history of the Church of Christ, very few have touched so many hearts and influenced so many lives as this dear friend whom we come to thank God for today. I am sure it is not exaggeration to say that if all those whom he had led to a better life would be gathered together, a half-dozen halls of this size would not hold them. We are now met to thank God with all of our hearts for his glorious and fruitful life, and to pray that that influence may be continued. He is not dead. He has gone to the better life above. He lives with us today, and will live on by his example and by the inspiration that comes from his words and life." When Mr. Moody became a Christian, it was like the conversion of St. Paul, clear, decided, and for all his life. From the beginning, his theology was very simple. His creed was, "God so loved the world, that he gave his only begotten Son, that whosoever believeth in him should not perish, but have everlasting life." This message he delivered with all his courage and manliness and strength through all his life, and so earnestly, and it told wherever he carried it. Mr. Moody's early work, too, was very simple. I remember, more than 40 years ago, going with him one Sunday morning to that poor little school there in Chicago. I then got sight of the peculiarity of the man, his directness, his simplicity, his kindliness, his humor, and the manliness of his character that won those children and won their parents. There were two early life influences that directly affected his life more than any others. One was the companionship and help that came to him from the brotherhood of the Young Men's Christian Association. All his life he acknowledged that as having formed part of his character, and all through his life he was the warm friend of those associations, helping and aiding them in every possible way. But a stronger and a greater influence was his beginning in the study of the English Bible. He devoted himself to an intense study of it, and from it got two things. In the first place, he gained that clear-cut, plain, simple Anglo-Saxon of the King James Version that gave him such an eminent power over people everywhere. In the second, he gained an arsenal and armament of praise and warning, which he used through all of his life with such magnificent power. There was something wonderful about his simple directness. Could give by the hour instances of the clear way in which he went directly to the point. When I first met him in Chicago, while he was very little known, he went to call on a leading merchant, and one of the most influential men in that city. And as he went out, he turned and said, "If you were only a Christian man, what influence you could have in this growing city." That man had been a communicant of a church for years, and it had never been known. It was the turning point in his life, and he was Moody's best friend and helper for many years. There was a manliness about him, an earnestness, a hatred of cant and mere religious form. He had the most intense and superb enthusiasm of any man I ever knew, but it was tempered by a strong, clear common sense. And then he had, in addition to that, a wonderful, intuitive knowledge of men. We know very much of his wonderful success as a preacher, but those who knew him best and were nearest to him know that the great power of his life was in his personal conversation with men. The greatest sermon I ever heard from Mr. Moody, far away the strongest, was one night on Madison Avenue, at 12:30, coming up from one of the great meetings at Madison Square. 3 or 4 of us were together. We had been kept at the hall by those who insist upon talking and getting advice and help from Mr. Moody, and he was tired by a long day's work. Suddenly a gentleman came up from behind and said, "Mr. Moody, how shall I accept Christ and change my life?" He turned, and standing there in the moonlight on the corner of the street, in a few short, cleanly cut, kindly, earnest words, put the whole truth so clearly to the man that there was no getting away from it, and he became a changed man from that day. I was privileged to be with him at the wonderful series of meetings in the Haymarket Theatre, London, most wonderful meetings that I have ever known. And what struck me and surprised me was the number of educated and cultivated people who came there. There was a large number of literary men, who did not at all believe in religion, who came for the very purpose of hearing his simple, clear-cut English phraseology, which is so little used nowadays. His work in the universities was simply wonderful. When he went to Oxford and Cambridge, they determined to run him out of town. They did not want that kind of talk there. But his manliness and straightforwardness and courage conquered them, and the number of young men whose lives were changed, and who are now a power for good all over the world, wherever England has a place, would astonish us. The schools he established after all this great work are models of organization and executive ability. I hope with all my heart that they will be carried on as a memorial. What touched me more than anything else in Mr. Moody was his extreme modesty about himself. He was the most masterly man I ever knew. He would direct and control and suggest to others like a general. We all know how that showed at his great gatherings. But when it came to himself, he was the most modest of men. I was privileged to be in the house with him during all the time of these great meetings at Madison Square. I never heard him speak of himself. You would not know he had anything to do with these great gatherings. On one occasion he said to his friends, "My only wonder is that God can use such an instrument as I am to do such work." Dr. Theodore L. Cuyler paid a notable tribute to this meeting, in which he said, "The most extraordinary gospel preacher that America has produced in this century has gone up to his resplendent crown. More than to any other man was the privilege accorded to Brother Moody of having poured the gospel of redeeming love into more human ears, more human hearts, than any man in modern times. Spurgeon, in his peerless way, preached 1 day in the week. Moody preached 6 days, and in 1 week reached 40,000 to 50,000 souls. Our dear brother was more endeared to us because he was such a thoroughly typical American. He tasted of the soil, and on his garments was the smell of the New England fields that the Lord had blessed. If I was called upon to name the 2 most thoroughly typical Americans of the 19th century, men who have found their way from obscurity to wide influence, the men whom our American boys should have taught to study as the model of patriot and the preacher of righteousness, I should not hesitate to name Abraham Lincoln and Dwight Moody. When the nation's life was to be preserved and its liberty secured, Almighty God called a poor boy from the log cabin in Kentucky, cradled him on the rocks of hardship, gave him the great West for his university, and then anointed him to be our Moses, to lead us through a sea of blood to a Canaan of freedom. In like manner Almighty God called the farmer boy on the banks of the Connecticut, gave him for his education only 1 book, filled him with the Spirit of Christ Jesus, then sent him out as a herald of salvation until Great Britain hung on his lips. Lincoln and Moody possessed alike the gift of an infallible common sense. Neither of them ever committed a serious mistake. They were alike in being the masters of the simple, strong Saxon speech, the language of the people, and of Bunyan, the language that is equal to the loftiest forensic or pulpit eloquence. Lincoln's huge, loving heart gushed out in sympathy for all sorts and conditions of men, and made him the best-loved man in America's history. And Moody's big, loving heart, fired with the love of Jesus, made him a master of pathos that touched the fount of tears in thousands of hearts, and often brought weeping multitudes before his pulpit. Finally, Lincoln, the liberator, went up to his martyred crown, carrying 4 millions of shattered manacles in his hands. Moody, the liberator of immortal souls from the fetters of sin, fell the other day, a martyr to overwhelming work, and went up to be greeted at the gates of glory by thousands whom he had led from the cross to the crown. And now for a moment let me say, it may not be known to all of you, that on a Sabbath, shortly before our brother started for Kansas City, he delivered his last sermon in New York, in yonder 5th Avenue Presbyterian Church. In that discourse I think the premonitory shadow is already following. He uttered this wonderful sentence. Said he, "You may read in the papers that Moody is dead. It will not be so. God has given me the gift of the life everlasting. Aye, thanks be to God, Moody is living. Moody lives. His spirit is in this hall today. Methinks I hear that trumpet voice calling on the pastors and churches of New York to seek through this week of prayer a baptism of fire that shall kindle the city and perhaps set the nation aflame." The Reverend David J. Burrell, pastor of the Marble Congregate Reformed Church, said, "I met Mr. Moody when I was a theological student 32 years ago in Chicago. I was a boy rooming up above Old Farwell Hall, where Mr. Moody preached, and his apartments were just below mine. The old hall burned down. The fire caught in the early morning and slowly burned through the forenoon. We tried to remove our personal effects and to help out some sick folk. And at last I found my way into the street, coatless and hatless. The cordon was round about in front, and there was Mr. Moody. It was now near noon. He had under his arm a bundle of handbills, and he beckoned to me and said, 'Take these and distribute them in this great company. Help me out.' I looked at the bill. Our beautiful house is burned up. The noonday meeting will be held, as usual, in the Clark Street Methodist Episcopal Church. We must get these out," he said. And where's your wife, and where's your little girl? I saw them safe. Where are your personal effects? Oh, never mind them. Our noonday meeting must go on." It was always thus. One thing I do. He has left that thought with me. We are talking about his memorial. I am going to build him a monument, please God, in my own ministerial life. I am going to honor his memory by a more consuming earnestness in doing this one thing. The last address was delivered by the Reverend Dr. J. M. Buckley, who said, "Our friend died when he was most desired to maintain those wonderful Bible conferences, desired as a nucleus of undenominational activity, desired to sustain those educational institutions which he had founded, desired to raise up more workers filled with the Spirit, desired to go to and fro through the country to awaken communities, to snap the chains of conventionalism, to elicit and evoke the tremendous latent forces of the Church, and to unite Christians in the only way in which they can ever be united, by a firm and unswerving belief in the fundamental principles of the gospel and an active, soul-saving, consecrating labor." At this hour, a young D.L. Moody was called away. By nature, God endowed Mr. Moody physically in an astonishing manner. There was a man in Connecticut who adored Mr. Moody, and he invariably amused himself when sitting in the cars in this way. When Mr. Moody came in, he would say, "Do you know him? This is Huntington, the greatest railroad man in this country." Never did he hear one word of question from men who had never seen Huntington. At other times, he would suggest he was a Western judge. In every case, every man seemed to think it exactly right. They saw that tremendous head, monster chest, prominent, intense, direct action, a man obviously born to command. This man invariably told people afterwards before they left him, "No, that's not Mr. Huntington. It is Mr. Moody," and their curiosity was greatly excited. Physically, many men remained of Mr. Moody, but D.L. Moody never remained men of another man, in the ordinary sense of the term. That indefinable personality that will not show in a photograph and cannot be painted in oil was Mr. Moody. He could improve, and that was one of his glories. 200 years from now, the higher critics will be trying to prove that there were two Moodys, and they will do it by getting up, word by word, and sentence by sentence, the language that Mr. Moody used when he began in Chicago. They will make a parallel of these with the highly improved style of his later years. Some persons say Mr. Moody was not a cultivated orator. Note that the passage quoted by Drummond. Observe that when in London he described the ascension of Elijah, several parliamentary orators rose to their feet and actually looked in the air after describing the prophet. Take his sublime eulogy of Joseph of Arimathea, delivered in this house less than a year ago. Not far from yonder box sat a bishop noted for sound judgment, who said, "That is a piece of work any man might be proud of." Nearly 25 years ago, the gentleman who presided today sat on the platform in the Hippodrome. At that time New York beheld an emperor of great territory, which is to be in the future one of the greatest empires of the world, unless it becomes permanently republican. I refer to Don Pedro, the Emperor of Brazil. He went on the platform and took the seat vacated by Mr. Dodge. 2/3 of the audience knew who he was, but the man of the occasion was Mr. Moody, and he was preaching at the time. What did he do? Did he exhibit the fawning and obsequious bow that many persons made when the President appeared, or even the Secretary of State? Mr. Moody never referred to Don Pedro, but introduced in the midst of his discourse these words, "What will you do with Jesus? What will you do with Jesus? An emperor cannot buy heaven, but he can have it as a free gift." After he said that, he paused, and Don Pedro bowed his assent, and afterwards remarked to the gentleman who wrote the account, "There is a man to be heard and believed." Mr. Moody had his prejudices, for once I heard him declare that he would own fellowship with everyone that believed him to be a sinner and trusted in Christ. But he said, "God be my helper. I will never own fellowship with a man who denies the deity of my God and Savior Jesus Christ, or sneers at his atonement." Moody was told that he must die. What then? Oh, the blessing to the Church of the manner of his death. God showed, I believe, in a peculiar way for the Church and for him, that precious in the sight of the Lord is the death of his saints. There is something worse in this world than agnosticism, something worse than blanket fidelity. It is the practical effects of a belief that we cannot be sure of the future. There were those in the time of Paul who said, "Let us eat, drink, and be merry, for tomorrow we die." Ah, if there was no life afterwards, I too would drink anything that would make me oblivious to my doom. But listen. I heard a voice from heaven saying unto me, "Write, Blessed are the dead which die in the Lord from henceforth. Yea, saith the Spirit, that they may rest from their labors, and their works do follow them." Among those who spoke briefly of their friendship of Mr. Moody, or took part in the devotional services, were the Reverends Drs. Arthur T. Pearson, John Balcom Shaw, Wilton Merle Smith, A.C. Dixon, and Messrs. R. Fulton Cutting, Ira Sankey, and John R. Mott. It was fitting that the seminary's special memorial for Mr. Moody should be at the first chapel service held after the funeral. On other opening days he himself had been the welcome speaker, bringing some stirring message for the new term. This day perhaps the silence that replaced the living voice proved as powerful an appeal as had the actual words. Brief tributes were paid by the Reverends C.I. Schofield, John Willis Bayer, and trustees of the school. The closing moments were spent in a consecration service led by Mr. Bayer, who, after a warm personal tribute to Mr. Moody, inviting the young women to enter into a covenant to live higher lives. Many rose in response to this appeal, and later fully 25 expressed, by rising, their desire to become Christians. It was keenly felt that Mr. Moody's interest was still with the work he had loved, and that his presence was not far away. At a later date, a meeting for personal testimony was held by the students. One who was closely associated with Mr. Moody in this work gave the following testimony. I should like to speak especially of the place that prayer had in his life. I have been looking through some of his letters lately, letters which I received from him during those years that I have been at Northfield, and there is scarcely one of them in which there is not a mention of prayer. Sometimes he wrote asking me to pray for the work in a certain city, that the ground might be ready for the seed. Again he would write that he was to speak upon the atonement or upon the Holy Spirit, and would ask me to pray that God would make it real to the people. Then there would come a letter saying that the work was deepening, that he believed it was the answer to prayer, and that he hoped to see the good work extended over the land from sea to sea. We all remember how he used to come up to the chapel the morning before he started on one of his evangelistic tours, and ask us to pray for him. We saw then his humility, and how completely he depended upon God. God was very real to him. He talked with God, and so did not have to turn out of his way to speak to him. I had been driving with him on some retired road about Northfield. We would be talking together, when suddenly he would pause for a moment and speak to God just as naturally as he would speak to a friend. When we teachers had been invited to his house of an evening, we had begun by telling amusing stories. And as you know, no one enjoyed hearing or telling a good story more than Mr. Moody. The conversation might drift into a talk about the needs of the country town or of the outlying districts of our own town, and our evening would end with prayer. Last summer during the August conference, I was at his house one afternoon, and he said to me, "The sweetest thing has come to me today. I was feeling somewhat troubled this morning because the seminary accounts were behind, and we needed a good deal of money to pay out the bills. I didn't see how I could do anything about raising the money, now with the confidence upon my hands, so I just committed the matter to the Lord. This afternoon, while I was driving a lady over to Mount Hermon, she said to me, 'Mr. Moody, I have decided to give you $10,000 to use for your school, just as you like.' And instead of waiting till some future time to give me the money, as I thought she might, she has already given me the check for the sum, which is just what I had in mind as necessary to meet the present needs of the seminary. It brings the Lord so near." Certainly all of Mr. Moody's work was begun and continued and ended in prayer. And as I thought of his work, which he has left us to do, I realized how much we need to learn this lesson of prayer, and I pray that God may pour upon us the spirit of grace and of supplication. The keynote of the memorial service at Mount Hermon held at the new chapel was presented to the school on the 60th anniversary of Mr. Moody's birth by Christian friends in Great Britain and America, was the power of an endless life. In response to the invitation to let this power rule forever in their lives, nearly the whole school rose. This was but one instance of the work he directly accomplished after his death in the body. And who can doubt that, indirectly, that work has never stopped? The Life of D.L. Moody, Chapter 48. Tributes from English Friends. Volumes, many and large, would be required to reproduce the tributes that have been received from sympathetic friends. Two only here are presented, and from these close associates of later years who were particularly near to Mr. Moody. By Rev. F.B. Mayer. D.L. Moody always reminded me of a mountain, whose abrupt, bold front, scarred and furrowed with storm, forbids the tourist. Yet soft valleys nestle in its mighty embrace, and verdant pastures are watered by the waters that furrow the summit. He was preeminently a strong man. His chosen friends were men. He was happiest when giving his famous address on sowing and reaping to an audience of men only. Strong natures were strongly influenced by him. If a number of his friends were together, their conversation would almost inevitably turn on Moody, and if he entered any group, he would at once become its center, to whom all thoughts and words would turn. All who knew him intimately gave him reverence as an uncrowned king, though his crown, like that of the Huns, was of iron. Nothing short of an indomitable resolution and willpower could have conducted the uncultured, uneducated lad from the old shanty in Chicago to the Opera House in London, where royalty waited on his words, rugged, terse, full of mother wit, direct and sharp as a two-edged sword. For as the man was, so he spake. Alone, except for the help of God, unlearned except for what he had gained from his incessant study of the Scripture and ceaseless observation of character, unassisted by those circumstances of a prepossessing appearance, musical speech, and college education on which others have climbed to prominence and power, he made his way forward to the front rank of his time and became one of the strongest religious factors of the world. The charm of his character was his thorough naturalness. Perhaps it was this that carried him so triumphantly through his career, that a matter had always to be dealt with in a certain way was no reason why he should follow the beaten track. On the contrary, it was a reason for striking out in some novel and unconventional method. He was perfectly unmoved by the quotation of established precedent, utterly indifferent to the question as to whether the course he proposed would bring praise or blame. When he had mastered all the difficulties of a problem, he would set himself to its solution by the exercise of his own sanctified tact and common sense. There was no limit to his inventiveness, to his rapid appreciation of the difficulties of a situation, or to his naive solutions. I have often compared his method of handling the perplexity with his driving, for he always went straight before him, over hedges and mounds, up hillsides, through streams, down dikes, over plowed fields. The last day I was with him at Northfield, he drove me from the conference hall, over ground so irregular and uneven that every moment I expected we should be overturned. But we came out all right at the gate we wanted, and it was certainly the shortest cut. So it was with him. If he could not untie knots, he would cut them. At the same time, he was absolutely simple and humble. In all the numberless hours I have spent with him, he never once manifested the least sign of affectation, never drew attention to himself, never alluded to the vast numbers that attended his meetings, the distinguished persons who had confided their secrets to him, or the enterprises which had originated in his suggestion, or been cradled under his care. It seemed as though he never heard of D.L. Moody, and knew less of his doings than the ordinary reader of the daily press. Not unfrequently I said of myself, when in his country, "Is this the man who can gather and hold 10,000 people by the month in any of the great cities of the world?" There was an appearance of abruptness in his manner, which was undoubtedly assumed as a protection of a very tender and sensitive spirit, much as oysters will form for themselves strong shells against the fret of the waves and rocks. He had seen others carried away by the adulteration of their admirers, and weakened by the soft caress of the world. He knew that the personal element is apt to intrude between the speaker and the interest of those whom he would fain to save for Christ's sake. He was absolutely determined that people should not rest on him, but on the Word of God, to which he was ever pointing them, and he therefore encased himself in the hard shell of an apparently rugged and uncouth manner. It was only when the crowds had gone, and he was able to reveal himself without risk of being misunderstood, that he cast away his reserve and revealed his true and tender self. If it be asked what was the secret of the power which in England and his own country would hold in rapt attention for months 10 or 15,000 people, the answer must certainly be found in the tenderness and compassion of his nature. That he could tell a good story, call forth ripples of laughter by the touch of quaint humor, narrate Bible stories as though he were personally acquainted with the actors, or had witnessed the occurrences in his travel, were as the small dust of the balance, compared to the pathos which trembled in his voice and moved vast audiences to tears. His power was that of the heart rather than the head. Whilst he was speaking, his hand was on the pulse. He was counting heart-throbs and touching those deep elemental emotions of the heart which cluster about mother, father, home bereavement, heaven. He was more thoughtful of others than any man I've ever known. How often have the meetings in Northfield been interrupted because some shabbily dressed person hadn't a seat? How many times all the comforts of his home have been freely offered to some sick or friendless student? Whatever trouble befell anyone in the town of Northfield seemed to be Mr. Moody's, and his well-known buggy would be seen making its way to the home of bereavement or affliction with some kindly inquiry or alleviation. It was because of acts of this kind that when his mother died some 5 years ago, the Roman Catholic element in the community asked that one of their number might lead the horses that bore the bier, a request which, of course, was readily granted. The most pathetic revelation of D.L. Moody was made last August at Northfield, when all through the summer days his little grandchild, whom he loved passionately, was dying. Again and again he asked me to beg the people not to express their sympathy when they met him, lest it should break him down altogether. And how the strong frame would shake with convulsive sobs as we prayed that her life might be spared. God, however, knew better, and took the little one home that she might be there in time to greet the strong, true nature that loved her so sincerely, when in turn his servant was called to enter his reward. I never guessed the intensity of his tenderness till I saw him with his grandchildren. He used to drive them about in his carriage or carry them in his arms. One of the most striking incidents in my memory was when he stood with them beside his mother's grave in a summer sunset, and asked us to pray might be in the coming century which she had been in this. And when little Irene was dying, he used to be on the watch below her window to keep all quiet, and would steal down from the meetings to hear the latest news, would be the nurse and playmate of her little cousin, that all might devote themselves to the chamber of sickness. So touched because a little child had sent the invalid a pet lamb. How moved he was as we saw together. He was a great Christian strategist, and never so happy as when organizing some great campaign, like that during the World's Fair at Chicago, when he occupied the largest halls in that city, with evangelists gathered from all parts of the world, or when, in later years, he promoted the distribution of Bibles and the holding of evangelistic meetings among the American soldiers in Cuba. He was the von Moltke of the religious world in the United States. He would lay plans for a winter campaign in such cities as New York or Boston, would engage some large central buildings that hold 2 or 3 meetings a day, interesting reporters and gaining the attention of the press, working out presently into new quarters of the city until the whole community had felt the impact of the religious momentum communicated through him. Ministers would open their churches and respond to his appeals for help. Lists of converts would be furnished to the several churches, and the whole campaign would be so contrived as to increase the zeal and activity of the churches that had ranged themselves under his leadership. He was absolutely fearless. I remember one occasion when he felt it laid on his heart to speak some unpalatable truths to a number of ministers and others. Before me, as I write, is the large circle that sat around his spacious dining room in the summer evening, the monument of ice cream which he carved with such precision, and then the direct, unvarnished words which wounded deeply, that a better condition of a soul life might be induced. Whether in a crowd or with an individual, he never, to win a smile or avoid a frown, swerved a hair's breadth from what he thought right. As a conversationalist he was charming. He would sit on the porch of his unpretending, comfortable house, overlooking the lovely landscape, telling story after story of marvelous conversions. One day, for instance, a gentleman drove up as we were talking, and he told me that he had won him to Christ when quite a lad by a conversation on the roof of a Chicago hotel, that being the only quiet spot he could find for his purpose. Or he would recall reminiscences of men whom he had known. He had a great fund of information about agriculture, had traveled widely and observed shrewdly, was in keen and close touch with the great religious movements of the time, and was specially fond of asking questions of anyone who seemed likely to communicate reliable information. His was a triumphant homegoing, and as the story of it has spread from land to land, it has stirred thousands of hearts to a deeper and more entire consecration to the service of Jesus Christ. His voice is hushed, his heart has ceased to beat, and he has left a great void behind him, but he has already entered on higher service, and in the foremost ranks of the sons of light, his strong and noble spirit is still about in the work of the Lord, where neither weariness nor pain can fetter or slacken its celestial ardor. I count it among the great privileges of my life to have known him so well. By Reverend G. Campbell Morgan. My personal acquaintance with Dwight Lyman Moody was not of long duration, according to the measure of a calendar, he says. If we should count time by heartthrobs, then I may claim to have known him, for it has been one of the greatest privileges of my life to have come very near to him in the ripest years of his life. I first saw him in 1883, during his second visit to Birmingham. Bingley Hall was being crowded daily with eager crowds who had come by train from the surrounding district. Once only I spoke to him. The impression of those days, therefore, is that of a man in the midst of a rush of work. No detail of arrangement escaped his notice. A vacant seat, the opening closing of doors, a tendency to drag the singing, all these he noted and rectified. Yet he was by no means a man who cared for detail's sake. The supreme passion of his life was the winning of men for Christ, and no detail was insignificant that would hinder or help. 2 pictures of these old days were deeply engraved in the tablets of my memory. The first picture is that of Moody as a prophet, and the vast audience, numbering at least 20,000, were hushed, subdued, overawed. Knowing the terror of the Lord, he persuaded men. I dare affirm that thousands of people stood face to face that evening with the awfulness of their sin, startled and smitten. The other picture is that of Moody coming to the close of an address on the king's invitation to the marriage supper of the Lamb. The graciousness of that invitation had possessed him that night with a new force. The deepest fountains of his nature were touched, and he stood before the great crowd, moved with his master's compassion, pleading with tender urgency and fine pathos. A strong man moved to tears. At last he cried, "Let those who will accept the invitation say I will." And from every part of the hall, immediately, the cry of a multitude went up, "I will." I did not see him again for 13 years, but through them all, the force of his character had an influence on my life that I should find it hard to measure. In 1896, I visited the United States for the first time. The Northfield Conference was in session, and I managed to spend a few days there. Arriving late at night, I found my quarters and retired. The next day was a field day for me, as well as a revelation. Everywhere, Mr. Moody was the moving spirit. Bright and cheery, and yet in dead earnest, he seemed to make everything go before him. In the interval of a meeting, he gave me a drive round the campus in his buggy. Every point of interest was pointed out, and in a few brief words, the story of how the different buildings were erected was told. Passing a certain house, he said, "People sometimes ask how I found Northfield. I tell them it found me. I was born there." Suddenly he pulled up his horse to speak to a group of children. "Have you had any apples today?" he said. "No, Mr. Moody," they replied. "Then go down to my house and tell them to give you all you want." Away they went, and so did he, both happier. Down a narrow lane he drove next, and through a gate to where a man was at work in a field. "Biglow," said Mr. Moody, "it's too hot for you to work much. Half a day's work for a day's pay, while the heat lasts." I sat by his side and watched and began to understand the greatness of the man whose life was so broad that it touched sympathetically all other phases of life. After the evening meeting, at his invitation, I gathered with the speakers at his house. Then, for the first time, I saw him in a new role, that of the host. He sat in his chair at the head of a table, and directed the conversation, and listened with the patience and simplicity of a child to every word the other spoke. That night the talk turned on the most serious subjects, the inner life of the people of God, and its bearing on the work of the churches among the people. As we departed, I went to bid him goodbye, as I was to leave by an early train on the morrow. "Oh," he said, "I shall see you in the morning. You were to preach at 10 o'clock. That was my first notice. What did I do? I preached as he bid me, as other and better men have ever been glad to do. That was his way. After speaking next morning, I hurried away, but in that brief stay, Moody had become more to me. Strong, tender, considerate. From that day I more than revered him. I loved him. I look upon him as one of God's choicest gifts to the Church and the world during this century now drawing to a close. His value will never be rightly appreciated here, where the view is partial and transient. Yonder in the perfect light we shall know. To some of us heaven is more to be desired today for his presence there, and earth is more to be loved for the great love he lavished upon it. Oh, the gap! Yet he would not have us dwell upon his removal, but upon the abiding presence of the Lord he loved and served. He entered on the higher service. It is for those of us who remain to tighten the girdle. It is for those of us who remain to tighten the girdle and take hold afresh on the work of God's today. Presently we shall meet him again in the light of the glory of the Lamb, and then surely we will love him more than ever. The end.